네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 코인마켓 라이브 오늘은 홍콩에서 진행해 봅니다. 스트리밍이 되고 있군요. 오늘은 4월 6일 일요일이고요. 저는 지금 홍콩에서 있는 웹3 페스티벌에 와 있습니다. 오늘부터 웹3 페스티벌이 시작하는데 아직 많이 안 와 있어요. 그래서 저희가 일단 너무나 번잡해지기 전에 한번 어떤 모습인지 보여드리고 저희가 또 뒤이어서 웹3에서 스트리밍 하는 걸 저희 유튜브에서도 보여드릴 예정이기 때문에 또 관심 있으신 분들은 틈틈이 들어오셔서 구경해 보셔도 될 것 같습니다. 그럼 저와 함께 가보시죠. 제 머리가 아주 산발이었군요. 몰랐지만. 보시다시피 저희 블록미디어 베뉴부터 저희 부스가 이렇게 있습니다. 이렇게 J02의 블록미디어라고 저희 부스가 있고요. 여기서 뭐 연사분들이나 좀 괜찮아 보이는 프로젝트들 있으면은 저희가 좀 한국에 소개하기 위한 그런 과정들, 미팅들을 가질 예정이고요. 사실 저희 KBW 때 라이브 보셨던 분들이시면은 그때 되게 정신없고 사람 많았던 걸 기억하실 텐데 오늘은 여기가 딱 9시에 시작해서 시작한 지 이제 10분밖에 안 됐거든요. 일요일이라 그런지 아직 많이 오시진 않았습니다. 댓글에서 망강님이 미국에서 했으면 좋았을 텐데요 했는데 그러게요. 미국이면은 뭐 이드 덴버 정도 그리고 뭐 라스베가스 정도 저희가 가긴 하는데 아무래도 아시아권에서 행사하면은 뭐 초대도 많이 해주시고 해서 아시아권에 갈 일이 많네요. 고생 많으십니다 해주셨는데 감사합니다. 저희 뭐 웹3 이 어젠더 파일을 보면요. 대부분 금융 관련된 좀 그런 시간이 많고요. RWA도 확실히 요새 좀 주목받는 섹터다 보니까 RWA를 위한 섹션도 있고 AI와 웹3의 접목에 대한 것도 있고요. 또 특히 톤에서 투자를 많이 했는지 톤에 할애되는 시간이 많습니다. 저희가 오늘일지는 모르겠지만 톤 코리아 대표님이 또 블록미디어 부스를 방문해 주신다고 했으니까 혹시 톤에 관심 있으신 분들은 저희가 그 시간을 잘 활용해 볼 테니까 계속 많이 관심을 가져주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네오코인 부스도 있냐 하셨는데 저희가 아직 도착해서 다 둘러보지는 못했어요. 저희가 보면서 틈틈이 라이브를 할 수 있으면은 짧게나마 해보도록 하겠습니다. 뭐 해시키 그룹, OKX, 톤 이런 게 좀 메인으로 보이긴 하거든요. 제가 토큰 포켓, 토큰 포스트인 줄 알았는데 토큰 포켓이었고요. 이런 행사에 오면은 저희는 반팔을 엄청나게 얻어갑니다. 알리바바 클라우드 있고요. R2 Your Smart Yield Engine 되게 이런 부스가 많습니다. 지금 메인 스테이지로 보이는 곳을 향해 가고 있는데 BNB 체인에 사람이 많네요. 저희 지금 리서치 팀도 BNB 팀이랑 미팅하러 간 걸로 제가 아는데 어떤 얘기를 하고 올지 또 저희 기사를 통해서 확인해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 메인 스테이지에 사람들이 많이 모여 있네요. 오늘 첫 번째 섹션은 인프라, 퍼블릭 공공 블록체인 인프라 얘기인데 네, 이렇게 지금 모여서 지금 시간을 기다리고 있습니다. 아마 저희가 여기 이렇게 방송하는 거를 유튜브 스트리밍을 할 수도 있을 것 같아서 근데 여러분 자막이 없기 때문에 듣기 평가가 되실 수도 있다는 점은 꼭 염두에 두시고 라이브를 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다. 저기 보니까 아까 대나무로 돼 있는 스테이지도 있더라고요. 진짜 중국스럽다 이런 느낌이 든 홍콩 웹3 현장이었습니다. 아직은 사람이 많이 없는데 또 사람들이 많이 올 거고 항상 이런 행사에 오면 재밌는 게임 같은 것들이 있어요. BTC 기브어웨이라고 돼 있는데 뭐 뽑으면은 비트코인 하나 주나? 비트코인 한 개 주면은 너무나 하고 싶은데 말이죠. 앱토스 부스가 보이고요. 카스파 부스도 있고요. 이 부스마다 이제 프로젝트에서 나오게 되면은 이것저것 좀 도움이 될 만한 정보가 있는지 제가 열심히 파내고 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 카바 부스 있으면은 한번 구경시켜달라 하셨는데 카바 우리 어제 밥 먹을 때 카바 얘기했었는데 그죠?
맞아요.
카바 부스 제가 지금 빠른 걸음으로 찾아다니고 있습니다, 여러분. AGI가 있고요. 카바. 여러분, 카바는 안 보이는 것 같아요. 이제 슬슬 다들 입장을 시작하셨습니다. 여기는 왜 이렇게 사람이 많죠? 무슨 부스죠? 주기영님이 시즌 종료라고 하셨다고요? 말이 자꾸 바뀐다고? 그죠? 온체인 데이터가 원래 좀 그런 것 같아요. 매번 바뀌기 때문에 너무 하나하나 신경 쓰지, 그러니까 참고만 하시는 정도로만 봐두시면 좋을 것 같고, 네, 카바 스테이지를 제가 찾지 못하고 있습니다. 찾게 된다면은 또 라이브를 살포시 키거나 해보도록 하겠습니다. 저희 블록 미디어는 여기서 수요일까지 열심히 일을 하고 가도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 여기서 발견하는 또 뭐 새로운 좋은 프로젝트들이 있거나 이 웹3 생태계에 도움이 되는 좀 프로젝트들이 있으면은 아마 기사로 소개를 드리게 될 것 같고요. 또 여기서 여러분들이 관심 있으실 만한 연사들이 있다면 저희가 또 열심히 또 인터뷰를 잡아서 인터뷰 영상도 업로드 해보도록 하겠습니다. 벌써 시작해서 이제 조금 소리가 들리기 시작하시죠? 이게 원래 프로젝트들이 오고 막 홍보도 하고 미팅을 하고 해야지 좀 보여드릴 게 많은데 아직 부스에 프로젝트가 도착을 안 한 곳이 많아서 좀 아쉽네요. 저희가 또 여기 웹3 주최 측이랑 스트리밍 계약을 맺은 게 있어서 네, 저는 일단 홍콩에 도착을 잘 했고요. 열심히 일을 하다가 돌아가도록 하겠습니다. 저희 웹3 내용은 스트리밍 되는 걸로 참고하셔서 또 보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그러면 일단 저는 여기서 또 인사드리고 내일 오후 4시죠? 코인마켓 라이브에서 또 현지 연결을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 이어서 스트리밍된 웹3 내용도 관심 있게 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다. 내일 만나요.
Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2025，我是今天的大会司仪 Jason， 你们好。
这个里面没有了银行账户，没有了银行账户，我们更多的是数字钱包，所以我们把它统称为叫做加密账户。第三呢，记账单位不同了，我们在传统金融技术上面，记账单位是法币，不管是人民币、欧元还是美元，这都是主权国家的货币，都是法定货币。那么在新金融基础设施里面，记账单位是加密货币，或者说至少你必须把法定货币把它代币化，比如说 USDT、USDC， 否则的话你就不可能在新的金融基础设施里面作为一个记账单位。那么另外一个不同呢，就是它作为一个新的金融市场基础设施。它依靠的账本区块链，区块链是个什么账本呢？是一个公开透明的全球公共账本。你登记在区块链上的资产，也就意味着你获得了全球性，你建立了一个全球的流动性 所以现在我们就面临一个矛盾，比如说大家说到的 RWA 是一个证券的发行，任何证券的发行都受到某个行政区域司法的管辖。比如说，在美国 SEC 批准的东西，不一定在香港能够被接受成为公开市场的投资工具。在香港被批准的某一个 RWA 或者某一个证券型的 token， 你也不一定能够被东京、被日本本地监管部门所接受。但是 RWA 我们知道，你在一个全球公共账本上被登记，我们讲到登记、存管、交易、汇兑，它已经没有行政区划可以限制它。是，当它流通，当它进入二级市场的时候呢，它已经超出了某一个具体的行政区域。这中间是一个矛盾，怎么解决这个矛盾？目前为止还没有找到很好的方法，所以任何的 RWA 它的全球流动性都会存在问题。第二个，新的金融市场的基础设施呢，是没有很多中介方被消失了。第三一点，清算结算的模式发生了变化。我们所有的清算结算都是净额交收，两家银行一天会发生无数笔的交易，最终会按照净额两边嘎差。工商银行需要给建行100亿，建行需要给工商银行120亿，那么最终只会发生20亿的一个移动，从这家银行到那个银行，这叫净额交收。但是在 blockchain 里面，在新的金融市场基础设施里面，逐笔交收，银货两讫，每一笔交收都是支付、结算、清算，通通完成，一笔就完成了。所以，同时呢，因为你在区块链上通过智能合约，使得货币具有了可编程性。昨天的新闻，美国证监会说，以美元作为储备资产的稳定币发行不属于证券。这昨天行业里面有很多讨论，它不属于证券，你可以做很多设想，它会具有某些好处，但是我认为其中一个最大的好处，当稳定币的发行不属于证券的时候，也就意味着可以参与稳定币发行的主体不再限制于持牌机构，或者说限制于持牌金融机构，因为它不是证券，它是一个商品，它是一个虚拟商品，因此能够发行虚拟商品的机构范围就被扩大了很大。扩大了很大之后呢，实际上你是让这些不持牌的、不受监管的这些机构参与到了货币创造的过程里面，因为稳定币基本上可以看成是货币创造当中的 M2这个环节，就是说货币创造被平权了。以前只有银行、金融机构才能参与货币创造的过程，包括我们博士国际的董事长在这，我们的货币上基金实际上就属于 M2里边的，是吧？我们的美元货币上基金、人民币货币上基金，这些都属于 M2。现在呢，稳定币是 M2里边的一个项目，但是呢，说它不属于证券，那所有的机构，很多机构就可能参与货币创造的这样一个流程里面去了。这也是区块链技术带来的新的变化。那么接下来，我想快速的总结一下，作为一个新的金融基础设施，或者说新的金融市场基础设施，它有哪些特点？第一个，基于这样一个新的金融市场基础设施，它构建了一个新一代的支付结算的这样一个系统。它的支付工具就是稳定币，或者说未来的央行的 CBDC 央行数字货币，而且它是一个点对点、秒级到账、几乎零费用的这样一个支付清算的这样一个系统。所以，美国川普总统特别的要求国会在今年8月份国会休会之前，一定要通过美元稳定币的法案。这一点其实比我们大家所讨论的美国要建立比特币国家储备要重要得多，对美国政府来说重要得多，因为它能够确保在 Web3 在数字经济里边，在 Web3 世界，在 Crypto 世界里面，确保美元仍然成为其中的一个主要的结算工具。这是美国的核心国家利益，它要确保美元的全球霸权地位。所以你看到，我们看到一个流程，就是二战结束之后，先是有黄金背书的美元，当全球开始接受这个美元之后，后来有大宗商品结算货币的石油美元。我们现在看到它真的走向第3步，就是在虚拟世界里边，在元宇宙世界里边，他们继续在努力的想要确保美元在其中的一个支付结算主流货币的这样一个地位，从黄金美元、石油美元到代币化的美元。第二，基于这样一个新的金融市场的基础设施，实际上正在构建新一代的资产发行系统。所有的 token 我们把它分成5类：支付型的 token， 比如说稳定币；储备型的 token， 比特币，我们把它叫数字黄金，是吧？功能型的 token， 像 ETH 以太坊，是吧？证券型的 token，RWA 也好，代币化的货币市场基金也好，这都属于证券型的 token。另外有一类呢，我原来不一定确定说是不是这么分类合适，但是后来我看见 A16Z 也对所有的 token 进行了一个分类，不约而同，我们都把 Meme Coin 单独列为一类，是吧 ？Meme Coin 单独列 ，Meme Coin 也有它的道理，并不是说它是一个完全没道理的事情。所以这5类 token 实际上都必然是基于 blockchain， 基于这样一个新的金融市场基础设施发行出来的。所以，我们如果看过去工业革命以来，有一个诺贝尔经济学奖获得者，他曾经说过，说工业革命不得不等待一场金融革命，因为如果没有金融革命上的配合，工业革命也许就不会发生。这是一位诺贝尔经济学奖他的毕生研究的一个成果。我们也确实也看见，任何一次工业革命其实都配套有一场新的融资方式上的革命。英国的工业革命，那个时候它主要靠的是银行的信贷支持，但是到美国的电气革命，第2次工业革命，之所以在美国能发生，靠的是美国的股票市场，是吧？从信贷资本到股票资本。硅谷，美国的科技革命，第3次工业革命叫做信息革命。信息化革命之所以能诞生，与硅谷的 VC 风险资本密不可分。你也可以说，如果没有 VC 这样的风险资本，就不会有硅谷，因此也不会有美国现在的科技革命。那么现在进入到第4次工业革命，我们把它第4次工业叫做数字化或者智能化。第4次工业革命难道就不需要有一个新的金融革命来跟它配套吗？来促进第4次新的工业革命的一个发展吗？那我们现在看到的实际上就是 crypto， 就是加密金融。加密金融会成为支持第4次工业革命的最核心的一个金融方面的一个创新。所以这个是资本市场的这样一些变化，是吧？第8点呢，就是第3个呢，就实际上基于区块链这样的一个新的金融市场基础设施，正在构建一个新的金融市场体系。是吧？我们知道，我们把传统金融叫 CeFi 中心化的金融，把基于区块链的金融叫做 DeFi。CeFi靠什么呢？靠不断的增加杠杆，最大化的增加杠杆来提升投资收益。但是 DeFi 不是 ，DeFi 我们知道 DeFi 是一个超额资产抵押借款。如果你在 DeFi 上要借贷，你必须是一个超额抵押。超额抵押之后，DeFi 还能够提供8呀、10呀，甚至15的回报，怎么来的呢 ？DeFi 的回报来自于提升资金周转的效率。我们知道，基于 DeFi 的借贷，最快的一笔借贷从发生到完成需要多长时间？ 只需要1秒钟，或者说3秒钟，就所谓的在区块链上的闪电贷。当然，这是一个极端的情况，并不是说所有的都是闪电贷，但是只有在区块链上，你才可能几秒钟之内完成一笔借贷。如果你能几秒钟之内完成一笔借贷，或者10秒钟之内就完成一笔借和贷，回收本金和利息，那么你1年下来你的资金周转是多少次呢？你是靠这样一个资金周转频率的提升，来获得了一个不改变风险属性，甚至是在降低风险属性的情况下，获得的一个低风险的收益。另外一个呢，就是实际上基于区块链也正在构建新一代的资产交易系统。这个呢，我特别想说，美国的2家股票交易所，一个纽约交易所，一个 NASDAQ， 都已经纷纷宣布了他们要建立5×23小时的交易制度。但是他们还不能做7×24小时的，5×23小时的。我相信这是一个股票市场未来改革的一个趋势。我也相信香港的交易所，甚至内地的交易所，可能到某一天，它也必须改成5×23小时的这样一个交易。但是 crypto 市场或者 token 历来是从诞生的第1天开始就是7×24小时交易的，所以它是一个新的交易系统。而且在我们这新的交易系统，我们有2个，一个叫做中心化的交易所，一个叫做去中心化的交易所。一个是把数字原生的资产拿到链下，在链下中心化交易所交易。同时，现在川普的秘密币充分的证明呢，从资产的发行到交易可以完全闭环在链上，所谓的 on-chain， 对吧？充分证明了这样一个商业模式它是可行的。那同时，基于区块链的这样一个新的支付结算体系，它也是一套新的财富分配体系。我们知道 AGI 就是 AI 有可能 AI 会独立于人的指挥、人的运营，而去独立的创造商业价值。那么这个被创造出来的价值怎么进行分配呢 ？AI 本身并不需要喝酒，也不需要吃粤菜，因此它所创造的财富，它就必然要分配给其他人来使用。那这个分配就是20年前经济学界所研究的所谓的 UBI， 国民基本收入。通过 UBI 来分配 AGI 所创造出来的巨大的财富。所以我们看见美国的2个 AI 的代表性人物，一个山姆·奥特曼，一个伊隆·马斯克，这2个人都是左手 AI， 右手 crypto。山姆·奥特曼甚至有自己的链，有自己的世界身份证，同时也发行了自己的 WorldCoin。这套系统将来就是来分配 AGI 所创造出来的巨大的财富的。最后一点，基于区块链，我们可以建立一套新的商业治理系统。我们知道，区块链首先是开源开放的，同时它是无需许可的。任何人使用以太坊，或者你想用以太坊部署一个应用，你不需要得到任何一个人的同意或者批准。所以说，区块链系统从商业应用角度来说，它是一个即插即拔的一个系统。同时，基于区块链本身具有的特点就是，它能让全球陌生人大规模的、有效的进行协作，这也是对商业组织的一个创新。最后一点，基于这样一个公开透明的账本，所以它的信息披露和上市公司的信息披露有巨大的不同。理论上来说，或者技术上来说，基于区块链的商业应用是按照区块在披露信息的。任何一个区块数据被打包，实际上信息上链就已经不可篡改，可以追踪，不可篡改，并且全球任何人都能在区块链上查阅到它这个数据。 好的，我已经有点超时了，我的分享就到这里，谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢肖峰博士的精彩演讲。Thank you, Dr. Feng Xiao, for your insightful sharing. What a fabulous way to kickstart today's morning forum. 接下来，我们有请 Town Foundation 董事会成员 Steve Yun 先生上台演讲，主题是借助社交网络大规模谱及区块链。Next, ladies and gentlemen, let's give the floor to Mr. Steve Yun, Town Foundation board member, and the topic is leveraging social network for mass adoption of blockchain. 有请 let's welcome. Big round of applause, please.
早上好，
早上好，
谢谢您，Hashkey Group，Dr. Xiao Feng。
谢谢 HashKey 集团的肖博士。
Ton is a blockchain created for mass adoption.
Ton 是为大规模普及的创造了区块链。
2 years ago, Ton and Telegram have established an exclusive partnership to tackle 2 main issues in crypto.
2年前 ，Telegram 跟 Ton 创建了独家合作关系，来解决2个区块链世界的问题。
Lack of mass distribution channel and complex on-chain user experience.
没有分发渠道跟复杂的用户体验。
Since then, Telegram has rolled out Telegram Mini App Platform, a full native full-screen experience directly inside Telegram Messenger.
从那时起 ，Telegram 创建了小程序这种跨平台原生的全屏体验。
We integrated Ton-based wallet inside Telegram, enabling users to send and receive crypto, just like WeChat Pay.
Telegram 里内置整合了 Ton 的区块链钱包，使发送加密资产像在微信支付里发送金钱一样。
Ton Connect allows users to access blockchain-based services directly on Telegram Messenger.
Ton Connect 钱包连接器使 Ton 的开发者能够无缝链上连接 Telegram 小程序。
We continue to improve the accessibility of the mini apps. Now you can add shortcuts to your favorite mini app right in your home screen.
我们持续提升 Telegram 小程序的可进入性。现在你可以在手机的桌面上快捷方式进入到你的 Telegram 小程序。
We continue to improve the on-chain experience. We now plan to allow people to pay on-chain gas fees in Telegram stars, Telegram's in-app currency.
我们现在也在持续的提高用户的体验。现在你可以用 Telegram Star、Telegram 星星这种内置于 Telegram App 里的支付方式支付 gas fee。
We enable Telegram users to purchase cryptocurrencies using Apple Pay.
我们也可以使用苹果支付法币支付入金购买你熟悉的加密资产。
So we are making crypto as easy as texting.
我们使发送加密资产像发送聊天消息一样简单。
Since this infrastructure was rolled out, we also worked on distribution issue. Now, developers can place ads in targeted Telegram channels.
现在你可以使用 Telegram 去获取你的用户。
We also improved the discoverability of the mini apps. You can now find trending mini apps under the global search bar.
现在我们也提升了 Telegram 小程序的可发现性，你可以在 Telegram 的搜索栏搜索到最近火热的小程序。
Ton community has come up with creative ideas in making their applications go viral.
现在 Ton 的社群一直在持续的创建各种各样的病毒式传播的小程序。
Extremely simple, but very engaging play-to-earn mechanics, referral programs, and community-centric competitions.
非常简单的一些点击赚币的玩法还包括推荐你的好友可以裂变赚币。
For the first time in the history of crypto, such crypto mini apps were able to acquire 25 million users in 3 months. In some cases, over 200 million in 3 months of launch.
第一次在区块链历史当中，你可以在3个月之内获得3亿的用户。
Telegram launched Stories.
Telegram 的 Story 朋友圈。
So the Ton community started to leverage this real estate.
它可以刺激你和你的好友之间的社交竞争。
So there is a game, which is a shake to earn game. The more I shake, the bigger my banana becomes.
这是一个摇晃手机的小游戏。你摇晃的手机频率越高，你的水果就会变得越大。
It went quite viral, so I tried it twice and then I closed the app.
我玩了2次以后，我就离开这个小游戏了。
Later that night, one colleague of mine posted this in his Telegram.
结果过了几天之后，我的一位同事在他的 Telegram Story 朋友圈里头发布了，
Demonstrating his huge size of banana, 5 times bigger than mine.
结果他的水果比我的大5倍。
So you can leverage social dynamics inside Telegram social network to make your apps go viral and retain high retention rate.
所以你可以使用这样的方式去鼓励社交竞争，获得更高的产品留存率。
On Telegram and Ton, developers are experimenting with many different applications, from AI to meme coins and from e-commerce to dating.
现在 Telegram 的生态里头有各种各样的小程序了，有电商，有 AI， 有 meme coin 交易，也有陌生人社交。
The one trend is social trading.
一个最近的火热的热点是社交交易。
5 top trading bots on Telegram generate over 2 billion annualized revenue.
前5的交易机器人的年化收入在 Telegram 里面是超过20亿美金的。
In fact, at its very peak of the market, at the launch of Trump Coin, the annualized revenue reached $20 billion.
已经有超过有前5的交易机器人的年化收入超过20亿美金。
So this is a text-based interface, very advanced for sophisticated traders. How can they bring this trading tool to the mass audience?
这是基于文字的交易机器人，只是针对高端细分的用户的。那怎么它能获得更多的用户呢？
They can utilize Telegram mini app, powerful yet accessible interface.
他们可以使用更可视化的 Telegram 小程序，更强大、更友好的交互界面，同时满足新用户跟高级用户。
Advanced trading applications on Ton today generate over 70% of their trading volume through Telegram mini app over all other avenues.
在 Ton 生态里面，今天的永续合约协议的交易量70%来自 Telegram 小程序。
How can we make DeFi go even more viral?
怎么才能让 DeFi 也变得更加病毒式传播呢？
What is the most valuable asset in your social media account and your Telegram account?
在你的社交媒体或者 Telegram 账户中，最有价值的资产是什么呢？
It's your existing relationships of trust.
是你已经建立的一种信任的关系。
Your friends, your history, your interactions, your posts.
你的朋友、你的聊天记录、你的交互都是你的信任资产。
The next viral DeFi application must leverage the existing relationships of trust in the context of social media.
下一个病毒式传播的案例，它一定会借助 Telegram 里头已建立的信任关系。
No matter how much we explain to a first-time user how they should set up their trading strategy, they are unlikely to try it.
想象一下，如果你是刚刚进来的新用户，你怎么建立你的 crypto 交易的策略呢？
But what if we enable friends and families and traders and experts to create a link that can be embedded inside Telegram messages, where the recipient can click and to follow the same trading strategy?
如果你的朋友、你关注的交易家、你关注的专家，他们建立了一个在 Telegram 里头的交易策略，你会不会一键关注他们，并且跟随他们的交易策略呢？
On Telegram, there are platforms where one can view a list of trading strategies curated by people that you already trust. They can be content creators, friends, VCs, market makers, professionals, and retail alike.
在 Telegram 里头，你已经关注信任的你的朋友、交易员、 一些专家，你可以基于他们已建立的信任的社交关系，去复制他们的交易策略。
The same social strategy can be applied to on-chain farming.
同样的社交交易的策略可以应用于 DeFi 的应用。
By 2028, Ton Community's ambition is to empower 500 million users with Ton.
Ton 社区的目标是在2028年之前赋能5亿的 Telegram 用户。
As Telegram is projected to grow to 1.5 billion monthly active users by 2028, we are dedicated to transforming 1/3 of this user base.
Telegram 预计会在2028年获得15亿的全球月活跃用户，我们将转化其中的30%。
To accelerate this growth, in Ton Community, people are working on tokenizing a very valuable asset in our ecosystem, Telegram bonds.
这可能是今天最重磅的消息。为了加速这一进程 ，Telegram 的社群正在致力于在 Ton 的链上发布 Telegram 公司债券 RWA 资产。
Telegram bonds generate higher yield today than some other very popular yield-generating stablecoins. Yet they also come with important perks.
是的，今天 Telegram 的债券其实比很多很有名的稳定币的收益率还要高很多。
The details are to be confirmed and finalized in the coming months, but it may come with the perks to purchase a Telegram IPO at a discount.
更多的细节会在几个月之后公布给大家。
If it happens, if the Telegram IPO is to take place.
如果 Telegram 的上市发生了，
So this will open up the new era of RWA in Ton.
这将开启 Ton 区块链上的真实世界资产 RWA 的新时代。
So the best place you can build is on Ton.
所以 Ton 是最好的建设区块链的地方。
So we are inviting you to join our journey to mass adoption.
我们欢迎您一起跟我们加入大规模应用的旅程。
谢谢大家。
谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢 Ton 的团队，谢谢你们。Thank you, Ton, for the wonderful presentation. Please be seated. 接下来，我们有请 Solana Foundation 总裁 Lily Liu 女士上台演讲，主题是 Solana Shaping the Internet Capital Market. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next keynote speech. Let's welcome Lily Liu, President, Solana Foundation, to talk about the topic, the Internet Capital Market Shaping. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Lily.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Lily. I'm the president of the Solana Foundation. And a lot of people here, probably particularly in APAC, probably think about Solana as being the meme coin chain, the Mimi chain. And I would say in the last 4 or 5 years that I've been involved in Solana, I wouldn't say that's entirely true. When I first got involved, we were the DeFi chain, before we were the NFT chain, before we were the gaming chain, before we were the DePIN chain. You might remember that from about a year ago, the PayFi chain, stablecoin chain, payments chain, more recently the meme chain. If you sum all of that together, Solana is the everything chain. And I think that is what global financial infrastructure and what blockchains have always been here to do, to provide this unified global financial infrastructure in the same way that the internet unified 5.5 billion people's eyeballs and attention and time. What crypto is doing is providing this unified infrastructure to unify the wealth, the transactions, the financial pocketbooks of 5.5 billion people. And so the broader kind of concept here is really around internet capital markets. And so I wanted to walk through a couple of concepts here. This is what's next for Solana. And I think this is not just what's for Solana, but this is what is next for all of crypto, where we've been 15 years of kind of speculation during this infrastructure building period. But in my mind, this has always been about making the fullest range of financial assets and ways to use those assets available to the greatest number of people. That's what we call internet capital markets. All right, so the most important problems today, I think, can be solved through a combination of tech and policy. And well, one of the large problems that we're facing today is that today's capital markets don't actually work for everyone. So to quote Larry Fink, who is chairman CEO of the largest asset manager in the world, BlackRock, everyone is anxious about the economy. Everyone is anxious about capital markets. I would say particularly even more so after the last 48 to 72 hours. I hear from nearly every client, nearly every leader, nearly every person I talk to, they're more anxious about the economy than any time in recent memory. I understand why. We have lived through moments like this before. Somehow in the long run, we figure things out. Well, okay, let's talk about the anxiety and let's talk about the long run. It might have been true in the past that in the long run everything gets figured out, but if you actually look at what's been happening, let's talk about some trends over the last 50 years. And let's talk about America first, because America is the largest capital market, and when you talk about different types of assets, many of them do originate from the United States. So let's just focus on the US for a second. 27% of Americans believe the American dream, defined as the belief that hard work leads to success, still holds true, which is just in 15 years, it declined by half. All right, so is this still going to figure itself out in the long run? Well, now let's talk about labor and capital as well. It's a common framework for 100 years that there's a trade-off between labor and capital, the two factors of production. 50 years ago, this is another way to characterize the access to the American dream. It took 25 hours of labor to be able to buy one share of the S&P 500. If you fast forward 50 years later, what does it take now? 195 hours of work to buy one share of the S&P 500. What this means is that the accessibility of capital, the returns to capital, and then the returns to labor have been diverging for quite some time. So of course, slowly, but then all of a sudden. And what you see is that chart has gone up and to the right, not in a great way. Then what's been happening to capital markets at the same time is, well, let's
I
hear from...
have always believed, and I'm not the only one, there's an assortment of other people in our industry, that being public is great for companies. It raises the bar in terms of their performance. It causes them to I think, achieve more than they would otherwise. So I think it's very positive for our ecosystem. I also think it's positive for the U.S. financial markets, for companies to feel comfortable coming public sooner. You will hear the SEC and others worried that mom and pop investors don't have exposure to these names or don't have exposure to these trends or to these companies. And the more that they don't go public into their $1 billion, a lot of those gains will be gone. But people will miss out on this. So I don't think it's healthy. Now,
all right, so what is Bill Gurley, one of the most successful venture capitalists in Silicon Valley and by extension the world, what is he saying? So it used to be that innovation, tech, was accessible to retail markets because it would go public sooner in life. And what happened in corporate life, and then what happened is now it's frequent that some of the most promising companies will not go public for 10 years. And what that means is all of the upside from that innovation, from that growth, is being absorbed by private markets. And so what you've got is a situation where it's 8x the labor input in order to have access to capital markets, and capital markets are staying private for longer, and the access to that is a rarefied group of investors. All right, so another way to characterize this is it's gone up 8x, and you would have to be making $240 an hour if your wages were to kept up with S&P 500. And so what you see is this divergence between capital and labor and the inaccessibility of capital markets to labor. Another way of saying this is that as gains have been privatized through public company or private companies staying private for longer, staying away from public markets for longer. And then what we saw starting in 2008, which also prompted, I would say, probably the invention and the distribution of Bitcoin, is the idea is that losses are socialized. And so what you've seen in terms of losses being socialized is, the national debt in the United States has gone up by 800 times. And who is paying for that? Taxpayers are paying for that. Increase in interest, the cost of debt, up 560x. GDP has also grown, but nowhere close to the extent in order to keep this debt flywheel going and to be sustainable. So what you've got is access to capital being concentrated further and further into the hands of the few, and the losses or the gains are being privatized, and the losses are being spread out over the general taxpayer base. And so there's so many different ways that this fundamental problem, has been addressed, admired, and it's also really sort of played out in sometimes unpleasant ways in the public square. So you're probably familiar with a lot of the discussions around UBI. That's something that has been talked about really a lot in Silicon Valley. And that's been perpetuated as well, the discussions around AI, which is to say that as labor becomes further and further disadvantaged, particularly with AI becoming more intelligent, more capable than any average human being, then we've got to have a fixed compensation for humans to continue and perpetuating humanity. So that's one universal basic income. That's one way you could go about it. What I think is interesting about crypto is it proposes a different concept, which is community-based capitalism. Instead of universal-based income, which is essentially welfare economy, instead perpetuate something around an ownership economy, which is what crypto has really given us from the beginning, which is instead of UBI, UBO, universal basic opportunity. And so as one example of this is there's, in Alaska, there's basically a town, and as a resident, you don't get a fixed income from that community, but rather if the community does well, fishing season goes well, so on and so forth. As a resident, you get a cut of the upsides of that community, and as a result, everyone is more incentivized to actually contribute to that community. This can be effective at a local scale. All right, so but back to the capital markets type of topic. So let's talk about the demand side and the supply side for greater participation in global capital markets. Let's talk about the demand side first on the investor side. So, again, private markets are increasingly private. If you look down to the right, the tech IPOs in the early days, there was a lot that went public. Obviously, not all of it succeeded, but really the accessibility of tech IPOs has gone down and to the right. And meanwhile, tech has become the greatest driver of wealth, innovation, diplomacy, and all the things that are downstream of that. And its accessibility has only decreased over time. And at the same time, the IPO backlog is very real. And if it's not going through the front door, then what we saw, for example, in 2020, 2021, is a lot of this demand for public access to capital markets for this to actually just go through SPACs and other means to kind of go through the side door. So the demand is here. And at the same time, demand for public market products, right, for stocks is enormous. And this is one of the reasons why the Mag 7 biggest US tech stocks are something like now over a third of the S&P 500. That might have changed over the last couple of days, but that has been the overarching trend over the last number of years, really last decade. And why is that? Well, because there's a lot of interest, demand for high growth, aspirational, kind of tech-driven innovation, and all of that is being concentrated in the top 7 public stocks, and when there's quite a number of other companies that are staying private for 10 years. But there is one exception, and the one exception is here in crypto. One way to look at it is that it is unfettered access to a public market, and so many of us sometimes wonder, why is it that these assets, for example, a meme coin that has no value, explicitly no value, but has all this price generation, how can that be? One way to think about it is you have all of this pent-up demand for investable upside assets that has nowhere else to go. And if this is the picture in the United States, which is the largest, deepest, most accessible capital market, what does this picture look like in the rest of the world? And I think we know the answer to that. All right, and increasingly, there's supposed to be this convertibility between labor and capital. And we talked about how labor has gotten priced out of capital markets, but it's not just a matter of price either. It's also just a matter of regulation. For those of us that have been in the US tech scene before, there's an incredible amount of work in the background just to be able to even pay employees with stock options or some form of equity upside. And so one part of it is just the market dynamics around it, but there's also quite a bit of regulation that has disadvantaged labor in access to capital markets. Now, enter crypto. What we see on the left side here is some paperwork some of us might be familiar with. HSBC, that's how, if you want to get access to cash in a bank account. And then in the middle, if you want to be buying T-bills, well, you might have to hire someone to fill out the form, manage this, maintain all of those accounts for you. Alternatively, anyone can download a Phantom wallet or pick your wallet and immediately have access to all of the assets that are potentially available through blockchain on the internet. And we go from HSBC, go from kind of these very official-looking websites to really just a Chrome browser that has cute logo of a ghost at the top of it, and a mix of from your L1 assets to your stablecoin assets to money market funds, tokenized products, RWAs. That some folks have been talking about as well. And yes, some meme coins as well. Full range of assets accessible to anyone with an internet connection. And bearer assets, these things are not new. They've been demanded. This is actually, I think how most assets have been created and distributed over time. And it's just that over time, as everything became digitized and we didn't actually have self-custody until crypto, what that's meant is over the last 15 to 20 years, slowly but surely, we're now living in a digital world where nobody owns anything. And this is one of the things that crypto brings back for us, the ability to really self-custody, meaning return to the world of bearer assets. And lastly, I just want to point out that alternative assets as well are also no longer sort of only the province of the few. This is probably one of the greatest areas of asset distribution and potential growth in blockchain, access to this asset class of alternatives. And so that's just to articulate a few things on the demand side of why internet capital markets is for us, and I think really for all of blockchain, a big direction. Now let's talk about the supply side for issuers. I think many people here maybe come from a traditional finance background. If you've ever tried to do an IPO or participate in an IPO, the company has to spend between $10 and $20 million, largely on lawyers and bankers, in order to access public capital markets. That's to file an S1, and that is a huge barrier. Right? If you think about what amount of capital I have to raise in order to make that profitable, I mean, you're looking at $50, $100 million fundraise just to make it even worth your time to do this. And there's also quite a bit of new competition with the NYSEs and the NASDAQs of the world. So for example, Texas, trying to build a new financial center. Europe, you've got all of the European capitals have typically their own exchanges. Each of them are fighting for distribution and fighting for a place to kind of be the listing place for these capital markets. But you know what's larger than all of these? And what has larger distribution than all of these? It is cryptocurrency. And so there's existing sets of regulations. This is in the U.S. context for the various ways that these securities can be created, issued to potential buyers. In the near term, what's actually very possible in the near term, CoinList, for example, has been doing this for years, is to wrap around these existing regulations and make existing securities available to a broad audience. This is very doable today on the supply side. And lastly, this is something that is not entirely new to be able to do a direct listing. This has been going on with sort of very well-known tech companies for quite a while now. For example, Coinbase, for example, Spotify, those that have huge distribution. What's not been accessible is for those companies that are not the household names after 10 years. It's very difficult for them to do a direct listing, but with crypto, the audience that the distribution of attention and also access to capital that we have on chain today, this now becomes available to small and medium businesses. So the end state here is here in crypto have been for 15 years highly on the speculative end of the spectrum in terms of ICOs and NFTs and DeFi and meme coins. And I think as our industry grows up, what we're going to be doing is moving to the middle of the risk spectrum and moving into assets that have value, can also command price, and also bring more inclusivity around the world, 5.5 billion people on the internet, into capital markets. And this is where crypto is going, right? Capital markets become a feature. Everyone becomes a trader. Every app is a finance app, and anything can be a financial asset. And that is what we are building starting here in 2025, Internet Capital Markets on Solana. Thanks.
Thank you, Lily, for in-depth sharing on the topic, shaping the internet capital market. Thank you very much. 感谢 Lily 的精彩演讲。接下来，我们有请 OKX 总裁 Hong 女士上台演讲，主题是 Learning to Lead Responsibly in Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Hong, President of OKX, to the stage. The topic is Learning to Lead Responsibly in Innovation. A big round of applause to welcome Hong.
Good morning. It's my great pleasure to be here again. It's always good to see a lot of people and obviously hearing very insightful sharing from the other speakers. I want to share a little bit of our experience at OKX. We have been around in the industry collectively for more than 10 years. I think we take pride in what we have been building in both CeFi side as well as Web3 wallet infrastructure. And along the way, we've have bumps. We've learned in hard way. And I want to share a little bit here how we are thinking about being a responsible innovator in this space, because after all, we are here to build for a better future. As we all know, technology can be disruptive, but sometimes we also end up making mistakes. And how can we collectively, as a community, find a better way to innovate and create value in a positive way? I'm not going to spend much time on OKX because I think hopefully most of you know what we have been doing. We have a CeFi business. And over the last few years, we've been investing very heavily in building a regulated CeFi business in multiple jurisdictions, getting licenses. And in parallel, we've been also investing in our Web3 wallet infrastructure and take pride in the strength of the wallet in the community. When it comes to building in a very responsible way, I think the most important thing to start with is mindset. At OKX, we sponsor McLaren. We also sponsor Man City. Luckily, these two, in their own games, are champions of what they do. The games that they play are what we call a finite game, where they play every game. They want to be champion in every game, in every season. And if they win, someone else loses, right, in that specific game. When it comes to the business and the industry that we are in, we would like to think of ourselves playing a different game. We think that we are playing an infinite game, whereby we're not looking for being number one this year or being number one in a particular market or making money in a particular month or year. We want to be in the game for the long run. We want to be able to contribute to building the infrastructure, to building for a better future, to contribute in a positive way. And we have to think about it long term. And that time frame makes a difference, because every decision that we make, either as an industry or as an individual or as an organization, it's always a risk-based decision. It's always a risk-return analysis. And in order to really quantify the risk and return, you always have to have a time frame. And for us, we have to think about it from a long-term perspective. How do we actually make sure that we stay in the game? How do we make sure that we have sustainable growth? How do we make sure that when we build our product, when we build our team, it's not just for this year, it's not just for 2 years or 3 years, it's actually long-term sustainable. That's a very important mindset for our Web3 wallet. Our team has been actually investing in the wallet infrastructure for, I would say, 5 years. Even before we bring the wallet to the market, the team has been investing in understanding different protocols, building the security, making sure that we have a strong talent pool available to sustain that building efforts. And that takes us more than 3 years, 3 to 5 years time frame for us to get our wallet to where we are right now. And when we look at what we are going to do for the next few years, again, it's not about how can we actually make sure that our wallet is number one for this particular year. There are gives and takes and risk return, risk-based decisions that we have to make. Sometimes we have to roll back certain things in order for us to build a more sustainable foundation for the next few years to come. The second piece is about governance. I think we all talk about Web3 being different from TradFi. But from our experience, there's actually something similar between TradFi and Web3. The key word is governance. The value of Web3, we believe, is really to use technology to ensure that there is checks and balance in place. For example, if you think about Bitcoin as the largest cap crypto right now in the space, what makes it different from the other crypto chains and what it makes it different from the traditional assets is that it's actually public. It has different stakeholders that have checks and balance upon each other. It's open source code, so everyone can see it. And having checks and balance in place, having options, giving people options is very important to keep the large players in the right place and make the right decision. So we believe that governance is really important. So as we think about projects, public chain projects that is out there, when we evaluate, for example, different assets for listing, we also look at governance. We want to see if the project has proper governance in place. If we feel like there's less risk for fraud, right? That's important. When it comes to CeFi investment, again, also, because we are a centralized platform on the other side of our house, and we believe that in order for us to be a responsible player for our customers, it's important to have checks and balance in place. Internally, we have to have 3 lines of defense. The first line of defense, who is doing and executing and managing risk on their own. And then second line, we would have to have compliance and risk team who actually help us check and keep us honest. And obviously, we will have internal audit who, again, keep the first line and second line honest. The reason that we are also making a point of making investment in licenses is also because having a regulator alongside us is also a way for us to keep honest, because we have someone to answer to, in addition to internally our internal structure as well as to our customers. There is a regulator who we need to answer to. So it's important to have that checks and balance in place to make sure that we make the right decision. Another part of having a governance in place is related to transparency. It's actually all related. So if you remember when FTX happened, the whole industry had a very significant setback. But I think it also created the opportunity for us, the industry stakeholders, to really reflect on what we need to do. In Web3, we advocate transparency on-chain, right? But how do we make sure that, number one, for the CeFi players, do we actually also have transparency? How do we leverage on-chain technology to provide that checks and balance, to make sure that people can actually verify instead of just blindly trust? And that's how we started doing proof of reserve, and we have been doing it for 29 months straight. And I think it's important because it's an important mechanism to give the community ways to verify, to keep the platform on toe. And also, honestly, I think it's for our industry players, it's important for us as industry stakeholders to educate our community in general that they should verify. They should take steps to verify what other people are saying, what the projects are saying, even what the protocol is doing. And acknowledging that not everyone have the technology sophistication to verify all the technical coding elements, then it's also up to our industry players to figure out how we can develop tools to help people who does not have that technical sophistication to verify properly. And I think it all fits into the infrastructure. So as a result, on Web3 side, from a wallet perspective, we also want to make sure that we provide our customers, our users, wallet users, ways to verify, right? We offer enough, as much information as possible for them to check news, to check suspicious wallet addresses. We try to put tags on suspicious wallet addresses. We also are doing a lot of blacklisting as well in the background, sharing with industry players, identifying bad players, and try to put that on chain as well for people to see, and ultimately develop tools for people to use. And I think the habit of not taking people's words at face value, do not blindly trust, but develop ways to verify, and develop force functions to verify is a very important piece to keep the industry in a positive and constructive way and keep innovation responsible. Number 4, what we've learned is framework is very important. I think the previous speakers, quite a few previous speakers talk about the framework, why Web3 is important, for example, how to think about different types of tokens, why does the Web3 industry is bringing value, why meme coin is popular. I think that framework of understanding is very important. It starts with understanding customers, understanding what we are operating in, understanding the key pain points, and then what is the right solution that we need to build. So from our perspective, when we build our product, we view ourselves as infrastructure player. If we think about the overall Web3 industry, there are layer 1 and layer 2s. There are stable coins. These are all important infrastructure that is taking place. We believe that CeFi exchanges and wallet infrastructure is the other part of the infrastructure that will make it important for adoption, for making sure that a healthy market infrastructure is in place. And that's also why when we think about what product and team that we need to put in place, for the CeFi piece, it's important to understand for us that the CeFi platforms, as big platforms, intermediate platforms, we have responsibility to our customers. We have responsibility, as I mentioned, to put ourselves under checks and balances and subject ourselves to regulatory scrutiny. As a result, we need to build our CeFi product in the way that TradFi product does. On the other hand, when it comes to Web3 wallet, we look at different assets available out there, different chains out in the industry, and we believe that there are actually three key things that we as a infrastructure player need to offer. One is security, because when we think about serving the customers, different people come into Web3 for different reasons, either for payments, as Dr. Wenxiang said, there's payment tokens, there are utility tokens, there are security tokens, there are value preservation tokens, there are meme tokens. But the underlying unifying theme is that people are looking for one way or the other to either store their value or create more value or transfer their value. And whenever it comes to value, security is the utmost is of the utmost importance for people. And that's why when we think about what we want to invest on and focus on investing, security is always the top on our list. The second piece is interruptibility, because again, we understand that our industry is very early, so there are a lot of builders out there building different layer 1 chains or layer 2 chains. So how do we make sure that when we build our wallet as well as our CeFi product, how do we make sure that we ensure the utmost interruptibility so that customers don't have to worry about the technicality behind the codes. They can just go ahead and use what they want to use it for, and we take care of the interruptibility for them. And another big part is, again, convenience of using, usability. That's why I think when we look at the fundamental framework that we need to build on the wallet side, security, interruptibility, and usability is the three things that we focus on the most. On the CeFi side, we focus the most on compliance and risk infrastructure, and again, using our fundamental framework to understand what actually regulators are looking for, what's the fundamental reason that they're asking for certain things, which is generally consumer protection, and how do we actually identify bad guys in a good way, in an effective and scalable way, and help our customers protect themselves. So those are all fundamental understanding I think are important for us to be effective builder in what we do. I'll be very quick with this one, given time constraint here. Knowledge. On a philosophical level, I know that there's always debate about whether we have open source code or closed source private codes. We are a big believer in open source, and that's when it comes to public chain. A lot of the Bitcoin, if you see Bitcoin as the largest layer 1 protocol, it is open source, and it leverage on a lot of the shared consciousness, if you will, in the developer community and the different stakeholders to really develop and push. But that's only one part of it. The other part that we as an organization has been going through over the last few years actually is on the CeFi side, where when we start thinking about our platform and our team, we think ourselves as engineers and technology innovators, right? We want to innovate. We want to be fast. We want to come up with new interesting, fancy ideas or product to serve the community and address problems. But last few years, we also realized that, as we develop our CeFi product, there's also a major responsibility as a centralized platform that we have to take. And there are, as I mentioned, there are best practices from the TradFi industry that we should learn from. So that is a process for us as an organization to really learn, and for our team from the TradFi place who knows how to, put in the best practice of compliance and risk and corporate governance structure in place, and our best-in-class engineer and product team, for them to understand each other, understand why certain product we're building, why we're doing certain things, and how should we actually address certain risks in the organization, in the infrastructure, to build sustainably. And most interestingly, I think recently we're also seeing some of those going into Web3 as well. Because as we look at Web3, as we look at Web3 wallet, self-custody wallet, the other question that we are also thinking is, where do we need to actually translate some of those shared consciousness of proper risk management into a self-custody world? When we look at different projects, where do we actually look for those type of awareness of the previous checks and balances and governance that we talked about? And when we build our wallet infrastructure, where do we start and where do we stop in putting some of those risk management mechanisms in place? What type of risk tools, what type of awareness we should actually push to our customers to make sure when they manage their own self-custody wallet, they actually have tools to help them understand the risks out there, because whether it's TradFi or Web3, human nature is human nature. They're always bad guys. How do we help our customers manage those risks out there when they manage their own self-custody wallet? Are there any happy medium? So that is always an important piece. I think it's kind of evolving. We're still developing our knowledge, and I think we'll continue to develop and evolve our product on that basis. And last but not least, I think this is all why we are all here, because ultimately, to be an advocate for responsible innovator, ultimately the key word is still innovation. We still need to trust technology and vote for technology and use technology to drive governance, drive better checks and balances, drive better framework building. And that's also why we have been very proudly investing in multiple technology framework internally, both on the CeFi side with our proof of reserve infrastructure that we have been continuing to iterate over the last 29 months, but also in our CeFi compliance and risk framework, also heavily relying on technology and infrastructure, both in-house AI capabilities as well as third-party tools to make sure that how can we increase the effectiveness of catching the risk factors and blocking the bad guys outside our ecosystem, at the same time reducing the false positive rate. And I think the same applies for Web3, but in a different way. How do we actually continue to develop understanding of that risk management, and ultimately be able to help the whole Web3 ecosystem developers when we develop and when different projects develop community, make sure that those are built, the governance mechanism are actually built into the system. Because ultimately, if we trust that protocol does not lie to people, math does not lie to people, how can we make sure that we have the right protocol in place? I think that will be a particularly acute problem when you have AI and crypto combined. The previous speaker talked about having crypto in one hand. I think Dr. Xiaofeng mentioned that, right? The trend is probably having crypto in one hand and having AI on the other hand, in your other hand. But when you let protocol, when you let machine do a lot more for us as human beings, how do we make sure that whatever is built into the protocol actually reflects the best practice understanding? But you use technology to implement our understanding. That is an important part of our lessons. Again, these are small lessons that we have been learning along our own journey. And I don't think we are there yet. We're still, students in classroom, if you will. And we look forward to also communicating and sharing the knowledge with the community, and also learning from a lot of the builders and practitioners in this space. So hopefully we can build a more sustainable and constructive infrastructure that can ultimately replace the current infrastructure and bring value to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Hong, for the informative sharing, and thank you so much for providing a fundamental understanding on the topic for us. 接下来，我们有请 GMGN 联合创始人 Hayes 上台演讲。Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next keynote speaker, co-founder of GMGN. A big round of applause, please. 有请。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hayes， 来自 GMGN。GMGN 是一款 meme coin 的交易产品。然后这一个周期的话，我相信很多人知道或者有用过。然后今天我给大家演讲的题目就是关于 GMGN 为什么会出现这样一款产品，以及我们这一款产品主要是做什么的。GMGN 其实是为解决一个痛点吧，就快。为什么会产生这样的痛点？接下来我会给大家解释一下。那我觉得meme coin 的交易的话，主要在 整个的链上来说，如果你很慢的话，其实是会有问题的。对，所以对于年轻人来说，他们喜欢交易 meme coin，那么他们就需要一款快的产品去解决他们的痛点。首先我们可以看看这个 meme coin 吧。meme coin 我觉得总结起来的话，很多人都会问 meme coin 有什么样的一个价值，然后我会在这里分3个板块去说。就第一个，我觉得是一个信息与资产的分发的一个价值，我觉得它比传统的新闻更快。为什么呢？因为它跟钱有关系。为什么它跟钱有关系？如果大家自己交易 meme coin 的话，会发现有很多的热点的事件其实是会通过 meme coin 发行出来。比如说一个大家都熟悉的一个热点事件吧，就比如说 Trump 中枪的时候，他会说 fight， 然后马上 meme coin 就会发一个叫 fight 的代币出来。这个比传统新闻还要更快，因为大家需要去快速的去交易它。所以我觉得 meme coin， 大家很多人觉得它可能像之前Dogecoin 和 Shiba Coin， 它会有一个表情包或者一个社区。其实现在的 meme coin 它更多像一个信息的一个分发的一个方式。就全球的很多的热点事件都会通过 meme coin 的方式去发行出来。这个我觉得它是一个信息与资产的分发的一个方式。第二个，我觉得它是会有一些文化共识的，比如说我们很了解的那个WIF Doge。我觉得他们都是会有一些文化属性，并且在整个的社区里面会有一个很强的一个共识。另外一个，我觉得就是一个注意力的变现。这个你在交易 meme coin 的时候，其实应该知道，当你去早期买入一个热点的一个事件的一个代币，当社区传播它，并且开始更多的人知道它、买入它的时候，你在早期进入，你就有可能在 meme coin 上赚到钱。对，然后 meme coin 的市场的爆发其实是在Palm Fund 出来之后，因为什么呢？因为 Palm Fund 解决了一个资产统一的一个发行标准。为什么统一发行标准很重要？是因为统一了标准，才会有一个更高效的资产分发方式出现。这就像秦始皇统一度量衡一样，他把资产和资金的流动统一起来，就会让它的流通变得很高效。所以 Palm Fund 从2024年1月份上线至今，已经发行了890万个代币。这个在 meme coin 之前，区块链这么多年，其实没有说在1年里面可以发行这么多的这个资产出来。那么 GMGN 作为 meme coin 交易最大的一个平台，其实我们在2023年5月份开始创立，然后在2024年11月份的时候，我们的数据迎来了一个比较大的一个爆发。然后可以看到我的曲线图就是非常的明显，我们的网站流量月流量有1400万，然后我们每一天的交易笔数有60万次。那交易 meme coin 的人是谁？然后谁在使用 GMGN 呢？其实使用 GMGN 的人很多就不再是这个稍微年长一点的人士，更多的是年轻人。其实，在我们跟很多用户交流的时候，大部分的用户都是00后。就20岁出头，然后非常有精力，然后非常有活力的一批人。那这一批人其实他们都是加密货币新的交易者。很多人说加密货币有没有新的流量，能不能破圈？其实如果你在更多的去了解 meme coin 的话，你会发现新鲜的血液和年轻的人，他们都在玩 meme coin， 而不再玩我们以前的 DeFi、Ethereum 这些东西。那像这一些 Z 世代的年轻人的话，我觉得通过我们的了解，其实大部分的人就是30岁以下了，20来岁的样子。另外，他们很多人从来都没有买过股票，对他们直接一进来就买 meme coin， 他没有传统的买股票的经验。那没有买股票经验，其实就是说没有受到巴菲特的一些这个教育，长期价值财报什么什么七七八八其他的东西。那更多他们是喜欢以小博大的形式去交易。那么观念的转变其实是非常明显的，因为他们只有一句话，他说比特币和以太坊太贵了，对吧？涨幅不够。那我是年轻人，我可以承担风险，对，所以我要玩 meme coin。这是 Z 世代的年轻人他们的价值主张和投资观念的转变。那可以看到我的这个图表左右两边的对比是非常明显。就传统的投资者，比如说像我这一代，对80后，那更多的人就会说研究白皮书、长期的投资、价值主义技术创新。这个在我刚进圈的时候是这样的，我会进每个 Telegram 跟很多founder去聊，你的技术怎么落地，你能不能跟我讲一讲？ 但是现在可能很多做价值投资和做项目的人会碰到一个烦恼：为什么没有人跟我讨论我的白皮书了？很多人跟我讨论我的经济模型和币价，是因为这个新的投资群体变了，他不跟你讨论这些，他跟你讨论别的。对，你的社交信号、你的趋势周期、你的社区文化、你的文化共鸣。那在这个基础上就有很多痛点的改变，就是传统的链上交易已经不满足他们了，因为他们觉得交易太慢了，我不是来接盘的，对，我想这个抢筹，我想更公平的拿到早期的筹码，我不要跟 VC 跟投资机构去拿了，我要自己在链上打。所以在这样的一个痛点的改变的情况下，速度对于获取代币的重要性变得非常的关键。对，那 meme coin 其实大家是觉得它是相对公平的，因为链上筹码很公开。那么年轻的投资者呢，没有办法忍受链上的慢，这我也看截图，就是在微信群里面，很多年轻人说啊太慢了，我塞的太慢了，怪我这个东西太慢，这个 swap 太慢了。那我们看到这样的一个情况的时候，其实我觉得，那 GMGN 去解决他们痛点，就是在这个周期应运而生的一个产品。那 GMGN 在解决这个痛点中间呢，我们觉得就把握一个原则吧，就是 meme 交易的话，我觉得秒级的差距就决定了一个成败。这里有一句话比较粗俗，但是我觉得是社区里的一个共识，对，就是这个快人1秒吃肉，慢人1秒吃屎啊，类似于这个用户追求链上交易的本质。对，那 GMGN 解决的4块的话，我觉得第一个快速发现，怎么快速发现好的资产，怎么快速的去决策可以买入，然后怎么样去快速的操作，就是比别人在操作的时候更快。另外就是快速执行，怎么塞的比别人更快，塞就是买入的意思，这是我们社区的用语。对，那我们首先做的第一件事情，我们叫扫链3蓝。扫链3蓝是 meme coin 产品设计里面，我觉得是一个社区定义出来的一个专有的名词。在链上交易之前，在 meme coin 链上交易之前，没有哪个产品有个东西叫扫链3蓝的。对，那这个扫链3蓝主要是为了干嘛？为了监控链上发行的新资产。就只要在链上发行的新资产，马上就推送给你，就像刷抖音的短视频一样，只要创作者把视频发送出来，马上就可以推送给你。然后我们做到1秒，就1秒钟直接从链上推到你的面前，所以我们叫扫链3蓝，做到的就是实时的一个发现，然后秒级的一个推送。那我这里有一个这个动画吧。对，然后这个动画我觉得是可以让大家比较直观的能够感受到什么叫秒级的一个推送。对，这是我们的扫链3蓝，然后我会把它放大，然后大家可以看到这个动画它会噼里啪啦的不断的在滚动，然后每一个滚动的资产的话就是1秒钟。对，然后在资产发现之后，我们解决用户另外一个问题，就是一个交易决策的问题。交易决策问题，其实链上的很多的人他知道筹码和数据是公开透明的，但是你怎么样把这些东西变成用户看得懂的东西，给用户一个价值的一个发现，其实是很重要的。所以我们在这家公司之前，我们其实一直在做链上的数据，我们做了4年的时间，然后去把全网的数据给扒了下来。那我们做的很多东西，就4年前我们做了一件事情，把链上的地址和推特打通。就我在玩 DeFi 的时候，我发现很多人喜欢去监控一个地址，但这个地址背后是谁，然后这个地址到底是一个什么样的人，其实是不知道的。而地址是一串数字，它是比较抽象的一种东西。对，那我就算看了地址，那这个人我不知道是谁，其实对于我来说没有具体的一个感知，也没有决策的一个感知力。所以我们做的第一件事情就是把地址和推特把它打通。这个推特的名字背后的地址是什么？它到底赚不赚钱？它在玩什么？我们把这件事情给解决。所以现在如果你玩命币的话，会发现说，哎，谁谁谁是大 V， 谁谁谁是车头，然后他的地址、他的推特是什么，我都知道。这件事情 GMGN 4年前就已经做完了。那在2024年的时候，我们又首创了一个叫老鼠仓的功能。就老鼠仓这个功能，我觉得大家在 CEX 里面交易的时候，经常说谁谁谁上币了啊，老鼠仓。其实 CEX 他自己说我都不知道是老鼠仓，你凭什么说我是老鼠仓？但为什么会有这样的意义？就是因为在于 CEX 的数据不透明，而链上的数据是透明的，是不是老鼠仓？大家标出来看一看。所以我们在2024年的时候就去做了一个叫老鼠仓的功能。那这个功能推出的时候，其实非常受到社区的欢迎。大家说，哎，我终于知道谁是谁的地址是老鼠仓了。然后发现以后直接挂到推特上去骂他。 对，然后这个功能我觉得是一个数据透明一个最好的一个表现，就是让交易变得更公平，让决策变得更加的理性。那在之后，我们就不断去丰富数据的一些维度。那比如说钻石手、直手，对我想看看哪个地址拿个币一直不卖的，比如说我拿1年、2年，那这个人是钻石手，对吧？平常很多人都说啊，我有很多比特币，我是钻石手，但现在我在链上把你标出来，所有人都知道你是钻石手。那有些人说啊，我从来没有卖过币，但是你的链上地址一直在卖币，我就把你标注为直手。所以这个时候，你哪怕说自己不是直手，但是你的地址是明明白白的，所有人都知道。对，然后我们还有盈亏分析，还有代币来源。代币来源就比如说，你从哪个交易所转了一个代币过来，你偷偷的发个代币，然后去割韭菜，然后我可以抓到你，我说，哎，你从 CAX 转币出来了，你在发盘，你在割韭菜。所以这样的一个数据的打造，我们花了4年的时间，然后让更多的用户能够清晰的知道，他在链上交易的时候，他到底处于什么位置。其实玩得好的，我社区用户每一个盘子在他眼里相对是透明的。其实研究数据地址和链上数据，相当于炒股票研究财报、研究其他的基本面的东西是一样的。所以可以看到这张图，这是我们的数据的页面。所以可以看到有非常多的数据地址，然后叫什么名字、什么地址，然后背后有个钻石标签的是钻石手，有个小鱼干标签的代表这个地址是分发地址，就是这个筹码是他一个地址买了大量的，然后分发给了很多小号，我们这个叫捆绑地址啊，小鱼干啊叫捆绑地址。然后有一些，比如说中间怎么有一个英文名啊，叫 DNF， 这个是因为它跟推特联通啊，所以我知道他是一个大 V， 他叫什么名字，我还可以给他备注。那后面上面的横幅有很多 KL 啊、VC 啊，这是我们自己抓的分类，聪明钱、新钱包、开发者、老鼠仓、钓鱼钱包，全部给你标出来。所以你在链上交易的时候，只要用 GMGN， 所有的数据都是透明的，啊，给你一个相对公平的一个环境。那我们还做了一件事情，就是我们去追求用户怎么样快速的去操作、去交易。其实很多的，这可能从做产品上面会比较体会，就是说啊，怎么样让用户能够更快的去交易。其实我们是花了很多的一些数字去体验，比如说我们有500个种子用户，不断给我们反馈一些建议，我们至今为止收集到4000条的用户的反馈。另外就是有个35万美金的亏损，这个是我自己在用产品的时候亏的。就我纯粹是在链上这个玩 meme coin， 我自己亏出来的钱，所以我是花钱买到一些认知。那另外我们就形成了一个3点一线的一个操作的一个界面，就左边地址监控，中间 K 线，右边买卖。只要你熟悉了这一套，从左点，中间看，右边买，形成一个3点一线的一个肌肉记忆。为了是什么？让大家买入的时候更快，更方便。然后你熟悉了以后，闭着眼你也能买。那另外我们做的另外一件事叫做快速执行。快速执行，我这里有个0.58秒，然后这个是索拉尔上我们的交易速度，索拉尔的出快速度是400毫秒，也就是0.4。然后我们这交易，我们在上链出快结束只花0.58秒。我这里做了一个视频对比，然后这个视频对比的话，其实左边是我们的移动端，然后右边是一个传统的钱包，然后大家可以看一下。现在的 meme coin 交易者追求的交易速度和传统的钱包的交易速度到底有什么样的区别？可以看到这个交易速度就是我们这边0.58秒已经买完了，传统的钱包还在上链还在转，然后2秒3才买入。如果你跟 GMGN 的用户在同一时段交易 ，GMGN 用户已经买入2秒了，你才刚刚买入。对吧？速度决定的就是你的筹码的优势和你价格的优势。对，那我们不仅有速度，我们还有年轻人的社区。我刚才也说这一世代年轻人的话，其实开始通过注意力变现他的经济，也就交易meme币、交易热点。那同时呢，我们也有很独特的社区的语言文化，这个是年轻人的语言文化。我不知道在座的有没有人知道？比如说，你知道什么叫交给？知道什么叫盖帽？知不知道什么叫固定？如果你不知道，那可能这个周期你有点落伍，对，所以大家可以去知道这个交给的意思就是我买入了以后，你买入，我把筹码卖给你，这个叫交给。盖帽叫我买入以后，币价一直往下跌，就像打篮球一样，把篮球盖掉了，就叫盖帽。固定就是发现一个 代币地址，但是不知道是谁的。那川普突然说这是我的，所以我把他的代币地址固定了。这个是属于 meme coin Z 世代年轻人的一些社区文化。那社交行为其实也开始发现了一些转变。那比如说，现在 Z 世代年轻人发现 CA、复制 CA 和转发 CA， 其实替代了他们的点赞、评论、转发。他们更多的在区块链的世界里面，通过找代币、转发代币、传播代币，去代替了他在刷短视频时候的一些行为。当然，为什么他要这样做？因为他有经济的一些收益。所以我们这样的一个社区，大家给它名字叫 P 小将。那所以我刚才讲了这么多，就你又追求速度，然后你又 P 小将，你又文化，对吧？那你讲这么多，这些人到底挣不挣钱？对，他到底挣多少钱？meme coin 到底有没有人在挣钱？我知道很多人会有这样的一个问题，对，不然我在台上讲这么多废话，对吧？那我们其实有一个教程，叫做从0到10个 million，1000万美金是怎么赚出来的？这个教程如果你刷推特的话，我觉得你应该看过这是 GM 间写的，对。然后这里面其实我们有很多的例子，对，大家可以看分享图。这个图就跟 CEX 的不一样 ，CEX 你可以 P， 你可以作假，但是链上是不可篡改的。对，它到底挣了多少钱，大家都看得到。那在川普这一波，其实我们有很多的 P 小将那现在这些人根据我们社区的一些文化，他们已经叫 P 元帅了，因为他们进阶了。对，他们在川普上面，他们可以2天赚17个 million，1700万美金。他们就是用速度、用注意力、用自己的精力。以及用趋势的力量，让他们赚到更多的钱。那如果你想知道具体他们是怎么赚的，欢迎去我们外面 GM 间的展台，我们准备了相关的教程，你可以去看去看一看他们的链上地址，他们到底是怎么赚钱。OK， 那总结一下 ，GM 间其实就是用速度为用户捕捉热点，然后用速度帮用户分发资产，以及用速度为用户变现价值。那GM 间它这样的一个交易平台，那还做点其他的什么事呢？其实我们也是公链的建设者，我们给公链带来很多价值。第一个，我们有最活跃的链上的交易的 DGen， 就像我刚刚说的 P 小将，对，他在链上，他每天的单日的一些交易笔数都是几百次，这样的快速的交易的用户在很多链上是没有的。那另外，我们有良好的产品体验，刚刚已经说过很多了。第三个，我们有 meme 的交易流动性和社区的文化。第四个的话，那我们有自建的交易节点，我可以改进公链的交易速度。另外的话，我们也代币质押去维护公链的网络的安全。最后，我们帮公链做数据解析，就像我刚才说的，我们有很多的交易数据都可以基于公链去做数据解析，给公链提供价值。刚刚说了很多，说我们是公链建设者，有一个很好的数据，我们在索拉拉上赚了6000万美金的索拉拉，但一个没卖，我们全部质押了。对，我们不是一个买卖提的公司，我们是一个重视长期价值，并且真的愿意为公链去做建设的一个公司。对，如果有兴趣的话，我可以把质押地址发给你们。真的是6000万美金的索拉坦真啊！当然，索拉现在跌了一点这个数字可能有点变化，但是确实就是这么多的钱没有卖过。最后想说一句，很多人看到现在 meme 币一直在下跌，但我觉得只要热点不死，就会有热点资产发布。虽然你看不到很大市值的 meme 币，但是小的这些 meme 币还是会层出不穷的出来。所以最后总结一句：热点不死 ，meme 不灭。谢谢。
谢谢，感谢 Hayes 的精彩演讲，请就坐。Thank you, Hayes, for the fabulous presentation. 接下来，我们有请全球区块链商业理事会中国及日本事务顾问 Emily Parker 上台演讲，她的主题是2025 Web3 Trends in the U.S. and Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Emily Parker, China and Japan Advisor, Global Blockchain Business Council. The topic is 2025 Web3 Trends in the U.S. and Asia. Let's welcome Emily. Big round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you all for coming. So I actually gave a talk at this event almost exactly a year ago, and also about looking at some global regulatory trends, specifically in the United States and Asia. I can tell you that the world has changed a lot in that 1 year. So I want to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the updates that I've seen in the United States and also in Asia. All right, let's start with the United States, where I am technically based. I'm sure you've seen there's been a lot of talk about this whole idea that the United States is entering a new era for crypto. Obviously, much of this has to do with the new presidential administration. For many years, people in the crypto industry criticized the United States for being very unfriendly to crypto. And now there is a lot of excitement in the industry that the environment is finally changing. I think the key question to ask here, a very important question, is how much of this is signaling, people saying, okay, this is a new era, and how much of it is actually real regulatory change? I think this is an open question that people don't really know. Anyway, this slide looks at a few more of the specific things that have been happening in the United States that I would say are pretty significant. The first one, obviously, is that SEC Chair Gary Gensler is out. There will be a new chair of the SEC. As many of you know, SEC Chair Gary Gensler was not particularly popular in the US crypto world. He was seen as being very strict on crypto and very enforcement oriented. SAB 121, that has to do with financial institutions, that was also a very unpopular thing. That's gone. Some new rules from the FDIC, Crypto Task Force. I do want to note also, though, that despite all the excitement in the United States about this new era for crypto, there are also some controversies. One of the controversies is about the presidential meme coin. Some people in the crypto industry were not very happy about this, in part because they're afraid that retail investors will lose money, and this will not be good for crypto's reputation in the US. The other thing that is fairly controversial is the strategic crypto reserve. This is something that is apparently happening. This has been criticized for some people for various reasons. Some people just don't think it's a good idea. Other people don't like this idea that it's not limited to Bitcoin, because the president has suggested that this will be not limited to Bitcoin. It's not a Bitcoin strategic reserve. It's a crypto strategic reserve, which could include some altcoins. Some people don't really like that. So there are some things that are still being discussed, and even people in the crypto industry are not entirely happy with. This slide I also showed last time, and I'm just showing it for reference. This is, again, why the US gets a lot of criticism, is because of all the cases that the SEC has brought against the crypto industry. Now, the issue isn't so much about whether these cases are wrong or right. The issue is more about this idea that the US did not have clear rules in the beginning and instead went after companies later, which is known as regulation by enforcement. This is actually starting to change, though, which is interesting. Some of these enforcement actions are dropped. For example, Ripple, Coinbase, Consensus, Cumberland, Kraken, and more. But again, this is only part of the story. Just dropping cases does not necessarily mean overarching regulatory change. Okay, let's turn to Hong Kong, where we are. Now, Hong Kong, as I've said many times, deserves a lot of credit for having a very comprehensive regulatory framework, for putting in the time to kind of make crypto regulations. I think, one of the discussions in Hong Kong is how do you balance this, extensive regulation without being too strict and making it too difficult for businesses. And I think that's something that Hong Kong is actively working on. Since I was here last year, there's been some changes in Hong Kong. I think last year there were only 2 licensed exchanges around this time. Now there's about 10. I've heard people in the industry talking about this SFC Aspire roadmap that I think people are pretty optimistic about, is looking as a way to kind of improve regulations for the industry. Hashkey, who is sponsoring this event, has a really interesting tokenized fund project. So, tokenization, I think, is something we're going to be seeing a lot of in this region. And also, I think it's very interesting that Hong Kong has a crypto tax exemption for family offices, private equity funds, and hedge funds. This is just one slide. There's a lot going on in Hong Kong. You don't need me to tell you about it, but these are some of the big changes that I've noticed. Another important thing about Hong Kong, stable coins. This is a really big deal. So still, even though stable coins are such a big market, very few jurisdictions actually have stablecoin regulations. So Hong Kong has a draft stablecoin bill that was submitted to the Legislative Council in December. They also have a sandbox. 3 projects were admitted to the sandbox. And we're going to see stablecoin regulation in Hong Kong very, very soon. We don't know the exact dates. We may see the bill approved sometime in May. The enactment date could be as early as this summer. And then we will see the first regulated stablecoins in Hong Kong possibly by Q3 or Q4 of this year. Hong Kong stablecoin regulations seem very thoughtful. You know, there's a few specific rules, again, you know, strict, but for example, that stablecoin issuers need to retain full backing, and there are some rules about how the fiat reserve assets can be invested. This is all really important because I think the fear in all jurisdictions is that you don't want a stablecoin run on the bank, right? That's the fear. The fear is that, you know, if for some reason people start to pull out their money, if a stablecoin issuer doesn't have that money, or if the money is invested in really risky products, that could be in a really, really destabilizing situation. So that's why Hong Kong and other jurisdictions have regulations like these. Japan, this is another country where I spend a lot of time. Japan's really interesting. Like Hong Kong, Japan is very welcoming to digital assets, but also very, very strict. Now, Japan is interesting because the Japanese government, the Japanese regulators have really been very welcoming to crypto. They talk a lot about crypto and Web3 and making Japan a capital of Web3. So why is there not even more activity in Japan? I think the answer is kind of simple. It has a lot to do with taxes. Japan has a real tax problem. So right now, the tax on crypto can go as high as 55%. 55%. That makes it really hard for Japan to compete with places like Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai. But now, what's interesting is that there's discussion of lowering that tax rate to around 20%, which I think would be that could change things, be a real game changer for Japan. And that could also set the stage for a potential crypto ETF in Japan, which, you know, a while ago seemed kind of impossible, now seems like that might be a possibility. So these conversations are actively happening, but I would watch the tax thing, because that would be a big change for Japan. Japan also was Japan was one of the first countries in the world to actually have stablecoin regulations in place, but it's taken a while to get the first stablecoins, in part because the rules are really, really strict in Japan, really strict. But we've seen some important changes there. For example, Circle USDC has recently launched in Japan, so that's a big deal. So we're finally starting to see the results of the efforts of Japan's stablecoin regulations. A few other data points about Japan that I think are interesting is Japan exchange Coincheck in December went public on the NASDAQ stock market. That's very significant because there are very few publicly listed exchanges in the United States. There's basically just Coinbase, and now there's Coincheck Group. So that's a very good example of a Japanese crypto exchange going global. And then finally, you know, Sony has developed a blockchain called Sonium, which I just think is a very interesting move by sort of a big Japanese corporation getting into the Web3 space. Okay, and then finally I want to talk about a larger trend, old money in the digital asset world. This is something that's been going on for a while, you know, this idea of institutional investment. We're going to talk about this in our next panel, but the idea of old money is basically money that's not crypto money, you know, banking money, family office money, whatever. We're seeing a lot of this in tokenization, RWA. A lot of these sort of banks are really excited about tokenization, really involved in tokenization. A few data points that I included on this slide. They're largely from the United States. Obviously, this is happening in Asia as well, but these are some of the more sort of well-known, well-documented ones where you have, you know, banks like JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, putting a lot of money into the digital asset world. So this is obviously extremely significant. Of course, one of the big questions, especially when you look at things like RWA tokenization, is this really crypto, right? Like, if they're all permission blockchains, it's a little different sometimes from our understanding of what crypto is. Okay, this is another really important trend, which I know many of you know about, Bitcoin holdings by public companies. So why is this important? This is important because this is a way for a lot of non-typical people to get involved in the crypto world. For example, pension funds or institutions or just kind of like ordinary people who, for whatever reason, are afraid to buy Bitcoin directly. They're going to invest in companies like MicroStrategy, which now calls itself Strategy. As you can see from that chart, MicroStrategy, or Strategy, I guess is its name now, is by far the leader in this. And this is attracting investment from a very different class of investors. So I think this is a really interesting development. What's also interesting is that there's a Japanese company on there, Metaplanet. So we're starting to see kind of a lot of action in this area. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this more. This is specifically about MicroStrategy, or again, Strategy, and looking at their top institutional holders. So as I just said, what's interesting about this is institutions that might not ordinarily be able to invest in crypto or Bitcoin directly are doing it through vehicles like MicroStrategy because they can invest in it like a stock, like it's on the stock market. Now, I think it's important, though, to talk about very quickly some of the benefits and risks of something like this. Now, obviously, MSTR is quite an interesting stock. Yes, I think it was Friday in the United States. The stock market has been very, very red, not doing very well. MSTR was up. It was sort of defying the trend of the stock market. So I could see how it could be a useful hedge for some people, the way that Bitcoin sometimes can as well. However, there are obviously certain risks. Now, MSTR is technically a software company. It's not, that's technically what it is, but in reality, it's kind of like a Bitcoin treasury company. But basically what that means is that it's basically very dependent on Bitcoin. And, of course, so some of the concerns people have about Strategy is, first of all, what happens if Bitcoin crashes, obviously. This is a company whose fate is very tied to the fate of Bitcoin. That's an obvious one. There are other ones as well. For example, why is there a premium? I think there's some level of mystery as to why there's a premium, a MicroStrategy premium. The other questions that I think are important to ask is is it healthy to have one company, if you go back to this previous slide, is it healthy to have one company own this much Bitcoin? This is supposed to be a kind of decentralized thing. And I think the other thing, to ask about these public companies is that, MicroStrategy is a fairly sophisticated company. They have a fairly sophisticated financial mechanism for hedging risk, but we're starting to see a lot of MSTR copycats, and not all of them are going to have the same kind of risk management. So that could actually pose a challenge to investors and present risks for investors. So anyway, I think this is a really important trend to go on. I know it's happening in Asia too, these ideas of public companies holding Bitcoin. On the one hand, it does open up things, it does open up the market more to old money. On the other hand, it does present a little bit more risk. Anyway, those are some of the things that I just wanted to talk about today. I'm very happy to be back in Hong Kong, and thank you very much.
Let's give it up for Emily. Thank you, Emily, for your insightful sharing on the topic 2025 Web3 trends in the US and Asia. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you have gained loads of great insights and useful takeaways from our previous keynote sessions. And if you have any questions, do feel free to reach out to our speakers. We do hope that you can make the most of it from the Hong Kong Web3 Festival. So before we dive right into our first panel discussion, we have a few friendly reminders for everyone. Simultaneous interpretation is available at the main stage and selected substages sessions. Do scan the codes and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 温馨提示各位，本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，参与者可以扫描各会场专属的同传二维码，即可获取同传服务。接下来是圆桌讨论的环节，主题是如何嫁接 Web3 资产与传统资本的桥梁。Next, we will have a panel discussion about the topic, bridging the gap between Web3 access and old money. 接下来我们有请我们圆桌讨论的主持和嘉宾 Let's welcome our moderator, Emily Parker, China and Japan Advisor, Global Blockchain Business Council. Welcome again. And also our panelists, Tyler Evans, Managing Partner, UTXO Management, Jupiter Zhang, partner of Hashkey Capital, and Anthony Blackburn, Growth Lead Plume Network. A big round of applause to welcome our panelists and moderator. So now I'll pass the floor to our moderator, Emily. Over to you now.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Again, just saw you 2 minutes ago. Okay. So this is kind of a continuation of what I was just talking about, the idea of old money entering the digital asset world, but we're going to get into it in much more detail here with our 3 experts. This is going to be a little bit more of a conversation. I try to do this in a little bit of an unconventional way, so just feel free to talk whenever or interrupt whenever. We're not going to do a boring Q&A, so just say whatever you guys want. And but I'll start with some questions. So first of all, let's just start actually with one basic question, because that will make this panel a little more clear. How do you guys define old money? Like, what does old money mean? Just quickly, in your view.
Well, I'm coming from the U.S. I actually just arrived a couple hours ago from the U.S.
Wow.
In the U.S., we're really seeing a big shift towards institutionalization. I'm really calling 2024 like the beginning of the institutional era for Bitcoin that kind of kicked off with the spot ETFs. So in the U.S., which is where I sit, really looks like a lot of interest kind of from the traditional asset allocators, some family offices, but we've also started to see some major increase in Bitcoin interest among like pensions, sovereign wealth funds, and that's translating to a ton of interest from all the big banks and how they can market these ETFs, market these crypto or Bitcoin financial products into that sort of institutional clientele.
Got it. Okay. Jupiter?
So in traditional finance, we also see a group of people called old money or or new money. So I think for the cryptos, there's some difference between the traditional definition of old and new. But actually we see that if the money are coming from very, very traditional finance, like from traditional institutions, big banking, so PBs, family offices, we call it old money. But actually if some billionaires or millionaires coming from the crypto landscape, for example, they accumulate their money from BTC mining or trading, we call them new money in the cryptos. So in Hashkey, we are licensed asset managers and the trading platform in Hong Kong. We are providing kind of the bridge between the traditional finance world to the crypto. So providing the instrument and the funding services, all the other instruments for the traditional money to come to this crypto world. So it's, we have seen a lot of old money joining this game. So it's a quite exciting journey. Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, I think primarily my experience has been with old money in the form of family offices. So trust funds and families that are basically trying to gain the appetite for interacting with crypto and ideally preserving their assets and growing their portfolio into the Web3 space.
And you're talking specifically about the US or just everywhere?
Mostly in Asia, actually. I've been working with primarily family offices in Asia. Yeah.
And actually, since all of you are very global, do you think you're seeing more institutional investment in Asia or the United States or both? Is there one region that's kind of dominant? Because one thing I found is that the US cases, they're sort of a little more well documented. Like in Asia, you hear about it a lot, but it's hard to find evidence. You just hear people talking about it. But I'm curious if you think the trend of institutional investment is stronger in the US or Asia.
I'll leave that for the Asia folks to answer.
Okay. I think when it comes to dealing with Asian family offices, I think there's a lot of, it's less institutionalized, I would say, overall. There's a lot of trust building, especially with China family offices as well and the exposure that they can have. So I feel like Hong Kong has done a great job of building a complex regulatory structure that gives them more comfort in getting access to assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum, for example. And I think on the venture side, it's still something that is, they're very cautious about. So, you see a lot of as you mentioned, the early miners starting to get into let's say BTC-Fi or these types of things, but still very tricky because there's not a very strong threshold for interacting with DeFi. So I think as more trusted custodians and regulations come into place to create that trust, you'll see more interaction overall.
Well, Emily, as you said, the adoption of institutions and old money for the crypto has been well documented in the US. But actually in Asia, there's a phenomenon that some investors are shy to admit they have exposure
yeah, exactly,
in cryptos.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's
so
why I
even
had
it-
trouble with the slide. I was like, I can't find, like, you hear a lot about it, but you don't, yeah.
I talked one of the Asian hedge funds. Well, it's a well size and a big size. They invest into one of the biggest BTC ETF in US, and the founder says that we only invest a very small portion of money, but actually our names appear in the 13F documents of the US SEC. They are not willing to see their names going publicly. So I think they are trying to, they want to make money first, and then they go to the public information regarding their crypto exposure. So that's it's really hard to find the information. You have to talk one by one to the individual investors from old money side.
What do you think are the biggest challenges that remain to institutional investment? Like, to get, obviously, I agree with you that we've probably seen an increase, but clearly there could be more. What do you think, what do you think are the challenges? Are they regulatory, or are they still sort of cultural, where like institutions, like you said, they don't really want to admit that they're investing in crypto because they're, I mean, what are the big barriers that remain?
From my perspective in the U.S., a lot of the regulatory barriers have come down. A lot of the structural barriers have come down. I think the two key gaps in the market are really still around education. Like a lot of groundwork still needed to educate people, help them understand the landscape. And I think the larger one actually, it's kind of like you mentioned, is really reputational risk that, especially for the professional capital allocators, the endowments, the pensions, there's a lot of reputation risk associated with coming out publicly as Bitcoin owners. And so a lot of them, even if they think it makes sense to make a 1 or 2% allocation, they're very hesitant to do it until all their peers are, because they're judged against all their peers. And there's still a lot of career risk for a manager who makes an investment here, who kind of sticks their neck out, where the family offices or the pools of capital that don't have the same public reporting requirements are typically more nimble.
Just to follow up on that though, like can you say though at this point there's enough people doing it that they shouldn't be afraid of that anymore? I mean, if you have like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, it's like how many more institutions need to be involved for people to be like feel comfortable with that? Like isn't there enough examples now for people to sort of feel that's not so much of a risk?
I think that's starting to change, but even like on the pension or endowment side, there's like one in the U.S., the Wisconsin Teachers Pension, that's come out with.
Are they the ones that are heavily invested in MSTR?
They are not. They have a spot Bitcoin position, but it's really among those peer groups where they're still just very, very, very cautious, and alternatives is kind of a small piece of their portfolio already. So it's hard for them to figure out cleanly where to stick it.
I think it also depends on what market you're interacting with. Like you mentioned Japan, just obviously adopting USDC recently. You see some of the larger institutions there, like SBI and NTT, recently announcing their investment into Web3 and Web3 research. I think some of these markets are very slow and very top-down. So, where you might see something happening in the U.S., it might take another 2 to 4 years for like a Korea, and maybe even longer for like a Japan to actually follow. So.
And also, maybe from a logistics perspective, for example, traditional wealthy people, they custodize their asset money in private banking. And just it's providing a one-stop solution for all the asset classes, stock, fixed income, debts, or other instrument. But actually, if you want to invest into a crypto assets, you have to custodize your assets in a other innovative platform, which are causing some difficulty to persuade investors to allocate some of the money from their banking account to even a licensed platform like Coinbase or Hashkey. So sometimes we need to consider that if the traditional bankings can provide custodian solutions, even supported by the Coinbase or Hashkey, that is more viable for the traditional investor to make the decision to allocate, because they don't have to consider about the custodian risk or asset safety risk. So that's another perspective from my side.
You touched on it in your presentation a little bit recently, but I think strategy is actually kind of a great example of this, of basically being a Trojan horse for Bitcoin exposure into this institutional world where there's a lot less career risk with owning an equity, even if it has Bitcoin volatility, than coming in and owning Bitcoin outright. And now that Strategy is part of the NASDAQ index, by virtue of every passive fund that indexes the NASDAQ, now it's basically brought some small percentage Bitcoin allocation into basically every passive portfolio without them having to think about it necessarily.
Yeah, can we talk about strategy for a second? Like real talk about strategy, because I feel like there's risks there, and I feel like the crypto world is just very just cheering and just not really asking questions about it. I mean, exactly for the reasons that you said. You have some very unusual investors who are comfortable with MSTR because they're like, oh, it's on the NASDAQ 100. But what's weird about it being on the NASDAQ 100 is that technically it's on the NASDAQ 100 because it's a software company, but it's not really. I mean, it is a software company, but that's not where their profitability is coming from. And so, not only is it extremely exposed to the ups and downs of Bitcoin, it's overly exposed. You could argue that if Bitcoin crashed, MSTR could crash even harder, So I don't know. I just kind of feel like, this is just my personal opinion, but I just feel like people aren't really worried enough about this. Everyone in crypto is just yeah, MSTR to the moon. But it's I don't know. I mean, especially because you do have these sort of pension funds and just kind of very conservative investors exposed to a very volatile asset that I feel like they might not totally understand. So I'm just curious what you think about that.
So I'd take the other side of that. I've spent a lot of time on strategy, and for a little bit of context, I run a fund out of the U.S. that is a big investor in strategy and also has seeded a number of public companies globally, including Metaplanet in Japan and Moon Inc. here in Hong Kong, running a similar strategy, the strategy. What is the beauty of strategy, in my opinion, and Saylor's really done a masterful job at this, is he does have the raw Bitcoin exposure and the volatility, but he's used the corporation format to transform that into a number of different securitized products like corporate bonds or convertible bonds or preferred stock that have different ratios of that risk, reward, volatility, upside. And so because of that, he's able to bring to market essentially the first securitized pieces of Bitcoin exposure that a insurance fund or a convert ARB fund or a fixed income investor can actually invest in. And so he's intentionally front loading all the volatility and high Bitcoin beta into the common equity, but then he's issuing these other securitized products that have way less risk, way less volatility, but still slices of the Bitcoin upside. And he's basically trying to create a product for every type of institutional investor out there. So you just have to know what you're buying and understand what he's engineered to be kind of the volatility profile of that individual security.
What do you guys think? No comment.
One phenomenon I noticed from the wealthy people that at the same time they enjoy the volatility of BTC, but on the other side, they also want the principal protection. So that's why I see a lot of people are seeking structured product on BTC or MSTR. So we see some financial institutions are providing such a products, like you can catch up the volatility of the BTC by selling puts, but also giving you a layer, additional layer to protect your principal. But also you can get the chance to at a discount to buy BTC or MSTR. So that's why such a product has been quite popular among the institutional investors. On the other side, they have been well educated for the structured product, for the traditional private banking. So they know how this kind of product play. So that's why I see they want to have the growth of BTC, but at another time, you also need to make sure their principal are safe.
Yeah, I mean, those are all reasonable comments. I think, maybe one of the things to be more concerned about, which I mentioned in my slide, is even if, as you said, Saylor has pretty sophisticated financial, I don't know, whatever, engineering, whatever it is. I mean, there's a lot of copycats that are emerging that don't have that, and that's, I think, a little bit more worrisome. I'm just curious, I know that you're on the board of Metaplanet, right? Now, Metaplanet is really interesting because that's like a kind of a Japanese version of strategy, right? What's the deal with Metaplanet? Who's investing in that? I mean, I'm just curious, what's going on there?
So Metaplanet started their Bitcoin journey exactly a year ago, last April, and have grown that from what was essentially a dying real estate business to turning around the company being the best performing equity in the world above a $250 million market cap last year. And with that came like 3 real different stages of adoption and growth. I'd say it started very much with a Japanese retail audience, primarily because of the tax arbitrage you mentioned, where it's much more tax efficient for a Japanese investor to buy an equity compared to buying Bitcoin outright, especially in a market that doesn't have a Bitcoin ETF.
That's important, yeah.
But as it grew, it's really leveled up, where today, the Capital Group, which is a massive allocator that owns 10% of Strategy, is one of the largest Metaplanet investors. The Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund came out with a Metaplanet position. So now it's now it's included in a bunch of U.S. equity indexes. So it's really leveled up all the way from retail, like Japanese retail, to international retail, now firmly into the institutional camp, all in the space of 1 year.
Interesting. Just quickly, is Metaplanet their only business, their main business, just buying Bitcoin, or are they still doing other stuff?
They still operate one hotel, but Bitcoin is the business these days.
Okay, that's very interesting. All right, let's talk about ETFs for a second. Jupiter, actually, I want to ask you about that. ETFs in Hong Kong. So, my understanding is that there's been some challenges early on. I think there was, at least what I've been hearing, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I know there was some disappointment for a while with the ETF volumes in Hong Kong. People wanted more. They thought, that's what I heard, but I might be wrong. Maybe you disagree. But I'm just curious, how do you think they've done? Do you think there has been some challenges? Are you happy with them? Or, how are ETFs doing in Hong Kong?
Well, I agree. The volume is on the platform. You can see that the data is truth. Yeah. But actually, the reason behind this is, due to the complexity of the investor in Hong Kong market, not 100% of the investors can allow to invest into the spot ETF. Especially, you cannot meet the KYC requirements from the brokers. You cannot trade the spot ETF. So I think only maybe 1/5 of the brokers in Hong Kong market can providing such a services for their clients. The major clients with a big chunk of money, they cannot put into. So that's why we see the such shortage of volume.
Sorry, why? Why can't they? What's the reason?
The KYC, you need to meet the KYC of the brokers. And some, Chinese-based brokers, they cannot providing services to some clients, that. So I think that's the hinder between the actual buying powers and the true buying powers. A lot of investors are willing to do that because, for example, in Hong Kong, if you buy the US spot ETF, you need to meet the PI, professional investor criteria. But actually, if you buy in Hong Kong spot ETF, just the retail qualification is okay. But that not even enable the mass market to do that because of the KYC in the middle of the way. So that's why I think the ETFs there. But actually, I think there's a lot of innovative things happen for the Hong Kong spot ETF. We can do the spot in-kind subscribe and redemption through the spot ETF. So that gave a lot of convenience for especially the BTC holders. And also, Hong Kong has a CIES scheme, which has a capital immigrant entrance scheme, which the spot ETF can also qualify for that. So if you are BTC holders, you can transfer your BTC to a BTC ETF with very little cost, transaction cost, and to be eligible for a CIES scheme. So give a lot of additional usabilities for the users and the investors. So that's why we see now the policy has been kind of relaxation regarding who can trade or who cannot trade. But we will see in the future more people will be trading on the spot ETF. But another thing I have to mention about the spot ETF, they're quite similar. There's some difference between each of the market. People are comparing of the cost of the volume of AUM. So that's why I think the US now is leading the market.
Can I ask a question real quick? on the Hong Kong ETFs, like in the US, it's pretty clear the majority of the volumes are being driven by like the big banks with their wealth management kind of RIA practices. It's being driven by the hedge funds, the Millenniums of the world who are putting on the basis trade, and then driven a little bit by institutional allocators like Mubadala disclosed a big position. Where's the main demand coming from in the Hong Kong market for the ETFs? Who are the largest holders?
Yeah, I think for US, I mentioned now that maybe 1/3 of the money are coming from arbitrageurs. They are arbitrage between the CME futures and the spot ETF. But in Hong Kong, actually, we didn't see any arbitrage players are here because we are in the Asia time, but SMA open in US time, and hard to arbitrage precisely as using spot US ETF. So basically, we see the major money are coming from retail investors, also some traditional investors who want a long-term horizon to allocate money into BTC and other kind of crypto assets.
I don't know, Anthony, if you have anything to add. Okay. Actually, so just kind of on the ETF question, just sort of more generally, do you feel like we're getting to a point where we might eventually not really need these products? Because, originally they made sense, right? Originally there was this idea where it's hard for average investors to maybe set up an exchange account or whatever. But now it's like there's a lot of ways to buy Bitcoin. And, to some degree, some of these vehicles like ETFs or, MSTR, they're not really in keeping with the principles of crypto, right? In the sense that crypto is supposed to be, decentralized. It's supposed to not have a company in the middle. All these places have fees. Sometimes you kind of are getting less upside than Bitcoin itself. Can you see a world in which we won't really need these things much anymore, and people can just kind of buy? Are they even really good for Bitcoin as a whole? I mean, everybody really celebrates them because they say, oh, it's opening the doors to, institutions and stuff like that. But there's also a little bit of a cost in terms of what is special about this really? It's not really Bitcoin. You don't really hold your Bitcoin, right? I mean, if you buy Bitcoin through an ETF, it's not really you're not holding Bitcoin, you're holding sort of an exposure to Bitcoin. So I'm just curious what you guys think about this more philosophical question.
I think that's great. I agree with you in principle, but I think the biggest challenge is there's a lack of trust in centralized exchanges, and there's also a lack of trust in DeFi in general. So I think for now, I think it's going to be heavily necessary until we have maybe one stable cycle where there's not a massive catastrophe with some of the black boxes out there.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm curious from Hashkey's perspective, right? Because Hashkey's kind of involved in everything, but it's I don't know.
So we're providing the spot ETF, but also provide spot the BTC.
Right.
So I think for different investors, for example, it's very hard to persuade a traditional investor to manage a hardware wallet. Not to mention that it's quite scary that if you not manage it right, you will lose all your money. So sometimes they just choose the spot ETF. Even though they can additional cost happens, but actually we're buying them as safety layers for their Bitcoin and crypto assets. But for some true believers of decentralization, definitely they're buying the BTC ETF, and then they will transfer out their BTC out of exchange to their personal hardware wallet to make sure that all the safety due to different reasons. So that's why I think a lot of people have been recognized the BTC in the future, but actually don't have a capability to manage the hardware wallet for themselves. So that's why we see the spot BTF still a big step for the traditional investors to solve the custodian problem for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I would very much agree there. And I'm a Bitcoiner through and through at heart. I would love to see spot create and redemptions come to the U.S. I think we'll see that under this new administration, so that everyone has the option to do self-custody and actually use Bitcoin rather than just buy a financial product on top of it. But you're right in that taking custody is a huge responsibility. And there's a lot of investors, or especially professional investors, who don't want that responsibility and would rather pay experts to manage it and be able to tap margin loans, liquidity, have it be part of their portfolio reporting, make it seamless. So I don't see any world in which go away anytime soon.
Let's just talk about the U.S. for a moment. We've talked a little bit about Hong Kong. Jupiter, you can weigh in also. But Anthony, I think you're based in the U.S. still, technically, right?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You're Canadian. Well, you feel free to weigh in. You're based
North America.
Okay, yeah. North America. You're based in the U.S., right? Okay, so let's start with you, Tyler. But I'm actually curious what both of you think also, because the changes in the U.S. have implications for the industry as a whole. I guess my question is, like, what do you think is the most important change that's happening in the U.S.? Because there's a lot of talk, you know, and there's a lot of vibes. There's a lot of vibes in the U.S. But like, what do you think is actually really significant? I mean, because it's one thing to have, you know, the president being like, oh, I like crypto, and it's another thing to actually really do things that are making it more welcoming for crypto. So I'm just curious, it will start with you, Tyler, but I'm actually curious what you guys think, and also just what you think about how the changes in the US, like how big a role that's happening just on the global market. Because from my observation just over the past year, that's probably, the US is probably the country that's changed the most in terms of its position toward crypto. So.
Yeah, so you know, my perspective is that the vibes are very, very real. That this isn't just hype, and I can say that, you know, having been pretty involved in the political scene in the U.S. more than I ever have. We invited now President Trump to speak at Bitcoin 2024 at Nashville, which is an event we hosted. And
oh, okay, you're part of that.
And it was there that he promised to fire Gary Gensler day one. He promised to free Ross. He promised to establish a Bitcoin strategic reserve, and he's followed through on all those promises with remarkable speed. So, you know, my perspective is, you know, I think you're right in that everyone's trying to get a sense for how real it really is. We've seen all the legislative things done that you know, our industry has been lobbying for in DC. I think when that attitude really shifts quickly is as soon as you see the U.S. starting to buy new Bitcoin for the strategic reserve. I think that's kind of the final nail in the coffin. That is a massive flashing bat signal to the entire world that how seriously the U.S. is taking that. So we'll see when that happens. You know, my prediction would be that we'll see that before the end of this year.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I agree the vibe is really real. So my understanding was actually like this was part of the plan for several years now. So I agree with the prediction of the U.S. actually actively buying Bitcoin by the end of the year. I think up until recently, everybody was looking towards Hong Kong when it came to regulations and how to manage crypto. But obviously, countries like Japan and Korea are always looking at the U.S. So I think that this marks like a major potential acceleration for the entire industry. And I agree the strategic reserve is probably like the big one, because there's other countries already preparing to open up their own strategic reserves. Thailand seems to be expressing a lot of interest in that amongst a few others in Southeast Asia. So yeah, I think it's very, very serious, actually. Yeah.
Jupiter, any thoughts? You don't have to. Oh, okay.
I don't have to.
Okay. So we only have like 2 minutes left. I want to make sure, is there anything you guys wanted to say that you didn't get a chance to talk about real quickly? No? Okay, so I can ask one last question. I want to make sure you all have an opportunity to say anything you want to say. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think we've definitely covered like a lot of ground. You know, I guess the last thing we can touch on really quickly in 2 minutes is tokenization, RWA tokenization. This has been kind of going on for a while. There's a lot of hype. This is also, I think, a pretty sort of an example of old money. It is an example of old money just in the sense that there's so many banks that are getting involved with this. Of course, there's the question of like, what exactly are they doing? Are these permission blockchains? But I'm just curious, you know, what you guys think about, just quickly in the 2 minutes that we have, about the current state of RWA tokenization. Are you excited about it? You think this is going to be something really big? You think it's overhyped? What's your take?
I think it's a great entry point for old money to come in, especially because you have products coming on chain that they're much more familiar with. I think one of the challenges that we've been experiencing recently is more on the demand side. So I think that one of the interesting ways to ideally bridge is to take certain things that you weren't able to put on chain before, like GPU compute and some of these types of things, making them more composable, and maybe making them a little bit more crypto native while still preserving these products that the traditional kind of institutions or old money is familiar with.
I think institutions are quite optimistic. If you look at BlackRock and also Franklin Templeton and other big asset management are key to providing their RWA real asset fund. For example, the BlackRock Build fund, their AUM reached $2 billion. 2 times compared to 1 month ago. So recently, I see the demand is quite high from traditional investors. Also from the demand side, given that DeFi protocols, their yield are not stable and maybe going downward. So the Ardolate providing a real GDP, real yield, based on the US Treasury and other kind of money market fund, quite stable for the traditional investors to join the cryptos, but not losing the opportunities of the stable and high yield from traditional world. Thank you.
Tyler, any thoughts?
I'm actually pretty bearish on RWAs in the short term. I think they're a great solution for on-chain crypto investors, and what BlackRock's success with Buildle has been really interesting to watch. Kind of some of the stuff Securitize is doing, but kind of back to our point about the ETFs and actually taking custody of Bitcoin. I don't think institutional investors are anywhere close to being ready to custody things on chain. I think they like the securitized corporate wrapper versions of things. And I think on the education side, people are just getting warmed up to Bitcoin, that we've still got a ways to go to really educate people on the RWA potential.
What about stablecoins?
And we have to end in 1 second because it's flashing, but quickly, what about stablecoins?
Bullish stablecoins. And we're going to get some legislation in the US soon. So.
Okay, well, we're going to need like another hour now you just like opened up a whole Pandora's box. But that was really great, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you, our panelists and moderator, for sharing your expertise and experiences on the topic. Thank you very much, and please be seated. 接下来，我们有请 EigenLabs CEO Shriram 线上发表演讲。因为突发的情况的关系 ，Shriram 不能够亲临我们现场。Next, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shriram, CEO of EigenLabs. Shriram cannot join us in person today, and he will share with us his speech online. So over to you now, Shriram.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Really excited to be here. I'm Shriram, founder of EigenLayer Protocol and CEO at EigenLabs. What is EigenLayer? The talk is called the Verifiable Cloud. I'll explain what it is and why we're super excited about this. When people think about EigenLayer today, they think about a few things. Mostly staking. Liquid staking, Lido exists. EigenLayer is restaking. They think these two things are similar, and that's the important thing. There is another example that people think of, like, Celestia is data availability, EigenDA is data availability. So these are the two categories that exist, and people think about these two things. And when we talk about our big goals, it's too complex for a lot of people. So what I'm trying to do today is to make it simple and easy to understand what we're trying to do. So let's start with where we are today. So on the one side, we have stakers, people who put up digital assets like ETH and then make promises that they will run the nodes correctly. We have operators who run the computational nodes. And then we have AVSs. AVSs are autonomous verifiable services that run on their own, autonomous, verifiable. If something goes wrong, you can attribute them and slash them. So this is the two sides of our marketplace as people understand it today, staker and operators and services. And the flywheel for the EigenLayer ecosystem is simple. Stakers and operators provide more security. And as you get more security, we get more AVSs. As there are more AVSs, they pay more rewards, and then they get more staker and operator. This is the shared security, the common security flywheel. But there's something more. Just because there are services building on top of stakers and operators does not finish the chain. You have another side to this market. We think of them as applications. Applications and AI agents are examples of what need these services. AVSs are usually very complex. And to consume these AVSs, you need simple consumer apps. This is one of the reasons why most people still don't know much about EigenLayer, is because it's still down at the infra level, hard infrastructure services. And the thing that is new and we want to get started is, how do applications use services, AVSs, built on the EigenLayer economy, and then kickstart a new, bigger flywheel? So I should say that the first flywheel is actually working very well. We have, depending on the ETH price, between $8 to $10 billion of stake. Operators, we have 2,000 operators, starting from home operators to professional to even web clients like Google Cloud running first-party operators. AVSs, we have hundreds of AVSs, 30 plus on mainnet, 100 plus on testnet. So we have this flywheel working, but we are doubling down to expand the scope of what the EigenLayer ecosystem is. How do we understand this? One way to understand this is to think of the cloud. The cloud is centralized, run by a single entity, but is built on a very similar architecture. On the base of the cloud is shared servers like data centers. And so you have these Amazon data centers, and then Amazon, the Amazon Web Services is called AWS, builds various first-party services like S3 for storage, EC2 for computation, DynamoDB for scalable processing. So these services are then used by a whole host, thousands of third-party services like Snowflake, Datadog, you could say the last 20 years, the most exciting category to invest in has been software as a service built on top of AWS. On top of that, people build applications, whether it's Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Netflix, Airbnb, Cursor, they're all applications built on top of AWS. So this is the cloud. And what we are building at Eigen is the verifiable cloud. The only difference between crypto and non-crypto is verifiability. You can verify yourself whether a blockchain like Bitcoin ran correctly or not. And what we're building at EigenLayer is there is an underlying layer of shared security, the EigenLayer protocol, which helps aggregate stakers and operators. And now we've built some first-party services we've built ourselves, like EigenDA is a data availability service. The Eigen token is a forkable token. Other computational services that you're building. Now you can mix and match these services for other people to build AVSs. Like we have Opacity, Lagrange, Oracle, all there. There is lots of these services that third parties have built. On top of these services, we can build applications that consume these services and are usable. I should say that the applications is the newest sector that we're getting into. Just this year, we've gotten into applications. Doesn't mean we are building applications, we are enabling other people new useful consumer applications. This is just we recently announced a partnership with Tada. I'll go into this a little bit in detail. Okay, so now that should explain how the ecosystem maps. So underlying it, we have the EigenLayer protocol, on top of which we have a lot of first-party services that we build, like EigenDA and the token, computational services, and then other people build services on top, and then applications are built on top. So where are we today? The simple thing many people know about EigenLayer is the lot of TVL, total value locked, nearing between 4 to 5 million ETH. We measure it in ETH because that's the primary unit in which we deposit. We have the top integrators in the world, Binance, OKX, Coinbase, using the integrated into the EigenLayer stakers. So the stake has been relatively constant, but only because new stake has been coming in all the while. Operators, we have 2,000 plus operators. All the top operators in the world many of the top operators are part of the EigenLayer ecosystem. And then the hardest side of the EigenLayer marketplace is AVSs, actively validated services or autonomous verifiable services. Each of them is a complex infrastructure services. Think of like Filecoin, think of like Arweave, think of verifiable inference. Each one is different and new categories of these services, very hard infrastructure services. So when we say we have 100 plus, 150 plus AVSs, it's the same as having 150 plus new types of blockchains, not just new blockchains, new types of blockchains, because each one does something very complex and unique. It's extremely hard to bootstrap this ecosystem. We started this because we invented this whole category, and then it's now taken off massively. Okay, and then EigenDA is our data availability service. EigenDA is the fastest data availability service in the world, running at 15 megabytes per second, 10 times larger than any other data availability service that you may have heard of. Not only it has a lot of throughput, it has the most TVL across all data availability services, recently Mantle launched on EigenDA. Celo, the first L1 to convert into an L2, launched on EigenDA. MegaETH, many other projects. Avo, building on EigenDA. Really, really powerful services all through the ecosystem. Top in stake, top in operators, 2,000 plus. AVS is a new category, 100 plus blockchains. EigenDA, the fastest data availability on which you can run rollups. Just take a minute to talk about apps. Applications use AVSs. So, there are new interesting applications like Earnify. I'll just take an example to spotlight. Earnify is a lending market. But unlike lending markets, fully collateralized, like Aave, it is not fully collateralized. It is based on verifying credentials using an eigenlayer AVS called Opacity, which is a zk-TLS AVS. But using this, if you know that I'm an employee, I'm receiving this much monthly, compensation, you can give me a loan based on that. So that's already there. It's the number 2 app in the paid finance category on the Apple App Store. So really exciting, all kinds of different applications being built on EigenLayer today. So really exciting time. The new thing, what are the new things happening? So some people thought, EigenLayer is pivoting to AI. No, if for the cloud, AI is the biggest demand driver. We're building the verifiable cloud, verifiable AI, verifiable agents will be the biggest demand driver. And there is lots of categories of AI AVSs and many more people building. So it's a call to developers here to come think about what services you can build. Benchmarking, attribution, runtimes, model markets. Finally, how do we think of the EigenLayer ecosystem? It seems very complex. Normally, when you think about something like Bitcoin, it's low performance and low expressivity. What can you express on Bitcoin? Very few things, just store and transmit Bitcoins. Ethereum expanded both performance and expressivity on top of it. Solana came and just improved performance on top of Ethereum. And what happened then was other systems like Celestia came up and they said, hey, I'm going to do less. Lazy blockchains, do less. They'll reduce the expressivity, thus compressing, like, I'm doing only a little bit, but I'll do it more scalably. And EigenDA is a similar one. But what we're trying to do with the whole verifiable cloud is add expressivity, new features, new services that are all not built by us, but everybody in the ecosystem. That's where EigenLayer is the most expressive, most performant system in blockchains today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shriram, for the wonderful, enlightening presentation. We enjoyed a lot. 各位来宾，再次问信提示大家，本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，参与者可以扫描各会场专属同传二维码即可获取同传服务。So a friendly reminder for everyone again, simultaneous interpretation is available at the main stage and also at the selected substages sessions. So please scan the QR codes and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our last discussion for this morning. 接下来是我们早上最后一场的原作讨论，主题是 Crypto 计件的现状与未来。So the topic for our last discussion this morning is Crypto Infrastructure Present and Future. 现在我们有请我们原作主持人和我们的嘉宾。Let's welcome our moderator, YQ Jia, founder AltLayer, and also our panelists, Lennox Lai, Global Chief Commercial Officer of OKX, Sarah, Head of Business Development at BNB Chain, Anthony Sivarev, Director of Ecosystem Development, Ton Foundation, and also Howard Wu, co-founder of Alio. So now I'll pass the floor to our moderator. Over to you now.
Cool, great to have this panel, and also great to have all of you to listen to this panel. So I'm YQ, founder of AltLayer. So we are building the blockchain infrastructure for all different applications, like basically providing like rollup, AVS, and also a verifiable agent. So so the first thing for all the panelists, probably we can start with self-introduction. Let's start with Lennox. Yeah.
My name is Lennox. I'm the Global Chief Commercial Officer of OKX. yeah, OKX is the platform.
Hi guys, this is Sarah from BME Chain. I'm the head of BD of BME Chain. BME Chain is a layer 1 protocols that we have operated for over 5 to 6 years right now. So we explore more later with you guys on how BME Chain is doing now.
Hi everyone, my name is Anthony. I'm a director of ecosystem development at Thorn Foundation. So, and our mission is quite simple. We are trying to put in crypto in every pocket. And we are doing it with Telegram, with over 1 billion monthly active users. So, and my job is helping developers be successful, building a platform, and overseeing key verticals like GameFi and DeFi.
Hi everyone, my name is Howard. I'm co-founder of the Aleo blockchain, and I currently run the Aleo Labs company called Provable.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like for the main stage, right? We are talking about infrastructures, and it's our great honor to have all these leading infrastructures in this panel. And my first question would be like sort of because like all our panelists basically building the leading L1 infrastructure, right? So my first question, like, so what are the biggest like sort of like technical blockers in your like sort of infrastructure right now, and what kind of ways like sort of you use to address these sort of blockers? Like let's start with Linux. Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of technical. OKX is runs central exchanges, layer on blockchains, as well as wallet infrastructure in massive scale. So of course there's a different kind of technological blockers. But if the panel is talking about infrastructure, and infrastructure perspective, I think on OKX as a whole, we mostly we spend a lot of years tackling the scalability, the high availability of an exchange service, and moving forward, we are on the wallet side. We also able to leverage the capability that we learn from central exchange on this building a high availability, low latency exchange network. I think our current technological focus on development is probably first on how to even become more scalable and moving the Web2 experience, central experience to Web3, and also I think another major technological developments on that is how to add regulatory pieces oversight in an on-chain decentralized world. So I think that is the team in general focus at the moment.
For us, I think there's two major bottlenecks. One is actually the status and also the storage management. Because right now a lot of like data, some of them is like just fake data that they stored on the layer 1 protocols. That make the node management to be really difficult and really expensive. It's really hard to really sync the full nodes of the chain, especially for the chain like BNB chain, which have already operated for over 6 years. So there's a lot of on-chain, and we are facing up with the issues of that, making that data to be really good for other new joiners to really manage or operate the new loads in the BNB chain ecosystem. What we are doing to resolving that problem is that we are starting researching new ways to really not just store the non-term and fake data, but just store the hot data on the layer 1 protocols. And also we are having a Greenfield, which is a decentralized storage protocols, which make those, for example, metadata for NFTs not just simply stored on the layer 1 protocols, which is execution layers, but we just put them onto another separate storage protocols. That's a way that we're trying to solve the state problems. And also we are having OPBNB, which also making some of the on-chain interactions happen on layer 1 and put the final settlement to these executions layers, which is the layer 1 protocols. The second issues for us right now is actually the liquidations, segmentation issues among different chains. Because right now there is a lot of layer 1, layer 2 protocols. Every protocols have their own governance tokens and have stable coins on their chains. So a lot of projects or protocols, they are trying to issue the tokens on multi-chains, which results in a fragmentation of liquidities of different assets on different chains. And right now, the bridge solutions, especially decentralized bridge solutions, not really secure. We still having the problems of, like, for example, hack some of the major decentralized bridges in the market. So we're still exploring different types of solutions, including how to combine the centralized liquidity together with decentralized liquidity through some of the solutions, like, for example, Binance Web3 Wallet, etc., to resolve this issue.
Sounds good. How about Anthony?
Yeah, Ton is powerful by design. So we have built-in scalability. We have no issues to onboard billions of users. And for that, to achieve it, so we developed our own virtual machine, own architecture, own smart contract languages, and things like that. So it creates massive performance, but it also creates a challenge for us. First of all, developer experience. Because as a developer, you need to think differently how to build high-load applications, user-facing millions of users. So this is a shift for developers' mind. So, and this is the reason why we invest a lot into new onboarding flow for developers, new smart contract languages, new tools, better documentations, zero friction, onboarding flow. And our goal is quite simple. First of all, we want to make sure that a developer can build a Web3 mini application on Ton and Telegram just one day, not months, not weeks, so just one day. And we believe that it's going to be a next level for our ecosystem. And what is most important, we're almost there. So I'm pretty sure that it will happen in just the next 6 months. So
that sounds good.
So, you know, in terms of Aleo, we shipped the first private ZK VM into production just last year. And one of the main technical roadblocks when it comes to infrastructure really comes around usability for a private ZK VM. There's really two areas that we've been focusing on. The first is on private state retrieval. So being able to retrieve information about your wallet or your account from the network and from chain in an easy and scalable fashion. So we've been building out, for instance, a record scanning API internally that we want to make available to developers to simplify that user journey there. I'd say a second area that we're looking at is also in terms of ZK computations to speed up the computations themselves. You know, in a programming model like this, users can run their computations off-chain on their own machines and merely produce a proof on-chain that they ran this computation without requiring the network to re-execute. And so by nature of that, now your computation is primarily bottlenecked by the speed of your own computations. And so we've been looking into developing delegated proving APIs, thereby allowing developers to offload their computations onto services like ours, where then we can then help scale up and speed up those types of computations. Just last month, we just announced a partnership with Google Cloud, where we want to try to use these specific types of APIs to explore confidential and compliant payment systems together.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, and then I would like to deep dive into each project, sort of your innovations. So first, Anthony, so on Ton, we all know that Ton has a very unique advantage by the integration into Telegram ecosystem, right? You probably have billion of users. And so how are you measuring sort of the user retention metrics and all these sort of users? On the other side, so apart from the currently we can see these mini apps and other things, either in Ton or Telegram. So what are the new features upcoming in this Ton ecosystem?
Yeah, definitely. Ton is a unique blockchain. So because we have this access to Telegram user base, we are onboarding real people, not crypto geeks. And this changed everything because you need a different user interfaces, you need a different user experience, entirely new product and business logic, because people just want to use crypto. They want to get utility. So and also we kind of have a statement. So if you need a tutorial for use crypto on Ton and Telegram, so it's broken. So first of all, you need to target real users from real world. So, and last year, I think it was a year when we proved the concept that it's possible to onboard hundreds of millions of users into Web3 space. So we did it because of games, because of social applications, and I believe that Telegram has become a largest Web3 user acquisition channel for everyone, not only for Ton, but for many projects. So, but as I said, people need real cases, need utility. And this is a reason why we care right now about retention, about real value. So for example, GameFi, so it's our main focus, but it should be fun and sustainable. It shouldn't be about crypto hunters, airdrops, and things like that. It should be more kind of real fun for users. Also, one-click DeFi solutions, so and not for geeks, for once again for real people. And also, for example, we are going to tokenize Telegram bonds, so it's going to be a huge use case of real-world assets on Ton. It means that as a user, I will be able to share success with Telegram. So it's just a few clicks in Telegram and Ton. So another aspect that we believe is payments, crypto payments, fiat payments, everything inside Telegram. Yeah, I believe that this year is going to be huge for this sector, first of all, because payments is one of the major use cases for crypto. And of course, AI. Yeah, I believe that Telegram is a perfect candidate to communicate, interact for users with AI agents. It's quite native. And for example, Grok has recently launched a Telegram bot, and we're also going to build a seamless platform for AI developers to make sure they can access Telegram user base using Ton blockchain technologies. So yeah, overall, we proved that it's possible to onboard a lot of users to Web3 space. This is a kind of new thing for crypto. But what's important for us right now, just retain people, educate them properly into really meaningful use cases. It's what we are doing right now.
I see. That's
yeah, and one more thing about future announcements. Actually, we have a Ton Day event, third day of conference. Please join, because I'm not sharing some big announcements right now. We prepared a lot of things for you. Just come. It's going to be huge, I believe.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I believe a lot of users in crypto will use Telegram as the instant messengers, right? And then the other question is actually for Lennox. So we all know that OKX side, one of the very competitive products is OKX Wallet, right? A lot of users are using OKX Wallet in this cycle, either APing into meme coins or doing a lot of these bridging services, right? So as you mentioned, right, there's so many infrastructures internally inside OKX. So what are the difference when you building this OKX Wallet compared to the other infrastructure in CEX? And at the same time, right now we have a lot of this kind of we call new generation wallets, right? Either they provide this very seamless user experience, or sometimes it's a keyless, right? So what are the other technical edges we have on the OKX wallet side compared to the new ones?
Yeah, when we begin the OKX wallet projects, I think we just basically believe in two things. One, we believe in a true self-custody future. The other one is we believe in we're gonna living in a multi-chain ecosystem. Back then, Ethereum is quite dominated, yeah, but we still have a strong belief it's a multi-chain ecosystem. So in this case, regardless how Web3 is going to be developed, it's going to be a product, an entry protocol for all the users that solve two things: a very friendly and easy way and similar experience to maintain a self-custody wallet. And the other one is this particular wallet need to support the current chain and all the future chain ahead. And they basically have the capability to transfer access with a one-click experience. So we build products, we build the wallet product based on these two basic principles and value. And turn out I think we make a pretty good success story in terms of product side, and everyone using it just because the experience is better. And we pay a lot of costs. I think we hire at least 300 and 500 engineers just focusing on building these products alone. I think, but OKX wallet is also very different than the other new generation wallet as well. OKX wallet is a true self-custody wallet, but it's also a wallet that carry OKX name. And OKX name is also a name for a highly regulated exchanges. So I think I think our product positioning relatively different than the other new generation wallet or new wallet per se. By say one thing, you're also maintaining a true decentralized infrastructure. On the other hand, we need to pay respect and be obligated to respect to the requirement and also expectation from global regulators. That's a unique, I think, a unique challenge to OKX Wallet, but probably a unique advantage and positioning for OKX Wallet. So think about this. A lot of things in OKX Wallet might not necessarily need to have 100% freedom to execute. But on the other hand, we can, as a wallet infrastructure as a whole, we have all the legal ingredients to integrate with payment infrastructure, banking system. So I think the positioning is relatively unique. I think that's what the OKX need to position and focus. Probably a lot of new unique challenge, but I think we got to tackle and for the industry. Say one, for example, how to execute KYC monitoring and on-chain monitoring in a self-custody wallet. Yeah. How to prevent these to happen without a single piece of KYC information. This is something that we need to solve. And we are actually, for reality, we are building system just for that purpose. But I think that's the product development that we are focusing at the moment.
Oh, that pretty like sort of new, I would say. Like sort of new concept.
It is.
Wallet.
People think about building a wallet, a self-custody wallet. You can evade from any regulatory requirement, for maybe legally it's right, but OKX is also a brand that carry expectations from global government regulators. So we need to build products and think about that beforehand. So the Congress and the Parliament will ask our local regulators and local team that, hey, I don't care, I know you're self-custody wallet, but there's still a lot of requirements that related to our law that want to impose on wallets. How do you figure it out? So we need to build something like that, or we need to work together with regulators on this front.
I see, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and then, Sarah, so brands, and because we are also building a lot of infrastructure like rollups for BNB chain, we know that recently BNB chain is moving aggressively. Like for example, I'm not sure whether audience know that for the next few months, especially exactly this month, BNB chain will do a major upgrade to reduce the block time from 3 seconds into 1.5. And in the next coming months, they will reduce further into 0.75 seconds. So it's really like sort of bold move, and I think one of the most aggressive moves like in crypto space right now to reduce this sort of block time and to reduce like these kind of MEVs. And then my question like with all these performance improvements, right? Did you see any sort of new applications or new use cases on BNB chain? And the second question after that is like we all know that there's a bunch of new like sort of ways to do this kind of TGE on BNB chain, right? Like Pancake, NDO, and also Binance Alpha. Are there any new moves on like sort of BNB chain side to support like sort of community projects? Yeah.
Thank you for like sharing the information about our tech updates to all the audience here. Yes, because actually BNB chain's priority is really to keep improving the scalability and performance of layer 1 as well as the layer 2 protocols, because our vision is really to onboard next billion Web3 users. So by doing so, we are really offering a high TPS and lower gas fee to end users. And also, we do saw a lot of new types of dApps that is onboarding to BNB chains, like, for example, high-frequency DeFis, especially those arbitrage bots, any types of trading platforms, different types of launch pads, and also other advanced DeFi protocols like DeFi logos are building on top of that. But besides that, there's also a lot of others. For example, on-chain AI, because we wanted to build BNB Chain as an AI first layer this year. So we do saw a lot of really talented AI builders that they're really moving their AI products on BNB Chains, including AI data projects, robotics projects, AI agent platforms. There's a lot of things. And they can really do real-time data verifications on-chain by having this improved performance of layer 1 protocols directly. And also we saw that there is some teams that are exploring doing decentralized messaging or decentralized social protocols on BNB Chain as well. So which by having the high frequencies, we can really get a low latencies issues being improved and also really offer a seamless solutions just as the other Web2 social apps that can do for end users. And also besides that, we have a lot of new stablecoin that is launching on BNB Chain, including USD1 that has just launched 2 weeks ago. And also we have Ethina's stablecoin launching last week on BNB Chains. And we have other native stablecoins that have already circulated on BNB Chain. So right now the BNB Chain stablecoin circulation is around 7 billion. And we will keep doing this by having the no gas fee and even gases campaign working with other central exchange or wallets to really educate and incentivize users to using BNB Chain stablecoin to do peer-to-peer stablecoin transfer without any gas in your wallet required. That is the trend that we have already saw during this year. But what we are doing in the coming months or next years, one thing is we are trying to strengthen our solutions to really seamlessly onboarding the end users, which we will have more solutions about smart wallet to really lower down the end users barriers into Web3 spaces. And also we will keep doing gases campaigns and we will even upgrade the mega fuel solutions, which can potentially support all coins to sponsor the gas fees on chain, not just BNB tokens or stablecoin tokens. So if you're really building a solution that you wanted to onboard users and you don't want the users to care about any gas fees, and then you can use mega fuel solutions in the future to cover the gas fees for your users. But besides that, actually, as you mentioned right now, we have a lot of projects that's really launching their assets on BNB Chain. So in the end, we do really want to prioritize BNB Smart Chain as a asset layers, which any types of assets can really launch on BNB Chain, not only meme coins, but also stablecoin, just as I mentioned, and also RW assets in the futures. Any type of stock or money market fund, T-bills, etc. We want to onboard them to BNB Chain, and users can choose according to their preference, whatever assets you want to trade, and you can just trade it by just holding a single address on BNB Chain. And we can also have some of AI plus DeFi solutions on top of it. So AI agent in the futures can trade, among different types of assets directly on BNB Chain. So we will expect more DeFi, more assets, and more trading happening on BNB Chain in the coming year.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, yeah, we are definitely expecting sort of all this happening this and the upcoming year. And also Howard, I'm not sure whether the audience is familiar with Howard. He actually one of the earliest researchers in ZK. And that's also the question I have for you, right? So we all know that a lot of these crypto thought leaders like Vitalik, everyone wants to have this privacy on blockchains, right? And so far, what's the status of this kind of privacy in blockchain space, and at the same time, Elio, how you address some of the concerns we have in crypto privacy? Yeah.
I think we could spend an entire hour talking about this subject, but just to simplify and boil it down, so I think the comments that Vitalik has made about privacy, especially when it comes to things like ENS, for example, I think are very much true, the concerns there. And I think that the user journey of even money itself is fundamentally broken in crypto right now. Like if I send some USDC from my wallet to your wallet, I can now see your entire financial history, past, present, and future. And I can see and understand so much about your behavior. If you take your salary from your wallet, I can then see how much you make. If you go and spend, I can then see where you shop and how much you spend, how frequently you spend, right? This information becomes such useful data for good and bad actors out there. And so, to me, privacy is a fundamentally important component to making crypto successful. But I believe that privacy in and of itself cannot exist in a vacuum. It has to exist with compliance. And I think privacy and compliance will be intimately wedded together. When you look at private blockchains before Aleo, and I think some people online like to call it privacy 1.0, I think one of the main challenges with previous blockchains is that they didn't have private smart contracts. And what that means is you didn't have configurable compliance. You don't have compliance that is able to adhere to local laws and jurisdictions for the different jurisdictions that you want to operate in as a developer. And I think what is so important about introducing privacy is to introduce compliance alongside with it. I thought the points that actually Lennox made about having self-custody with compliance is actually it's very right. That's the right direction to think about. And I think users are going to start to see that and recognize it themselves. I think regulators are going to understand that as well. For us, we've been looking at it from our own angle, which is from verifiable credentials. So thinking about, for example, using ZK, I can prove to you any information on my passport without actually giving you all the information that I may want to feel is sensitive. So for instance, if I want to go to a website and it says you must be over 18 to go look at our alcohol collection, for instance, then I can prove to you that I'm over 18 without revealing to you my date of birth. Also, if I'm using dApps that need to adhere to, for example, OFAC sanctions policies, I can prove to you that I'm not a citizen of an OFAC sanctioned country without necessarily having to reveal to you my nationality. And I think these are powerful capabilities for applications and services to be able to adopt and integrate that provide the user much better privacy, but more importantly, a much better user journey online, that they will feel that they are not just giving over all of their data in order to be compliant. And I think verifiability and visibility are not necessarily at odds with each other when you have a technology like ZK become prevalent and available out there.
Yeah, that sounds like we already made a lot of improvements, but definitely there's more room for us to really figure out ways to put more this kind of compliant privacy into crypto. Due to time constraints, I will just ask the last question for all the panelists. We can start with Howard. So for the next, we know that it's very difficult to do prediction in crypto, right? And everything is changing almost every week, every month, right? But we are discussing about this infrastructure. So my question is so for the next 2 years, right? What are the new technology you feel like can basically have the most impact on blockchain infrastructure? It will be AI or what kind of new tech in your mind?
I mean, I'm biased to say ZK, but I'll go a little more narrow. I think there's been this rise of use case for ZK TLS, which is the ability to authenticate and prove specific information without having to reveal all of it to service providers. And you're actually starting to see this technology roll out on numerous apps that are available on smartphones today, and for financial use cases, for employment use cases, for any type of kind of citizenship identity information as well. I think that this is going to be a very powerful primitive that you'll start to see be integrated into DeFi as well. And so that's something that I'm very excited about, especially in the last year as it becomes more performant and widely available.
I see. ZK. Anthony, how about you?
Yeah, I have another perspective. I think that it's not about technology, it's more about trend. I believe that in the next 3 years, blockchain will be invisible for users. Because people have no need to know what blockchain is. They don't know what is TCP/IP protocol, right? And it's what we kind of also doing, right? Like Web3 layer for Telegram to make sure that it's kind of seamless experience for users. And I believe it will be like the next big thing for whole crypto.
Okay, it's sort of like transparent to users. Sarah, yeah.
I think it will be chain abstraction as well as AI. So which combined can really onboard users and also developers very easily on chain. Yeah.
Lennox?
I think two trends are a compliance element on chain.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one would be a blockchain-based OS who can operate multiple AI agents. what you call it, AI agent with blockchain element on it.
Oh, that's amazing. It's also like the first time I saw a panelist give different opinions on this kind of a prediction. Compliance, abstraction, and the transparency to user, and also ZK. Yeah, so it's great to have all the panelists here. Yeah, it's great to have the discussion. And yeah, that's all for this panel. And thanks for all your time. And yeah, hope to see you very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists and moderator. A big round of applause for them. Thank you for sharing the brilliant insights with us. Please be seated.各各位尊敬的来宾，我们上半场的主题论坛已经到此结束，现在是用餐时间。我们下半场的主题论坛将会在2点钟准时开始。Ladies and gentlemen, the morning session of our forum has come to an end. We will have a lunch break. The afternoon session will begin at 2 p.m. promptly. 请允许我再次代表主办方感谢冠名赞助商 TON Foundation、GMGN、OKX Web3 以及钻石赞助商 Umi Platon、ZA Bank、博时国际、战略合作伙伴香港数码港、香港投资推广署和香港贸易发展局。支持机构香港旅游发展局的大力支持，再次感谢我们的所有的赞助商。Please allow me to again extend a sincere gratitude towards Hong Kong Web3 Festival title sponsors, TON Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3, and Diamond sponsors, Umi, Platon, ZA Bank, Bozera Funds, and also a big thank you to Cyberport, InvestHK, and HKTDC for supporting this event as strategic partners. Hong Kong Tourism Board, a supporting institution. 再次感谢大家的莅临，我们下半场会在2点钟准时开始。Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for participating. We'll be back at 2 p.m. See you all very soon. 联合举办 W3Me SNC Holding 承办的 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2025. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A very warm welcome to Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2025, co-hosted by Wang Xiang Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group and co-organized by W3Me and SNC Holding. I'm Jasmine. It's my absolute honor to be the MC for today's event. Welcome everyone again. 首先，请允许我代表主办方感谢冠名赞助商 Tom Foundation、GMGN、OKX Web3 以及钻石赞助商 Udemy、Platon、ZA Bank、博时国际、战略合作伙伴香港数码港、香港投资推广署和香港贸易发展局。支持机构香港旅游发展局的大力支持，再次感谢我们的赞助商。First of all, please allow me to extend our sincere gratitude towards Hong Kong Web3 Festival's title sponsors, Tom Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3, and diamond sponsors, Udemy, Platon, ZA Bank, Bozera Funds, and also a big thank you to Cyberport, InvestHK, and HKTDC for supporting this event as strategic partners, Hong Kong Tourism Board as supporting institution. 接下来，让我们将发言权交给我们今天杰出的讲者，他们是 Web3 产业中的重要领导者、投资者和观察者。Without further ado, let's give the floor to our distinguished speakers today. They are important leaders, investors, and observers of the public blockchain infrastructures track of the Web3 industry. 接下来，我们有请 Hashkey Chain and Hashkey 生态实验室 CEO K 女士上台演讲。她演讲的主题是 Hashkey Chain 连接传统与创新，重塑全球 RWA 新生态。First of all, let's welcome Kay, CEO of Hashkey Echo Labs, Hashkey Chain, to deliver a keynote speech, Hashkey Chain, Bridge Traditional and Innovation, Reshape Global RWA Ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in putting your hands together to welcome. 有请。
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm so honored to be here to share our insight on this hotshot topic, RWA, and how Hashkey Chain could actually help everyone, literally everyone, to get on board and to seize this opportunity. I was preparing this presentation in English before, but when I was working around this morning, I found out that there are a lot of friends, new friends, not only from the Web3 investors, but also from other industries such as traditional finance, even non-financial industry. These new friends are from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, mainland China. So I decided to switch this presentation into Mandarin to better facilitate our understanding. And I know crypto and public chain may be a little bit tricky for those new friends, so I will try to skip all this Web3 oriented terminology. I'll try to share my real thought and to let you guys know what is going on this industry. And if you have any further questions, please let me know. I'll be there for the whole next 3 days, and we could talk and chat to share our mutual understanding on this industry. Okay, let's start. 我现在要讲普通话了，因为我觉得很多这种Web3的技术名词，其实拿翻译过来，其实会失到很多的本位，所以我这场 presentation 会用普通话来讲。大家有任何问题，也可以看屏幕上的同传。其实我们传统金融这个词啊，是相对于 Web3而产生的。传统它并不代表了过时和守旧，恰恰相反，因为传统金融历经了大约1000多年的发展，从我们最开始的这种以物易物的交换形式，到中间工业革命的出现，再到最近进入到21世纪，我们发现传统金融大家有了数字化、网络化、智能化的诉求，这恰恰反映了传统金融在不断的对自身进行迭代和更新。而 Web3其实也经过了10几年的发展，从2009年的时候，比特币出现，它叫做一种点对点的电子现金支付系统。到2014年的时候，以太坊出现，为整个行业赋予了智能合约和编程的功能。再到今天，经过了10几年的发展， 整个 Web3的已经出现了一个现代 on-chain 金融的雏形。我们现在在链上其实可以实现非常多的基于传统金融的理解而实现的功能，比如说我们可以交易，我们可以借贷，我们可以有合约的功能，甚至我们有各种各样资产品类的发行。我们现在到了一个时点，是 Web2 想要往 Web3靠近，借助 Web3的力量来实现更好的流动性、更好的全球化，而 Web3希望引入 Web2的资产，让这些优质的资产进入到 Web3，提供更多的生态的可能性。于是这段时间，我们在每一个会场、每一个项目都会经常听到 RWA 这3个字，这是什么 ？Real World Asset。那对于我们来说，这是我入行以来第一次发现有这样一个词，能够让传统金融的朋友和 Web3的朋友共同理解。到现在大家来说比较熟悉的可能是什么呢？特朗普，可能是比特币。第3个让 Web2 的朋友和 Web3的朋友都有兴趣的，恰恰就是 RWA。这个不是我们的一个凭空推测，我们来看数据啊。到目前为止，我们如果算上稳定币啊，这个形态最大的 RWA 的资产是广义的 RWA 资产，我们目前面临的是一个1000亿规模级别的市场，而它的增速在2024年、2025年有了进一步的质的飞跃。当我们抛开稳定币的场景，我们单独看不含稳定币的 RWA 资产，我们发现现在我们在面临的一个指数增长的 RWA 的市场，而这样的增长，据 Chainlink 的预测，将在2030年达到一个顶峰，达到10000亿级别的市场。那对于我们来说，RWA 是一个新兴的东西，它现在是100亿级别的市场，但是理论上来说，所有在现实世界里边有收益、有价值的资产都可以上链。所以我们面对的是什么？在仅仅有100亿规模的链上 RWA 和广袤的现实世界资产中间，我们有了一个巨大的 gap。这个 gap 代表了什么？代表的是我们接下来的机会。这就是为什么 Web3在积极的拥抱 RWA。我们希望能够让所有的现实世界资产能够上链，而对于 Web2 的资产来说，上链到底意味着什么？这是我们要首先回答的问题。首先是流动性的提升。上链以后，我们可以给到大家更好的资产流动性。其次，由于区块链天然的属性，我们可以在链上实现7×24小时，跨越了时间、跨越了地区的链上结算。其次，现代传统金融实际上很多时候结算时间是在T+2左右。等到上链以后，我们几乎可以实现实时即时的结算，大幅度提高了资产的运作效率。还有一个点，对于我们普通投资人来说，实际上上链会帮我们实现的是什么？资产的民主权。这就意味着小额投资人可以在任何时候在链上配置到高净值的资产，以非常低的准入门槛。我现在可以用10美元、10港币的价格在链上去购买在美国一套房地产的收益权。而在现实世界中，这个过程涉及到非常复杂的法币跨境的支付，涉及到现实账户的结算，但在链上让一切跨境资产的流动成为了可能。最后，区块链的天然属性，它带来的透明度，可以帮我们实现合规自动化，而合规自动化是真正的把区块链的技术优势发挥成商业价值最重要的利器。那我们都已经看到了 RWA 是一个确定性的趋势，以及它未来非常庞大的增长空间。作为我们 HashKey Chain， 我们可以做什么呢？我们的优势在哪里？这是我们每天在问自己，以及不断被问到的一个问题。首先，我们来说技术基础。HashKey Chain 是一条基于以太坊2层网络构筑的公链，它在继承了以太坊完备安全性的基础上，以及以太坊最强的世界性共识和最强的生态基础上，得到了性能大幅度的提升。我们举个简单的例子啊，现在我们链上在跑的基金产品里边，我们的交易手续费已经达到了每笔小于0.001美金，几乎可以忽略不计。而我们的速度，交易确认时间是小于0.01秒的，这样的结算速度是足够支撑机构级的大规模上链应用的发展。而我们也在为各种 on-chain 的 RWA 资产配置了全套的解决方案，让大家用最低的上链成本，不需要去考虑太多的技术门槛，用一键式发行的方式在链上做部署，让大家专注于本身的产品创新和收益设计。我们来帮大家做所有的底层基础设施，帮大家做好这个上链的连接器的功能。而技术实际上仅仅是我们的基础。 当我们在讨论成本的时候，其实我们不应该只着眼于这个上链的交易手续费的成本，以及一些对于运营成本的大幅度降低。虽然这个很重要，因为我们如果发在以太坊1层网络上，那一笔交易手续费大约是$3左右。这个是长期以来这个区块链面临的一个问题啊。就以太坊主网，它有很大的生态群，它很安全，但是它很慢，它的手续费很高，这是我们整个行业的通病。所以2层网络的出现是为了帮助以太坊来改善这些固有问题。但是成本本身其实不应该仅仅着眼于我们技术上的成本。我们现在看到很多其他的同行友商或者其他的项目，就所有的公链，其实大家都在做 RWA 的拓展，但是大家似乎陷入到了一个困境。我们要解答2个问题，第一个就是资产到底如何上链？第二个就是资产上链以后可以做什么？这个问题似乎被静静地蔑视掉了。我举一个简单的例子啊，就是我们有一个冷笑话说，要把大象装进冰箱，总共要分几步？那第一步是把冰箱门打开。第2步是把大象装进去，第3步是把冰箱门关上。现在所有的朋友，大家仿佛在讨论的是，我要选择什么牌子冰箱，我要用什么样的最快的手速把这个冰箱门打开和关上。但是没有人真正在回答如何把大象真正装进冰箱这个问题。但这个才是我们在这个行业里最应该解答的问题。而我必须承认，在这个阶段，关于 RWA 的探索是非常非常早期的。可能对于金融类的 RWA 资产，我们有比较实践的探索，但是对于非金融类 RWA 资产，由于它本身产业的复杂度，它各地合规监管要求的不同，就导致我们对于这类资产的上链其实是一个比较模糊的概念。但我们现在 HashKey Chain， 我们在解决的就是帮各类的伙伴们探索出一条能够被所在监管主体接受的道路，用最低的成本、最高的效率上链。在这个行业里，我不客气地说，只有我们才能够给到大家真正切实可行的解决方案。我相信，这也是我们解决方案的一部分，因为我们在链上为大家提供了全套的监管可接受的、适用于各地监管框架的链上基础设施，包括链上的 KYC、AML， 我们可以达到金融机构级别的链上身份识别。我们设置了多层的安全认证体系，我们有自己的这个救生舱的机制，包括我们可以定制化的帮大家去设计所有符合当地监管要求的框架。这些所有的积累都是源于 HashKey 本身。这么多年来在合规行业的积累，以及我们与各地监管非常深入的交流，包括我们自己，我们在发行生态平台币的时候，也花了大约几年的时间，与香港这边的监管部门一起来沟通交流。我们相当于帮助制定和推进了各地监管框架。在这个基础之上，我们给大家提供的帮助一定是独一无二的，一定是非常独特的。而资产发上链只解决了第一步，下一步的问题是我们在链上可以做什么？我相信这也是吸引大家所有的伙伴想要把资产发行上链的原因。那对于 HashKey 来说，我们不仅有着对于监管的深入的理解，我们有着对于 Web2 非常深入理解，我们还有着在 Web3 领域多年的耕耘，包括我们自己全套的业务体系。我们已经发布了$5000万的 Atlas Grant 的计划，生态激励的计划，专项的去扶植所有的 RWA、PayFi、稳定币这些新兴核心赛道项目的上链，为大家资产发行来说，我们可以提供更多的这个上链的帮助。而对于这些资产的投资人来说，链上的生态激励才是他们最关注的重点。因为现在传统资产大家的收益率其实竞争度非常的激烈，是什么让传统资产在这么激烈的竞争中脱颖而出？一方面我们给到大家全球的触达渠道，另一方面我们用链上的生态激励给到大家收益率的补强。第3方面，我们通过链上去中心化金融的方式，帮大家把资产盘活，提供流动性，提供收益加成。这所有的一切都是在我们的链上才可以发生的。刚刚说的是我们公链本身可以帮大家做什么。等到我们扩展到整个 HashKey 的范围内 ，HashKey 这么多年来其实已经成为了这个行业里边独一无二的战略地位的机构。我们有着最全面的 Web3 和 Web2 的业务线，我们有交易所和 OTC 的这个业务可以帮大家提供流动性，我们有着我们的非常头部的亚洲领先的这个投资主体和资管主体，可以帮大家实现资产的管理。我们有托管和这个节点运营的服务，可以帮大家提供安全性，包括我们有各地的牌照，以及我们有专业的 tokenization 代币化的部门，可以帮大家完成最合规、最低成本的上链发行。最后，我们自 自己本身也有触达到了最广泛的机构级别的全球的客户，给大家提供更多的合作机会。以上是我对我们公链和的介绍。那今天也非常荣幸在这里向大家宣布一个新的展示，我们对 HashKey Chain 进行了全面的品牌升级。这个我们新的品牌意向其实是桥。那桥的使命是什么？桥的使命是传承和连接。我们希望我们可以成为连接 Web2 和 Web3 的金融基础设施。我们可以连通的不仅是两边的资产、用户，更是两边的认知和理解。我们希望通过不断的努力和不断的推动，让两边的资产、用户、资金、生态流动起来，让语言流动起来，弥合掉中间的 gap， 让大家用更好的方式一起来建设这个生态的发展。而这次的升级不仅仅是一个品牌形象的升级，它更多的是对于我们整个思考维度的转变。我们已经不仅仅是把自己定义为一条公链本身，而是希望成为一个连接到世界资产的价值网络，为大家提供更多的服务。我们对自己的定位其实是金融和 RWA 的首选公链。但现在这个已经不仅仅是一个愿景啊！近期我们取得了非常多的里程碑式的进展，包括大家最近关注到很多的，我们已经与最顶级的传统金融机构进行了合作。CPIC 已经于近期发行了链上的美元货币市场基金，首日的认购规模高达1亿美金。今天上午刚刚发生的博时发行的全球第一个ETF 的货币市场基金也刚刚发行，而且这个产品也得到了香港证监会的认可。这就意味着以后大家在香港地区如果要去申请发行金融类的产品，我们去跟监管在沟通的时候，我们可能与其他合作伙伴的沟通需要一定的摩擦成本，但是与 HashKey Chain 的合作是自然而然的。我们已经成为了监管最认可的2层公链，在提升安全性、性能的基础上，为大家提供更多的合规的追求。那在 Web3 方面，我们也一直在与最顶级的合作伙伴合作，包括预言机，我们跟 Chainlink 等等最头部的项目合作，实现我们链上资产和链下数据的互通，包括跨链桥，我们跟 Orbiter 合作，所有的这些合作伙伴都体现了大家对于整个 HashKey 的品牌，对于我们公链的品牌的认可。而成绩单不会骗我们，作为一个上线仅有4个月的非常年轻的公链，到目前为止，我们拥有了链上将近100万的活跃注册用户，我们发生了2500万笔安全无风险的交易，我们已经成功的部署了50家的项目上链，所有的这些都代表了不管是传统机构的朋友、Web3 的朋友，还有我们的真实用户、开发者对我们的认可。我们还连接了亚洲范围内所有顶级的开发者的社区，包括中国、台湾、新加坡。还有各地韩国各地的社区，这些所有的开发者都是我们生态的中坚力量。那我们讲完了目前我们取得的成绩，下一步我们想要做什么？今天因为时间有限，我可能快速跟大家介绍一下。首先，我们会以核心资产为底层基础，我们链上会打造几个大的资产平台，包括 RWA 的发行平台，包括我们的稳定币创新中心，包括我们的比特币生态，把比特币资产盘活起来，也包括我们会做支付的基础组件，所有的这些都是构成 HashKey Chain 链上生态的资产基础。那接下来是我们的产品路线，这里我不展开，但是我有几个 highlight， 比如说Q2 的时候，我们会上线当前的以 MF 为基础的稳定币，我们会基于 MF 做理财平台，我们在今年 Q4 的时候会实现真正的 on-chain finance platform， 让链上金融、链上理财成为可能。还有一点，我们今年会发布 RWA 全球范围内的白皮书，我们会用我们的经验，我们在合规领域的探索，我们的合作伙伴，大家一起来重新定义全球 RWA 的市场，让大家知道如何与我们合作，如何与其他的人合作。大家可以把我们的合作当成第一步。那等到与 HashKey 合作，在我们链上发行以后，我们的资产可以实现跨链互通性，我们可以把资产引入到其他各个多链的生态，实现真正的全球范围内的资产互通。我们对自己的要求其实像我说的只有3步：第一，在近期我们想成为链上华尔街；第二，我们会成为全球的价值网络；到了远期目标，我们希望成为连接传统金融和创新的 Web3 的总的创新中枢。这是我们对自己的期望，也是我们诚邀大家想要做的事情啊。所以在这里也向我们的开发者、机构投资人、用户发出广泛的邀请，请在这个时候，在这个行业非常早期的时候，看到它的热度，找到合适的伙伴，跟我们一起来成长，与 HashKey Chain 合作，我们实现更大的梦想。 我们要说 the journey is not about arrival, but all about the connection. Let's do it again. Let's start. 谢谢。
谢谢，感谢 Kay 的精彩演讲。Thank you, Kay, for the fascinating sharing. Please be seated. 接下来我们有请 Off-Chain Labs 联合创始人兼首席科学家 Ed Felten 先生上台演讲。他带来的主题是 Better L2s for a Better Ethereum. Next, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ed Felten, co-founder and chief scientist of Off-Chain Labs, to deliver a keynote speech. The topic is Better L2s for a Better Ethereum. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Ed. 有请。
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time today. I want to talk about where we are with L2s in the Ethereum ecosystem and where we are going. But let me start by talking about why we're doing layer 2s at all. There's a lot of discussion about layer 2s, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm a big supporter of layer 2s, and let me explain why. Of course, the story of layer 2s on Ethereum starts in 2020 with Vitalik's now famous post about a rollup-centric roadmap for Ethereum. This is where the Ethereum Brain Trust first committed themselves to an L2-centric strategy. This, in my mind, was a brilliant move because it took a lesson from the internet, which is the most successful, largest-scale, decentralized, credibly neutral technology that's ever existed. The reason that this has been such a great idea for the internet is that it allows innovation to develop. It allows each layer to specialize in doing one job. And the internet has been incredibly successful at innovating and evolving and pivoting over time because of the decision to build in layers. And Vitalik was taking a lesson from that. And I think it's been incredibly successful. Let me just give you some statistics about how much layer 2s have allowed the Ethereum ecosystem to grow. Layer 2s today do about 30 times the transactions per second of layer 1 Ethereum, about 40 times the data, about 80 times the total gas usage, and there are now well over 100 layer 2 and layer 3 chains. Just to emphasize this, let me show you a bar graph that shows transaction activity in the Ethereum stack categorized by layers. You can see that layer 1 accounts for only a couple % of the overall usage. Almost everything is at layer 2 and at layer 3. This has been one of the great strengths of layer 2 and layer 3 technologies. They've expanded the scope, the capacity of Ethereum by a tremendous factor. But equally important, just like the internet, the development and use of layers allows customization of each technology of each chain. It doesn't have to be all the same. Each chain can be customized for a particular application or use case or business model. And so the L2 roadmap has been incredibly successful. But how can we continue to grow it in order to grow Ethereum? The most important thing, I think, is to make sure that L2s are aligned with Ethereum. And to me, Ethereum alignment means just this, that we work every day to make the Ethereum stack faster, cheaper, more reliable, and easier to use. If we're doing that, we're aligned. So how can we make it faster? Well, here there's a bunch of things, and there's active work going on from many teams. First, developing benchmarks, so we have standardized ways of measuring performance and knowing how well we're doing. Second, faster execution, making faster virtual machines so that we can do more work on the same nodes. Next, parallelism, the ability to discover and take advantage of parallel transactions that can be executed at the same time to provide the same result as if things executed in sequence, but to take advantage of parallelism to make it go faster. To be smarter about resource pricing so that we can continue to operate chains closer to the red line of the nodes. And then finally, to build horizontal scaling so that we can have more chains that work together harmoniously to provide a single and clean user experience. Work is going on in our team and many other teams to pursue all of these strategies to make the Ethereum stack and individual chains faster. So what do developers need in order to play a role in building out applications on this faster chain? They want a few things. They want to be able to use familiar, standard, battle-tested languages and tools. They want to have fast execution at the speed of native code on the nodes. And they want all of this, these new models, to be fully composable so that they don't have to program in separate silos for EVM versus non-EVM code. Arbitrum provides this via Stylus, which allows developers to write on-chain applications in many different programming languages, Rust, C, C++, and others, and deploy them onto an EVM chain with full composability, and best of all, running at 10 to 20 times faster than EVM code, or 1/10 to 1/20th the amount of gas. There are many applications already taking advantage of Stylus. This is available natively on every Arbitrum technology chain now. Horizontal scaling is equally important, the ability to grow and increase the number of chains so that we can have more activity running through the natural or parallelism of having multiple chains. And in the Arbitrum network, you see this as well. Many chains working together, not only expanding capacity, but also providing customization for particular use cases. For example, gaming chains put a lot of focus on having a fast block time, very fast response time. Other chains may be customized for RWA applications and so on. There's not only strength and speed in this, there's also diversity. What can we do to make the operation of these chains cheaper? Really, we need to do two things in tandem. First, we need to lower the cost of operating the chain. If we can lower the cost of operating the chain, then we can lower fees for users in a way that's sustainable, because a chain needs to be economically viable. That is, it needs to be able to take in fees enough to cover the cost of operating the chain. And so we're working every day to figure out how to lower the cost of operating the chain, to allow to do the same work on cheaper nodes and to be able to get more done. Really important here is better pricing. Pricing of on-chain resources is the way that chains make sure that they're not going too fast, that the user activity, the applications happening, don't overwhelm the capacity of nodes. So a pricer is really the mechanism that decides how well utilized the nodes will be. And if we can improve on-chain pricing, we can avoid hitting the brakes on the chain to slow it down unless we really need to protect the capacity of nodes. And you'll be seeing some really interesting announcements from our Off-Chain Labs team along this direction soon. What can we do to make Ethereum more reliable? Well, here, there's no one brilliant idea. Reliability comes from working hard every day, from doing our engineering and being heads down and making sure that we test and design and plan for reliability. I want to take the bulk of my time in this talk to talk about what we're doing to make the multi-chain L2 environment on Ethereum easier to use. We have many chains, and we've provided a great deal of expansion of capacity and diversity by increasing the number of chains. But in order to provide the user experience that people want, we need to be able to connect all of these chains together. Because users don't benefit, they don't find it easy if they have to see the boundaries between chains, if moving between chains means many clicks and a long delay. We need to connect everything in a way that is fast and trustless. Our goal is to develop a mechanism that can allow seamless cross-chain activities across any Ethereum-based chain in a fully trustless way at a latency of 3 seconds or less. And we believe we know how to do that. So how do we do that? Well, again, we take lessons from the internet. The internet, again, is the most successful, largest scale, fully interoperable technology that humanity has ever built. So how does the internet achieve great interoperability? First, it focuses on being fast. Second, it is standards-based. On the internet, products developed by different companies, different teams, can work together because the standards are carefully designed, carefully negotiated among the teams to allow them to talk to each other and to provide the experience that users want. Taking a principled but also practical approach to standards development is key. Third, interoperation on the internet is asynchronous. That one device, one machine doesn't stop and wait for the other one. Why don't you stop and wait? Well, you don't know how long the other one will take. You don't know if it's even there. So asynchrony, the fact that you don't tie the timing together, that although the human may stop and wait, the machine never stops and waits. It goes off and does something else. Next, fault tolerant. This is really important. If you're going to have a large, independently operated and diverse ecosystem, you need each part to be tolerant of failures from the other parts. And that means that one chain can't just assume that other chains are going to be there, can't assume that another component is going to be there. You have to be able to react and cope and switch over to a backup strategy if something is not working. And then finally, internet interoperation is security conscious. That is, one component, for us, one chain, one mechanism, doesn't just assume that another one is secure, but instead each component defends itself against the possibility that something will go wrong. These last three bullets are the most important. On the internet, no component assumes another one will respond immediately, no component assumes another one will never fail, and no component assumes that another one is perfectly secure. Everyone looks out for themselves and cooperates in a proactive way. And this is what we need to do as well. So on the Off-Chain Labs team, we've been working with the Arbitrum community and the Ethereum community to develop what we call the Universal Intent Engine. And this is a mechanism that is designed to support the interoperation that we think is needed to drive cooperation and drive a smooth user experience across a diverse L2 and L3 ecosystem. And I want to talk a little bit about how this works. Dive into the technology just a little bit. So let's talk first about the user journey. What is it like for the user to use the Universal Intent Engine to, let's say, move assets from one chain to another, or take an asset that's on one chain and use it to do a swap on another chain? So the user starts out, the user first creates an intent. That is, the user says through their wallet or some other user interface that I want to do this operation. I have some asset over here. I'd like to have that asset over there on a different chain. So the user creates that intent. They click something in their wallet. That intent is then registered. The intent is formatted for the intent feed. It's then published in the intent feed, which goes out to all the parties all over the world who might be able to satisfy that intent by providing the funds on the destination chain, presumably in exchange for a small fee. So that goes out in the intent feed, and the user's funds on the source chain go into escrow. They're locked in a smart contract. Now, there's a cross-chain settlement mechanism which allows the user's intent to be satisfied by a filler or provider, a solver, someone who is able to provide what the user asked for over on the destination chain. The cross-chain settlement mechanism ensures trustlessly and quickly that the funds actually have been provided on the destination chain. And then, within a few seconds, the cross-chain settlement mechanism tells the escrow contract to release the funds, and these funds that the user provided in escrow on the source chain will go to the solver, but only after cross-chain settlement has trustlessly guaranteed that the intent has been satisfied. What does it look like on the solver side? Well, the solver is listening to the intent feed. If I'm a solver, I'm able to provide funds to users on destination chains in exchange for a fee. So I'm listening to that intent feed. When I see some intent, I see the user say, I have funds over here, I'll pay over here. I'd like to receive funds over there. I, as a solver, might say, okay, I can satisfy that. I then send a quote back to the intent server. Say, I will satisfy this in exchange for a fee of, say, 0.02%. If I'm chosen by the mechanism to provide those funds for the user, presumably because I was the lowest bidder among the parties who have been reliable in the past, Then I participate in the cross-chain settlement protocol. I take the funds that I'm going to pay to the user, they go into escrow on the destination chain, and now the cross-chain settlement mechanism takes those escrowed funds, pays them out immediately to the user. Then a message is sent across to the source chain where I'll receive on the source chain. So we believe that we can provide this. The magic is in the cross-chain settlement protocol here, which is able to guarantee atomicity so that the two sides work together and that neither one happens unless the other one has performed as required. We can provide this, we can provide it trustlessly and very quickly, and you'll be seeing some announcements about that as well from our team. So the key to advancing Ethereum by advancing L2s is to be aligned with Ethereum to work on faster, cheaper, more reliable, and easier to use. If we do this, we can ensure that the future of L2 is the future of Ethereum. And we can uphold the Arbitrum principle, which is your chain, your rules. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause for Ed. Fabulous presentation. Thank you for the in-depth sharing and giving us a better understanding on the topic, Layer 2s and Ethereum. So today we are very privileged to have industry leaders, experts, and different speakers to join us, to share with us their expertise and experiences. So do make the most of it and reach out to them if you have any questions. Before we dive into our next session, we have a few friendly reminders for everyone. Simultaneous interpretation is available at the main stage and selected substage sessions. So do scan the codes and listen to translated presentations and speeches via your mobile devices. 温馨提示，本次活动采用绿色的线上同传服务，参与者可以扫描各会场的专属同传二维码，即可获取我们同传的服务。接下来是原作讨论的环节，主题是 L2 让 Web3 变得更好还是更坏呢？ Next, we will have a panel discussion about will L2 improve or worsen Web3. 现在我们有请我们原作讨论环节的主持还有嘉宾来到台上面。Let's welcome the moderator, Larry Ma, CSO SNZ Capital, and also our panelist, Michael, co-founder of Brevis, Tom Orr, CEO of Natis, Amer, core contributor of Puffer, Leo Fan, CEO of CISIC. Welcome our panelists and our moderator. And now I'll pass the floor to our moderator. Over to you now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Larry from SNZ. So last year at Layer 1, Layer 2, we're talking about Layer 2 development because it's very Layer 2 season last year. And we're talking about use cases and also the investment trend. So this year, fast forward to this year, I think a lot of things have changed. And there's dozens of Layer 2s has been live. And it's a good time to reflect and see what we have achieved and what's the road forward. And today, with the privilege, we have 4 experts from Layer 2, and we were here from the frontier of how things evolved. So first, let's get us a quick introduction. We have Michael from
Hi everyone. This is Michael from Brevis.
Yeah, Tom from the Metis, and Amir from Puffer, and Leo from CISIC. So let's get started with a quick round of introduction.
Oh Michael, yeah, please. Sure. Well, hi again, everyone. This is Michael. I'm a co-founder of Brevis. Brevis is a smart off-chain verifiable computing platform. Now, what we do is that Brevis is something that it can offload when the blockchain itself is like undertaking some very heavy and data complex computation. You don't have to do it all on blockchain itself. Even though if it's on Layer 2, Layer 1, you can actually offload this kind of complex computation into an off-chain environment. You do not do the computation, but at the same time generate a ZK proof. And with the computation result and also the ZK proof, you can put it back to blockchain where it can be easily and low cost verified there. And therefore, like you can kind of expand the blockchain capacity and the computation power immensely, almost to an infinite level. So we have two products. One is called ZK Coprocessor that focuses on a specific kind of a computation that allows smart contract to access and compute on historical on-chain data. And another one is a ZK VM, a generalized ZK VM called Pickle, which allows you really to do anything that is like a ZK based and verify on-chain. So we work with many of the biggest DeFi projects in the world, like PancakeSwap, Euro, and Sina, and many others. So happy to be here and talk more about Layer 2.
Thanks, Michael. Tom?
Hi, everyone. My name is Tom Ngo, CEO of Metis L2 blockchain. Metis was one of the first L2 to launch. In the same year, two other L2 as well, Arbitrum and Optimism. So we've been around the space for some time. At Metis, we're more than a infrastructure layer 2. We're actually a organization is providing solution for the industry in many verticals. From the L2 side, now we're tackling the data alignment side for AI with our Instant L2 Hyperion. We also are supporting BTC layer 2 as well in that area, and as well as ZKM. So in terms of Metis, we're a organization pushing the boundaries of blockchain to really find solutions for the industry.
Okay, Amir, please.
Hi, everyone. Amir, I'm the CEO and founder of Puffer Labs. We are focusing on supercharging Ethereum through providing yield infrastructure together. Our first product that a lot of you might have known is Puffer Staking. We have evolved that to actually utilizing the underlying infrastructure that we have to focus on based sequencing and based rollups. And Puffer Unify is our rollup stack that we're launching very soon.
Thanks. Neil, please.
Hello, hi. My name is Neil Fan. I'm a co-founder of and CEO of Scythic. So Scythic starts as doing some hardware acceleration for ZKP, and then we evolve into providing the computational support for almost like every ZK project. Like in past several months, we have generated more than, I guess, like 7 or 8 million proofs for the community. And we, in addition to generating all these proofs, we also have like mobile apps where people can just plug in and then verify all this like ZK proof generated by Scythic. Yeah.
Great. So let's dive in with the first question. So Vitalik says blockchain trilemma, which means a blockchain cannot both have the scalability, the security, and decentralization at once. But layer 2 has been proposed as one of the solutions to address that. So at current stage, how are we doing in solving this problem, and what are the challenges we're facing? Please, Michael.
Yeah, sure. So like, the blockchain trilemma is something that a lot of people know, right? So like, but that trilemma really applies to layer 1 blockchain design, where you have underlying consensus and then you have a execution environment on top. So like, there's a famous saying in the computer science industry that is like, you can solve every single computer science problem by introducing a new dimension in the trade-off space. Right, so like, we used to have only 3 dimensions in the trade-off space, which is security, decentralization, and scalability. Now, layer 2 is proposed as actually a way to introduce a new dimension in the 3-dimensional trade-off space. The new dimension introduced here is state segmentation or computer segmentation, right? So now, if we start to allow, state fragmentation and liquidity fragmentation, we suddenly have a lot more liquidity, a lot more scalability that we can play with at the same level of security and somewhat reduced decentralization, right? So, this is like how the entire blockchain infrastructure space actually evolves. That is to play around with different kind of knobs and tunes, all these kind of trade-off knobs. And I think like for layer 2 in the last 5 years or so, the entire community did a very good job in scaling blockchain and solved a lot of scalability problems and introduced, of course, a lot of new kind of applications that were not possible to be done on a single layer 1. So, in that sense, it is very successful. But at the same time, it also introduced a lot of challenges because we introduced this new dimension of liquidity fragmentation and user fragmentation and state fragmentation, right? So I guess that's something we're all gonna talk about, more in today's, panel. But we do think that from kind of a scalability, addressing that initial trilemma perspective, there is there are other kind of trade-offs playing that we can play with. For example, for off-chain verifiable computing, we're instead of introducing state and liquidity fragmentation, we're introducing asynchronicity to solve the same kind of scalability challenge in the layer 1 blockchain. So essentially, you can offload a lot of computation away from the blockchain to an off-chain environment, and you can offload different kind of computation at the same time in a parallel fashion, and then have the result come back to the blockchain in a verifiable fashion. And that is also a way to actually scale blockchain and enable a lot more application use cases without these kind of fragmentation and segregation.
Okay, so let me add a little bit more to the question. What's the scalability limit right now, and how the scalability and the decentralization kind of can have a balance there, solve that problem?
I'll go ahead and answer this. So in terms of scalability and decentralization, I think it's always a balance. It's like, hey, I want a bulletproof car that's extremely light. I don't think we can have it all in one until we evolve on how we apply the technology and how we apply and layer on the different components of the security side and decentralization side. Being an L2, it was created for a solution to help with scalability. Now we face the challenge of, hey, it's too centralized. So from Metis, we decentralize our sequencer, but is it fully decentralized? From a technical standpoint, there are still components that are centralized for sure, but what is full decentralization, right? I can say everybody here is still using AWS, right? To some part of their tech stack or their operations. So in terms of decentralization and scalability, I think it's always you cannot always have the best of both worlds, and there's always a challenging point. But in terms of decentralization and scalability, we got to ask ourselves, what is the market really looking for and what is really needed? I think the challenge now is we need adoption and application into the real world, and we're kind of tinkering between centralization, decentralization, and how it hinders certain limitations for companies or for applications as well. So I think there's always a balance, and we're evolving. It's getting better, but I think it's still a long road ahead of us.
Thanks, Tom. Amir, please.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I can debate asynchrony versus synchrony for probably hours. I know Ed is the camp of asynchrony. Michael here also says asynchrony is the solution. Of course, I prefer synchrony for many other reasons. But I'll just go back down a level and say we need to scale the L1 regardless of if L2s are successful before anything. The roadblock to scaling the L1 previously was the compute capacities and the philosophy we had over who needs to run a full node, who is capable of running a full node, and we wanted everybody in their house to be able to run a full node. And I think this philosophy is sort of carried on to a way that even researchers at the EF are realizing that, okay, for example, we need to do things of increasing maximum effective balance, so the number of nodes decrease so we can scale. The notion of a full node and a light client and a light node are now shifting. The compute needed to do certain operations are shifting. Now, we saw that in a coordinated move, we just increased the gas limit of the Ethereum L1 itself to the Ethereum validators. That was L1 scaling without really sacrificing that decentralization or security factor of it. So I think our thought of this trilemma has shifted a little bit. But in a more positive manner. L2s were certainly introduced, I want to call them rollups before I call them L2s. Rollups were introduced to provide more sort of a handling of transactions. Unfortunately, it didn't end up the way that it should have gone by introducing much more overhead of the fragmentation, like Michael mentioned. This overhead is a little bit looked down upon initially, but now we're realizing that over time, L2s are diverting to become their own L1s chains and sort of their little islands, their own islands of liquidity. So I believe there are solutions that, for example, we are working on to get away from that direction. But for another very advantageous thing that L2s or rollups are introducing is these custom execution environments. What if we go towards an app chain that maybe users do want to be KYC'd, right? But they want to still take advantage of the security and data availability of the L1 itself. These are some of the very big advantages that L2s and the rollups introduced to the landscape, and they onboarded many more users thanks to these external factors that they introduced, that the limitations that the L1 itself had.
Thank you. Leo, please.
Yeah, I'll just add a few points. I think the previous panelists have a very excellent explanation about the question. So the purpose of having these layer 2s is to scale Ethereum or like scale other blockchain. They have already, like, I guess, like in my opinion, have provided a reliable job for that. And they, as the previous panelists said, they are also like evolving. So like if I recall it correctly, Mattis is the first to have this like decentralized sequencer, which is like more decentralized than other like layer 2s. And I guess like the decentralized sequencer is also on the roadmap of some other like layer 2s. So like yeah, they are evolving. They will have, as they will like improve on the decentralization parts while not hurting the scalability issues. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Leo. So it naturally goes to the next question of the fragmentation that Michael has mentioned. So because there are dozens of layer 2 now, and naturally there will be a lot of roll-up islands with fragmented liquidity. And so I think Vitalik has called this one, fragmentation is the biggest user experience problem in crypto. And also recent layer 2 interloper cores, they stated that the intent solution is not a silver bullet, and there should be other alternatives in this endgame of the user experience as a solution. So let's see what are the current challenges in solving this problem, and what's the progress of the Ethereum Foundation's open intent framework development, and whether that will be the final solution for this interoperability and the fragmentation problem for good. Let's start with Leo first.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so like the as like with other like Ethereum approach, I guess the biggest hurdle here is to the coordination between like all these like layer 2s. Like Ethereum, probably like EF need like a champion or like or ordinator which can ordinate every different components of layer 2s to arrive at a, I guess, a compromise or like a proposal like everyone can agree on. And in addition to this proposal, they should have some open source implementation around it. Yeah, I guess this will be the biggest challenge in this like open intent framework.
Okay, thanks. Amir?
Yeah, so I'm going to jump in with some spicy takes. I don't think intents on trustless are trustless. We might be able to call them trust minimized in some ways or in some approaches that we're doing. You asked about EF approaches in what's happening. I'll tell you a little bit of a story, right? Initially, like everybody was thinking that synchronous composability or some of the building block of synchronous composability is shared sequencing. The ultimate format of shared sequencing, which came down to base sequencing or base rollups, the validators like actually like sequencing the transactions of the L2 was proposed. It's a big hurdle. It's a big challenge to be able to make all the rolls of base sequence. Like there was like the throughput issue, there was the speed issue, that everything else that was actually proposed. Last year around, I think June, July, we were just like in a dinner with Vitalik, and he proposed this entire like chain ID, which was the building block of the intents that are like people are like approaching right now. He said this is more of a UX challenge that we should solve. My issue with that like, initially was the trust assumption of the finalized transactions or like the sequence transactions and if they've been completed. So what I think, what I'm more going towards like to propose like to everyone to start thinking about is the ultimate scalability is every application that users use become a rollup. Instead of smart contracts on the L1, you will spin a rollup of itself. And I know there are many parallel efforts that are going in EF right now. A lot of us on this panel might be in the intents group led by the EF. Some of it is an interop group, and the other one is the base and the pre-conf group that are being like in parallel like guided. I'm in the, of course, in the base rollup camp. I think and I believe we can get to a point that we can have rollups for every application. They can have their customized security or trust assumption, but they can interoperate and talk to each other.
That's where like comes from the base layer of like shared sequencing. And of course, like we can get to real-time proving once the ZK is better, once ZK is faster, because that has been a bottleneck for so long for us, because ZK hasn't been able to like really support real-time proving. We are solving that by introducing like TEs. We talked about TEs and a trust minimized approach to actually achieve like real-time proving and cross-chain composability in a trustless manner. And that's what I think, like eventually these are the efforts like led by the EF, all of them in parallel, but I think each one of us are in a different camp, like trying to achieve the same goal.
Okay, great insight, thanks. Tom?
Yeah, in terms of like everything going on with Ethereum Foundation, there's a challenge to coordinate. You know, building an infrastructure, there's a lot of challenges for builders and dApps from like the infra layer and app layer to really coordinate already. Talking about bridges and wallets and the abstraction of the experience and creating a standard. I think we're stirring the pot even more, making it more complex, and we're in a state where we have to prove I would say adoption in this space, because capital in the research, the commercial model is not there. And when the market's like this, you do see the challenge of like, hey, how do you sustain? There's no commercial model. And when you're talking about, hey, if we do a base kind of native rollup and you're focused on it's like ETH, and ETH is kind of the priority, you lose that incentive side of like a incentive bootstrapping component. And based to the our conversation earlier, from the L2 side, they brought more than just scalability. They brought a whole new incentive layer that brought in more users from the retail side to the space, which is very important. So in terms of like the intent of having this and pushing this forward, I think it's great because we need standardization. If not, it'll be fragmented, but the process will definitely be a challenge.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like broadly speaking, there are two very big chunks of work that is being done on the interoperability side. One is more focusing on the infrastructure and lower level type of things, and this is like what what Ad mentioned, like how do you move state, data and funds from like one blockchain to another, right? So broadly speaking, people are starting to converge in this rough idea of we have some relatively slow settlement layer that is trust-free and at least trust minimized between these kind of different rollups and blockchains. And then you have some kind of a fast settlement layer that are consisted of solvers and liquidity providers to help user to bridge that gap. The biggest challenge in that kind of a domain is that how do you do standardization, right? So like every rollup team now has an idea of their own kind of a scalability, interoperability stack. Be that Arbitrum's interoperability stack, it may be Optimism's interoperability stack. But like we're looking at this entire Ethereum ecosystem as a whole. How can all these things kind of talk to each other in a standardization fashion? And the standardization process itself can be extremely messy. Like in internet, IETF like has debate for years until something become actual standard. So that's that. And however, there is also very often ignored challenge on the user interfacing and user experience side. So like the ideal user experience for a interoperable ecosystem blockchain is that I don't need to care about where my asset is. I just use the application, and maybe I have like some USDC somewhere, and I want to swap it to Ethereum somewhere. But I don't care. Like find me the cheapest way to do that. The problem right now is that even if we have the underlying infrastructure solved, we still need to tackle the upper application layer, right? So like if you go to any DEXs, none of the DEXs are built with that kind of cross-chain interoperability in mind. Every DEX is telling you to connect your wallet to a very, very specific network, to a very, very specific layer 2, and use the application. Right, so how do we merge that gap? How do we kind of build applications that are actually cross-chain and the interoperability native? Is something that is not really being solved and not easy, but I do think there are kind of a lot of people that are starting to look at this problem now. So like I think these two challenges, if we can solve them, and maybe in some cases we can solve the second challenge to bring user and bring order flow to force the standardization of certain kind of a status quo standardization on the underlying infrastructure layer.
Great, thanks, Michael. That's really insightful. And so it looks like we do are on the right track, but there's still a lot of work to do for the interoperability. So let's look into the next question, which is related to bridging transaction cross-chain. And as you know, censorship has always been one of the big topics for transaction for layer 2, layer 1 as well. So as of now, more and more regulators, because TradeFi has been moving into the blockchain space, and the payment is also doing the same thing. So naturally, there are going to be more regulators want to push the on-chain KYC and KYT, and to basically satisfy various different markets requirements there. And for layer 2 as a chain, it probably want to also preserve the censorship-resistant nature and leave that to the application layer. So currently, do you guys think there's a way for L2s to maintain, basically gain the robust censorship resistance, while at the same time can satisfy, allowing your application on top to satisfy the increasing, evolving regulatory requirements? Michael, please.
Well, first of all, I'm not the regulatory expert, to be honest, but like, I can just talk about the kind of industry status quo, right? So like right now, all the layer 2 blockchain ecosystem are, trying to be neutral on the applications that are built on top, and also neutral to the users that is, they brought on top of these layer 2s. And however, like there's always this question of like, how to, let's say some DEX is on a particular blockchain is hacked, and then, especially if it is layer 2, then there are two kind of immediate actions for the hackers, generally speaking. One is that the hacker wants to kind of swap the asset into something more liquid, and then bridge the asset from the layer 2's blockchain to the layer 1 blockchain via maybe a official bridge or third-party bridge, intent-based bridge, right? So like, what happens then? Like that's kind of like the most encountered scenario for all the layer 2 and the application teams. So like the general approach there is to rely on applications themselves to enforce a certain standard, the best effort, kind of compliance and KYT solution. So that's like have a continuous monitoring solution integrated into these applications. So at least the application front end themselves, which is hosted in a centralized entity like AWS, can actually filter and prevent malicious users and kind of attackers from using these kind of hosted front end. But the protocol itself, in most of the cases, as a smart contract is really unstoppable, it's very hard to actually kind of do prevention at the protocol level. So I think this is kind of just the industry norm right now. Like everyone's trying their best. No one really wants to have like a hacker run away, right? But like everyone's trying best to prevent things, especially on the user interfacing level, where things actually can be controlled by a centralized entity.
Okay, thank you. Tom, please.
Yeah, this is an interesting topic because we're in a space where it was created about decentralization, but yet to really gain mass adoption, the regulatory side requires KYC for a lot of components, from TradeFi to many businesses, and I don't think we can escape that. Even in today's environment, for us to access anything, to do anything, to get a credit card or a normal phone, there's a lot of KYC process that still entails into the process. Even, I was trying to get a European Apple ID for, specific apps, and there's a lot of things that I have to do, and it was extremely hard. So in terms of like the KYC part, I think it's a different layer. So there's not really a trade-off that I see. I think it's like a base infrastructure where decentralization is the core, and KYC component is another layer and applied when needed. Other than that, our industry is built on decentralization, self-sovereignty. So if you want to apply the KYC part, I think it's another layer that will provide a solution, more so than forcing it into the space from a total integration.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So for the regulatory compliance, it's not just KYC, and also can do with some withdrawal up for transactions, which will be censored or something. So Amir, what's your?
Yeah, so I really think this is an already solved problem. Like, I'm gonna like back that by bringing up three like sides into this. One is the user, the other is the provider of this rollup, and the last one is whether it's a general purpose rollup or it's just an application specific rollup, right? If you communicate directly to the user that, hey, my sequencer is running out of my garage or on my AWS, that sort of already means like, yes, I can censor you, right? Like it's a very like a big potential that like on centralized sequencers, like the biggest challenge is like censorship. And the users, when they go transact on these general purpose rollups or even application specific rollup that has a centralized sequencer, they are already opting into this opportunity, to this chance of they being censored at some point or the other, right? Whether they can go challenge the sequencer through like these fraud proofs, or they can go sue them on an SLA or anything else, we can like think about it. But that's like one side of the equation that you have to think about. If an RWA issuer is entering this space and says openly, I will KYC, or I will have to get you through some compliance like pipeline to get you onboarded with my chain, in my opinion, that's fine. Like if the user is agreeing to that, that comes down to like application specific, vendor specific. We do have the tools today to make a general purpose rollup or an application specific rollup almost completely trustless and also censorship resistance. Well, thanks to base rollups, you can have an immutable contract that's being sequenced by Ethereum validators, and you can just say, okay, now nothing can be censored. There's almost no governance for the bridge, and it's almost a replica of what's happening on the Ethereum L1 itself. Now you end up with a fully permissionless, non-censoring, like governance-free rollup. We do have the tools to provide anything specific with the taste of the user itself. So I think like it's already might be a solved problem for depending on the application and the user itself.
Okay, thank you, Amir. Leo, please.
Yeah, I think this is a tough problem to solve. Like for instance, like think about the recent hacks to the centralized exchange or like some other accounts. This like hacker, they always have a way to go around the KYC or some other like defense like we put in the system. They always can go around it to have their like money like laundry there. And it's not just a problem with the layer 2s, it's a general problem for the whole blockchain ecosystem. Like if you have this like decentralized system, probably like enforcing the KYC might be a little bit hard. And like to defend against this sort of attack, we can have like several layers of defense to say like to place some KYC like on the application level, and also to place some like a KYC like on the infrastructure, the blockchain level. Yeah, so it's still some like problem we haven't solved yet, and hopefully like we can have some like more technical advance on that to handle this problem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Leo. So let's dive into the next question for the time's sake. Layer 2 tokenomics. I know that's going to be a favorite topic. So layer 2 tokens has been used for mostly for governance, for gas fees, and for airdrops. But I think we have seen some emerging use cases going forward. And I think the question here is how layer 2 tokenomics can evolve into a more sustainable model besides of the market speculation, and whether we have found out a way. So let's start with Michael.
Well, layer 2 tokens are interesting. Like, there has been a lot of different discussions in the past about like kind of how to bring more value capture to these layer 2 tokens. Like some projects kind of use approach to essentially build the ecosystem by embedding the token into ecosystem blockchains. But I do think if again, like the regulatory side of things permits, a pretty simple way to do this is to actually kind of, as a revenue, basically have a revenue switch for the layer 2. It's as simple as that. Like layer 2, many of the layer 2s are taking in a lot of revenue in the sequencing layer, and in the future, like in the MEV layer as well. It might be a good option to do that. Like, and there are ways to do that. Like, for example, decentralized sequencing as an option to do that. Like, kind of have people who can act as a sequencer, not only just like the Ethereum underlying validators in based rollup, but also like require these validators who actually do the sequencing to actually hold and stake tokens are all possible ways to actually do this.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting one. I think it's beyond L2 tokens. It's like, how do you put value to an asset that is, say, used for governance or gas, and then you look at meme tokens with no utility but culture, and there is more value than some very, I would say, well-built protocol. So I think the question is interesting, but to expand it a bit, it's like, how do you bring value to an asset? And I think it's the perception of the value of what the team is building. But the thing is, this is a key component characteristic trait of any foundational project in the crypto space, is used to bootstrap, is used to engage and really incentivize users. Even from Puffer side, right? I think you guys have a token. It's not for gas, but you evolved into a network, which is great, and congratulations on that. But in terms of like token economy and where it evolves, we have some of the brightest mind designing these tokenomics, and then these economists that's also predicting how do you build this economy. But yet still, you look at the market, and every L2 is subjected to the greater market, which is the two leaders. There's Bitcoin, Ethereum. So how do you justify the value? I think it feels so simple, but yet it's so complex because there's too many components. So I think my answer would be the evolution of the tokenomics is really, I think there's more than one vertical of like, hey, utility, but also brand value, what you represent, what you're building, and what you're looking to really build. I think that's what meme culture has really shown us. And also products like even in traditional business, right? You don't really buy all the brands of product from a stock company that's listed on the Fortune 500. You just buy because of the brand and what they represent. And I think from a token value, it's like, or token perceived value, is you got to showcase what you're building, what you're aiming to solve, and actually build a community around that. They don't care what you're doing, how many transactions. They just want to see somebody leading this industry.
Okay, that's a great idea. Token brand value. Thank you. Amir?
Yeah, I mean, like as a protocol that almost like went through the whole thing around the token, especially in the last cycle, like I can share like an experience. Like I don't want to dive deep why we value like BTC, ETH, or like the things the way they are. Like of course, like as a source of like value of economic security, value of like transactions or anything else. But to the point of view of like an L2 that especially like wants to see the token as maybe a gas token or maybe not, I would like to see like these tokens as sort of the protocol, sort of an entire representation of the protocol itself. Like the participants of the protocol get to make decisions around like how this protocol, which direction it should go really. That was the introduction of the DAOs, the introduction of like decision making around where things should go. Of course, like Puffer, the way that we perceived it is like the incentives should be decided by the token holders now. Like we're at a stage that like our token holders like decide where the incentives within the entire Puffer ecosystem, whether it's a DeFi integration, if it is a new application onboarding to the Puffer itself, where it goes, they get to decide where it goes. But like Michael mentioned, like there was this whole like sort of compliance like shadow or like unknown like space that is like whether we turn on the fee switch or not. On an L2, on a staking protocol, on a restaking protocol, any protocol that generates this treasury fee has always this opportunity of sharing the revenue with its own participants. And that goes all the way back to like how much risk these participants took initially to get onboarded to the protocol, how you incentivize them, how you airdrop to them, how you sort of bootstrap your protocol. And I believe like with like kind of softer regulatory landscape that we've seen in the past few months. Of course, it came with a lot of quakes. We see like more flexibility to sort of like have more mechanisms launched, and that's something that we're working on it right now at Puffer.
Great, thanks. Leo, please.
Yeah, I'm not a token expert, but I buy a lot of like Layer 2 tokens. Yeah, so I guess like as a token holder, like probably like the Layer 2s should like enable us like to have like more say like in the protocol design to have some vote to say like to design some of the parameters. Probably like starting with some not very important parameters, then evolving into some like more like important parameters of these Layer 2s. Yeah, so in that sense, like people will have like more attachment to a scheme, and then they can probably like stake more, like buy more tokens or stay in the ecosystem. So right now, it's like I guess like for most of the Layer 2s, like we buy the tokens just to speculate. It may go up or go down, that kind of thing. Like we have like no attachment to the scheme. Like no, it's just a speculation of our like value. Yeah, things like that.
Thanks, Leo. So we have time for last question. So we talked about the incentive design with tokens, and then also there are some architectural choices, I think, down the road. And we have heard the terms of based rollup and also native rollup recently. So what are the differences between the two? And if we look down the road 2 to 3 years, what kind of practical enhancement we're going to have through these two architecture choices in terms of scalability, security, and decentralization, for example? And how are we going to solve the path going forward, say, make the better Web3 through the layer 2 innovations? Michael, please.
Yeah, well, I can talk about native rollup, and then probably Amir is like going to be the better expert.
I think they're orthogonal. This is like sort of the myth that they think they're like competition.
That's
but
right. Like it's.
Well, you can have both. Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's actually just two different things. Like it's yeah. So for rollups today, like without talking about the native or base rollup today has like separate. They have the sequencer, and it inherits the security from Ethereum by anchoring the fraud-proof mechanism in the smart contract layer, in the Ethereum EVM execution layer, right? So like if there's some fraud happened on the layer 2, then you have a smart contract where you can initiate a challenge either using ZK or optimistic like interactive challenge. So the concept like native rollup is like, I think it's just like a fancy name for sharding really. So the way like a native rollup works is that it embeds the entire execution of a separate execution environment, like a rollup environment, in the consensus protocol of the Ethereum itself, right? So like, instead of just having the Ethereum validators executing one EVM state, now you can have the Ethereum validators executing multiple different EVM state at the same time when they're actually doing the block producing and block proposing. So it actually put the burden of the execution and also the kind of a sequencing both of these into the validator, right? So now, however, there's a big challenge in that. That is like, you cannot really have like a validator run all these EVM at the same time. Then you kind of drag the entire block time to infinite amount of time, and then you destroy the entire validator scalability requirement or resource bound. So the key thing to actually enable native rollup, which actually is extremely beneficial for interoperability, for example, is to have a way to have real-time Ethereum block execution ZK proof. Like if you can have one guy that is just running the EVM on a rollup and generate a ZK proof and just let all the other validators in the Ethereum consensus protocol to verify that result, and then kind of just like say, okay, yeah, we now agree this is going to be the case. Then we have like a real sharding for Ethereum. That's kind of like going to be the sharding roadmap. And I think Pico, like Brevis Pico and many other ZKVM team are working towards that goal to enable something called real-time EVM execution proving, which will enable these kind of things. And I would like to talk about the base rollup, but like it's
yeah, I know these like timers like stressing everybody out, but like I'm sorry, organizers, I'm gonna go a little bit over time here. Story time again. So base rollups. When we call about like base rollups, like it all started from focusing on the sequencing side. What is a sequencer? A bunch of like very high-level hand-wavy explanation. A bunch of transactions go to these like L2 contract, then they get built and to a block, and then they get like posted. That's a sequencer, just high level. The sequencer can be Ethereum validator now. Ethereum validators can just sequence these transactions. That's what base sequencing and base rollup is. Now, a base rollup can be native. They can choose not to be native. OP Stack today with a centralized sequencer can also choose to be native. So they're like completely two separate things from each other. Story on the native rollups and like how it started was essentially now you can see like over time the state transition proofs like became like a commoditized market, like to third parties. For example, Brevis is doing their own way of like doing the state transition proof. Some ZK rollups, ZK EVMs do their own algorithms. OP went out and hired Succinct and RISC-0 to do their sort of like state transition proofs. And the idea was like, okay, for the rollups today, what are we providing them? We provided them with the data through proto-dank sharding. We are providing them with the sequencing through base rollups. why don't we just go a step further and provide them with also state transition proofs and just complete the circle of just saying, okay, L1 can provide anything that a rollup needs in sort of like a packaged way. So we can get spin-up rollups. And this really also sort of paves the way to get to the app chains, to the future of like having more app-specific rollups that get the assistance of the base layer to deliver what they promised. So I hope that explained sort of what native and base is.
Okay, thanks for clearing up the mist. So time is limited, and we know we still have many questions we can talk on our own, but I think the most important thing is that we collaborate continuously and build towards a better Web3 future. And please join me thanking the wonderful panelists for their thoughtful insight. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. A big round of applause for our speakers on stage. Brilliant discussions. Thank you so much for shedding lights on the topic, Layer 2 and Web3. And please be seated. 再次感谢我们台上的嘉宾的精彩讨论，谢谢你们。在下一个主题论坛开始之前，我温馨提示大家，我们建议大家活动期间自带手机耳机。需要同传耳机的用户可以通过以下的方式免费获取：一，在活动会场内拍摄活动相关的照片，或者是下载在线相册内的活动照片；二，发布推特或者是微信朋友圈，并定位2025 Web3 嘉年华；三，凭发布内容前往各会场的咨询台兑换耳机，耳机数量有限，现到现得。So a friendly reminder before we begin our next session, please remember to bring your own headphones to our event. If you don't have a pair available, you can get one for free by following the steps. First, take a photo inside the event site or download one from the online album. Secondly, tweet the photo using the hashtag Web3Festival. And lastly, show your post to our staff at the information counter located near each substage. Headphones are given out on a first-served, first basis. 接下来，我们有请 Tom Foundation 生态负责人 Elena 女士上台演讲，主题是 Tom 2025 What are we building next? Next, let's give the floor to Elena, Tom Foundation Ecosystem Lead. The topic is Tom 2025 What are we building next? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Elena.
All right. Good afternoon, Hong Kong. Very happy to be here. My name is Elena, and I lead the Open Network ecosystem. And today, I want to tell you how you, as project founders, can help Ton become one step closer to mass adoption in 2025. Let's start with where we are now. So 2024 was really the year of growth for Ton. We now have more than 350 teams building in the ecosystem, and over 120 of them participated in the Open League, which was the major incentive program last year, where we distributed more than $26 million in value across teams and users. What was driving the momentum? It was obviously games, with tap-to-earn experiences reaching over 100 million users at a certain point, and then the significant growth of the number of DeFi protocols from 10 to 50, like wow. And then payments, of course, with Tether launching USDT natively on Ton and achieving the fastest pace of issuance in the Web3 history.
大家下午好。那我先介绍一下我们啊，我是 Ton 的市场负责人修，然后这位 Alenka 是我们的生态负责人。因为有很多说中文的观众嘛，所以我们今天用中英文跟他简单的讲一下 Ton 在2025年的计划，以及我们准备如何和大家一起努力，把 Ton 带向更广泛的用户。那现在先来看一下这个2024年，我们还是取得了一点小小的成绩。 2024年有超过350个项目在 Tong 生态上进行搭建，然后其中120个团队参加了我们生态的一个核心激励计划 Open League。这个 Open League 呢，我们一共分发了超过2000万美金的奖励给各个优秀的团队。然后呢，去年也是通过一些大家已经肯定知道的点点点小游戏 Tap to Earn， 我们也获得了一些不错的成绩。有一些项目方呢，一度月活的活跃用户达到了1亿人次以上，并且呢，由于这个叙事的热潮，我们的 DeFi 啊，包括我们 Tong 上原生的 USDT 都增长得非常快速。这些都是大家一起努力 build 的结果，也说明了 Tong 是一个非常活跃、有潜力的生态。
Right. I mean, this is all very cool, and we love talking about the past achievements, right? Everyone does. But what is next? What should we, together with you, builders and founders, be focused on in 2025? Here's our thesis for the next year. Very simple. 5 major opportunity areas. GameFi, Telegram in-app economy, including exciting Telegram gifts, stickers, usernames, anonymous numbers, and many more elements. Then DeFi, or rather simplified DeFi, so finally DeFi aimed at retail users. Then payments, of course, and ultimately AI. Let's break them all down now, and my advice to you is to get your phones ready, because I intentionally prepared a lot of screenshots from the most popular apps on Tong right now, so that you have a better understanding of what teams are already building across these 5 major focus areas.
那么2024年过去了，2025年我们应该关注哪些方向呢？今年我们准备重点关注以下5个方向 ：GameFi 游戏、Telegram 内建经济、简化版的适合大众的 DeFi 产品、支付以及人工智能。接下去我们会简单的给大家说一下每个方向的一些思路，以及现在已经在我们生态上 build 的一些非常优秀的产品。
Cool. So, of course, we start with games, right? What can be more fun than games? If you want to build a game on Tong, I have 3 major tips for you. The first one is to experiment with mid-core gameplay elements. We know that Tap to Earn was great at bringing in a lot of traffic, but those users are not very sticky, right? So we really recommend you experiment with game progression mechanics, team-based gameplay, daily missions, and other exciting elements, such as City Holder, for example, is already doing. They consider themselves the first build to earn on Tong and already achieved almost 1 million monthly active users. The second tip, I think, is most appealing to you guys, because you know much better than us how viral and successful mini programs can be on WeChat, right? So we definitely encourage you to try to bring those experiences to Telegram. It doesn't mean just copy-pasting. It means really understanding what players value in those games and building and designing your game with that in mind. And we're very lucky to have Pluto Games, who have been porting all those successful experiences from WeChat, starting with Katizen and now with Kate and Bombi. So look at these numbers for Bombi so far. The team has already generated more than $20 million in revenue just over a few months, with 2,000 playing users out of those more than 10 million. The third tip is also very exciting, which is leveraging the unique and really exclusive Telegram in-app economy. Imagine a game, and actually such game already exists, which is Duckygram, where apart from just playing a game, if you hold a Telegram gift as an NFT on your Tong wallet, you get additional perks and benefits inside the game. This idea helped the team acquire more than 1 million total users and give additional utility for over 45K Telegram gifts so far.
那么，如果你在开发一个游戏，或者你对游戏小程序感兴趣，那么我们现在有3个方向，现在已经在我们生态中看到了。首先呢是这个中度游戏， 去年呢的点点点游戏有它自己的局限，所以今年我们鼓励大家在游戏中加入更多的一些硬核的元素，做综合的游戏。比方说 City Holder 这个游戏，它是我们生态上第一个建造类的 Build to Earn 游戏，现在已经有80多万的用户，这就是一个非常好的、非常丰富的游戏体验场景。那第二点呢，对于我们的中文开发者来说，大家肯定对微信小程序很不陌生了。那么我们也非常建议大家把微信上面有趣的体验直接带到 Telegram 来，而且我们已经有很成功的例子了，像是 Bambi， 它就是从微信小游戏的这个概念，挪到了我们的电报上面，然后它现在已经有超过2000万美金的收入了。那最后呢，也希望大家能够好好利用 Telegram 独特的经济体系，因为 Telegram 现在也有很多有趣的资产，像是 Telegram 小礼物也类似于有点微信红包发送那个小数字资产的样子。那么我们也有游戏，就是围绕着它作为展开，像 Duckygram 这个游戏就是结合 Telegram 礼物和游戏体验，它就非常好的让 TG 的用户能够获得一些独家的游戏体验。
All right, payments. This is something I'm personally most bullish on. So imagine converting your fiat money into crypto in one single click and then sending a part of it to your parents, relatives, or friends, investing part of it into DeFi or real-world assets protocols, and then purchasing real goods and services either with your wallet or crypto card, very easily, very accessibly. This is something that we want to build in 2025. All of those mini apps will seamlessly exist inside Telegram. And such projects as AlienX being an on-ramp as a mini app, Holders, the major crypto cards provider on Ton, and Ton Cash, an e-com and cashback marketplace, are already doing quite successfully. So if you want to join them, you're very welcome.
在支付方向，其实我们想做的就类似于大家平时会使用的微信支付。我们希望在 Telegram 中，大家能够非常方便的用数字资产来提现啊、消费啊、返现，所有的都在电报中发生。那现在已经有像是这些小程序 AlienX、Holders、Ton Cash， 他们就在一起帮助推广。就是推向这个方向，无论是把法币兑换加密货币的过程变得更加顺滑，还是让用户可以直接在 Telegram 中进行购物、进行消费，把这个消费场景变得更加丰富，这都是一些非常好的例子。
Yeah, so seamless money flows right inside of a favorite messenger. Let's go next. Of course, DeFi is the backbone of any Web3 system, right? But we should finally make it accessible and more user-friendly for the retail audience. And I think that such apps as Athena or Midas are very well suited to help us achieve that goal. So imagine staking Athena's USDE inside a simple mini app and getting up to 10 or 15 annual percentage yield. Or investing in American treasuries with Midas or into their liquid funds that they tokenized very recently and also achieving up to 20% APY. Like, wow, this is an amazing experience and it will finally help us stop thinking about DeFi just as reward farming campaigns, right? It should be accessible, it should be simple and really appealing to a normal, non-degen user.
那么在 DeFi 这个点上，我们 Ton 的 DeFi 希望跟别的公链做的都不一样。我们不希望让 DeFi 变得非常复杂，最终的目标呢是希望做大众化的，大家都能够使用的 DeFi 产品。那现在我们就在跟 Athena 和 Midas 一起探索做一键投资的这个模式。未来大家可以直接一键质押 USDE。获得年化收益，或者也可以直接一键投资代币化的美国国债或者流动基金，这些都是最终的目标。为了让加密的货币的工具变得更加简单，让所有 Web2 的用户，让所有社交平台上面的用户能够直接使用这些复杂的金融工具。
Well, Telegram in-app economy is probably one of the most popular and exciting trends recently. We have already some flagship projects, which I'm very excited to share with you today. For example, Tonal, which is now the largest NFT marketplace for Telegram gifts, like ever. They already generated more than $23 million in total volume and continue to release new cool features such as P2P trading, which was originally in the app, auctions, and what they call GIFI, or gift staking. The second product that I want to highlight today is obviously Sticker Store. Probably some of you guys heard of it already. So this team has managed to bring the largest IP in Web3 to Ton and Telegram, including Bored Ape Yacht Club, Flappy Birds, Pudgy Penguins, and more, and already generated more than $4 million in revenue for creators. And last but not least, Upscale. That's a new prop trading app by the Storm Trade team, which is our perp DEX. So imagine being able to trade crypto without even having crypto on your non-custodial wallet, which is already something very complex, right? You just enter the app, you purchase the subscription in Telegram Stars, and you can start trading crypto assets. They also provide a multi-level referral system, which already made the app almost viral.
那么 Telegram 其实自己也有很多现在的数字资产了，可能大家也知道 Telegram 和 Ton 有非常紧密的合作关系，我们有独家的合作，所以说 Telegram 这些数字资产也和 Ton 有非常紧密的联系。比方说现在我们已经有了类似于 Telegram 的礼物 ，Telegram 的贴纸，贴纸就是类似于表情包，我们在微信里发的表情包、用户名等等。那么我们现在已经有很多项目在结合这些在 Telegram 上面做小程序，比方说Tonel 是我们上面最大的 Telegram 礼物交易平台，现在它的交易额已经超过了2300万美元。然后 Sticker Store 是我们的贴纸平台，以一些非常顶尖的 Web3 IP， 比方说无聊猿、胖企鹅，已经在我们上面 launch 了他们自己的 Telegram Ton 贴纸。也马上会有更多顶尖的 Web2、Web3 IP 会在我们上面发行他们的自己的贴纸。那么对于普通用户来说，可能大家手上没有加密货币，那么可以直接使用像 Upscale 这样的小程序，直接用 TG 里面的资产购买并订阅，然后直接进行加密货币的交易。那么对于所有这个普通用户来说，这些体验都是非常顺畅以及简单的。
I don't know, I can't be more excited about these things. And last but not least, AI, of course. We can't really forget about it, right? But hardly can I imagine another place rather than Telegram that is better suited for valuable AI agents. We've had enough of hype and buzz around AI agents and their tokens, right? So it's high time we started thinking about something more useful. We already have some champions in the ecosystem, including Star AI. I'm pretty sure you can find those guys somewhere here at the Web3 Festival, which is the largest AI agent launchpad on Ton so far. And then Grably is also an exciting use case where you can actually monetize your private data through giving it to AI companies.
那 AI 方向 ，Ton 也希望跟大家关注的不大一样。我们主要希望能关注一些能够帮助普通用户非常方便的进入加密世界的 AI， 包括 Telegram 本身的这个 bot 的设置也是非常适合 AI agent 的发布的。所以现在我们已经有像 Star AI 这样的平台，它是一个专门 AI agent 的发布平台，也像有 Grably 这种帮助用户直接把数据通过 AI 产品变现的平台。然后最近呢 ，Grok 也加入了 Telegram 中，所以我们相信也期待很快会有更多好的 AI 产品加入到我们的生态中。
Right, so now we know what to build, but we all understand that building a crypto app alone is super hard, like almost impossible. This is exactly why we are here to help, and I'm very happy to introduce you our new approach to project support in the ecosystem. So depending on the stage you're currently at, whether you are only building or ideating, or already growing or scaling, you'll be able to access different types of ecosystem support. So if you're only starting out, the best support for you in the ecosystem would be Ton Nest, our flagship educational program with different pitch sessions, workshops, mentorship, etc. Then when you're already growing, meaning you have an MVP and some traction, you'll be able to access different marketing opportunities, including Telegram App Center, introductions to VCs, and marketing on our official channels as well. And then lastly, when you're at a scaling stage, you will be able to access grants, introductions to top-tier VCs, and top-level marketing. Our plan is to select the best teams that are going to be really major drivers of the ecosystem and to provide one-to-one tailored support to each of them, including all these programs that I mentioned. The end goal is simple: to transform those teams into the true champions of the ecosystem. And so, sorry, just one more thing. All the opportunities that I've just mentioned will be available on our ecosystem portal that you easily access through the QR code.
Sorry. 那么光有创意和想法是不够的。如果在座有开发者的话，我们 Tom 真的现在提供了全周期的支持。从初始阶段，哪怕你只有一个小小的 demo 或者一个 MVP， 我们都欢迎你加入 Tom Nest， 帮助你梳理你的项目产品思路，帮助你 connect 到所有的 TG 和 Tom 上的工具。然后在你的增长阶段，我们会为你提供市场支持，提供像是在 Telegram 应用中心的推荐位和官方的小程序认证的协助。而当你就是规模开始扩张之后，我们会帮你提供更整合性的市场支持、顶尖的 VC 对接和资金的支持。那所有的这一些的目标，都是为了和大家一起打造下一个 Tom 上的明星项目。然后这一些刚刚提到的这所有的资源，都能在我们的生态门户上找到。这个是在我们的官网上，大家可以直接搜索 Tom 的官网。
Okay, so now the real question is, what is the next mini app that you will build on Tom? Join us, guys. Scan this QR code to register on the ecosystem portal, and let's build the next generation of the open internet together in the most viral social app in the world.
那么刚刚这些内容也是抛砖引玉，希望大家能够跟我们一起构建未来的开放网络，并且跟我们一起搭建出下一个千万级、上亿级用户的爆款产品。谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Elena. And thank you so much, the Tom team. Wonderful presentation. 再次感谢 Tom 的团队，还有 Elena， 谢谢你们。在进行我们下一个环节之前，有一个问信提示。今次我们有个礼评兑换的活动，在赞助上 logo 页，主办方 title sponsor 钻石及所有 co-organizer 白金、黄金 networking lounge coffee bar 赞助上的 logo 下方均有个盖章处。活动期间，只要集齐指定区域内所有展上的印章，就可以到我们的资讯台领取礼品。我们每人每天限领一次。So, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving out gifts every day. All you need to do is collect stamps. You can pick up a t-shirt, blanket, co-branded hardware wallet at the information desk once a day by collecting all stamps on any of the 4-page frames. You can see the sponsor logo page on page 8 to page 11, and there is limited number of free items which are given out on first come first served basis. 接下来是围炉谈话的环节，主题是闪电网络。Next, we will have a fireside chat about Lightning Network. 现在我们有请我们今次环节的主持人还有嘉宾。Let's welcome our moderator, Hongzhou Chen, Research Lead, CKB Echo Fund, and also our panelists, Alex Bosworth, Head of Lightning Liquidity, Lightning Labs. Federico Tenga, R&D, Bitfinex. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to welcome our panelists. So now, a big round of applause, please, and I'll pass the floor to our 3 panelists.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to join our fireside about Lightning. And we are very glad, we are honest to have Federico and Alex join us. Yeah. Actually, before the fireside, we actually have a very hot discussion about the Lightning, about AI, about many things just at this stage. So, at the beginning, please briefly introduce yourself to our audience.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Federico. I work for Bitfinex. In Bitfinex, we have a research and development team working on, in particular on Bitcoin and Lightning Network use cases. And actually, one of our main focus is also the RGB protocol for tokenization on top of Lightning. And so yeah, we really believe into this technology, and yeah, we are looking forward to see it grow in the coming years.
Hi, I'm Alex Bosworth. I work at Lightning Labs. I'm the head of Lightning Liquidity there. I've worked at Lightning Labs for 6 years, a long time, and I work on the products and services that we offer to kind of build and grow the Lightning Network. And one of the big one is called Lightning Loop.
Yeah, thank you, Federico. Thank you, Alex, to join us. And my name is Hong Zhou. I come from CKB, and we also focus on the Lightning part. For our CKB, we have our own Lightning implementation named Fiber Network. Yeah. Okay, let's begin our today's fireside. At the beginning, I have two kick-off questions to ask you separately. And the first, let me ask Alex. Yeah. As we all know that the liquidity management is a vital challenge for the Lightning. So could you share how Lightning Labs solve this challenge through some innovation or through some new functionalities?
Yeah, so we offer the open source free service or free application called the LND, and that's an implementation of the open protocol, the Lightning protocol. But then we also have services that we offer to help people manage their nodes and get liquidity. And probably the biggest problem in the Lightning Network from a liquidity management point of view is that because liquidity can be assigned by you, meaning you can point your money out at the network, but you can't force other people to point their money towards you in the network. You need to have some way to incentivize them to point capital in your direction. That's a liquidity problem. And so that's the product that I work on called Lightning Loop. That's kind of like the solution that we offer is an API to allow you to create that incentive, and it's a non-custodial service. So you can use the client, and it's an open source MIT licensed client. But on the back end, we operate as a way to say, I want to have an API to get money pointed in my direction so that I can receive on the network in an ad hoc way. And that's kind of like the big service that we offer that we've been iterating on all over these years to kind of like solve that problem.
Yeah, it's very exciting to hear that there have some new innovations to help users to manage their Lightning funding more effectively, right? So the next question is to Federico. As the R&D in Bitfinex, I know you are focused on the Bitcoin derivatives and DEX development. So could you share your idea about the DEX based on Lightning? Especially, we know there have some Bitcoin native protocols such as temporal DNS, RGB, RGB++. How this protocols help this DEX development?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, right now the state of the art of DEXs is that they usually run on EVM chains, and there are two models. Either you have order book based DEXs where all the orders are placed on chain, and then the smart contract match the orders, or you have this more popular AMM, automated market makers DEXs, where there is this algorithm, this formula that try to price the different assets that needs to be swapped. And I mean, the problem with this system is that everything happens on chain, so there are many inefficiencies. Like you have latency of waiting for the blocks to come, even with like very fast chains. You have some latency. You need to pay on-chain fees, and probably the worst part of all is that everything is public. So all your trade that you're about to do can be seen by anyone, and then there can be like people that front run you. You can have like miners that manipulate the order of the transaction in the block to extract the value from your trade. So there are a lot of problems with DEX. People like DEXs because you don't need to do KYC, and you don't need to onboard to a centralized service, but they're doing a trade-off. So with Lightning, we can actually solve these trade-offs. Because with Lightning, we can have instant settlement. So once we have multiple assets on Lightning, right now we have only Bitcoin, but like once we have also USDT on Lightning or other assets that people like to trade on Lightning Network, you can have these atomic swaps on Lightning. So with the speed of a Lightning transaction that doesn't need to wait for block confirmation, that it can be like almost instantaneous if you have a good connection to your counterparty. You can have not only a payment, but you can start having a swap between Bitcoin and USDT or whichever pair you are interested in. And this has the advantage not only of speed, but also of cost, because it happens on Lightning Network, so you don't need to pay on-chain fees. So yeah, that's quite good if you want to trade small sizes, especially. Then you have the security of Bitcoin. You don't need to rely on another chain that is doing some security trade-off, some trust trade-off to enable like low transaction fee and fast block time. I mean, you have the full security of Bitcoin, so it's as safe as it can be. And then the best part, in my opinion, is that everything is private. So a Lightning payments, nobody in the world knows about that you're doing a Lightning payment if not you and your counterparty. So it's going to be the same, if not even better with the trade, because only you and your counterparty knows that this trade is happening. So nobody can use this information to front run you. Nobody can try to manipulate the order of transaction in a block to extract value from your trade. So this will eventually make the trading experience not only better and faster, but also cheaper. Cheaper than people are used with AMM on EVM chain and stuff like that. So I really think this can be a catalyst for Lightning adoption. Because right now Lightning, I mean, it's cool, but people are, the main problem with Lightning, I think, is people are not so interested with Bitcoin payments in general, overall. But people, like, they will be more interested in USDT in general stablecoin payments. That's already something that has more traction than Bitcoin payments. But even more, people like trading. People like to be able to trade and to be able to do it in a decentralized manner without registering to a centralized service. So I think Lightning will be able, with like DEXs on Lightning, it will be possible to have a superior and cheaper experience compared to what we currently have with DEXs on EVM chain.
Yes, I totally agree that based on Lightning to do some applications is very helpful for the Lightning's massive adoption. And I know that for Bitfinex, you have some attempts that based on Lightning to do DEX. Maybe on tomorrow's stage 2, the Bitcoin stage, you can share more details.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, okay, after the kickoff questions, I have some cross questions and looking forward to all your insights. The first question is also about the massive adoption. I think that in the past year, we see significant growth of Lightning Network, particularly in some country or areas that embrace the Bitcoin, like El Salvador. So how do you think about the Lightning usage in these areas compared to Bitcoin mainnet, compared to other blockchain like Tron, like Solana, their transactions, and what's the factors are driving this growth? Looking for your idea.
Yeah, I think we had a very interesting experiment in El Salvador, which maybe is rolled back a little bit recently due to external pressure, but it went on way longer than I ever expected it to work. And I think that it's a great proof point that the network didn't fall over. Everything really continued to work, and that's kind of the one of the core concepts of scaling with the Lightning Network is that. The activity that happens with the Lightning Network, it's just you and your peer, or just you and a small set of peers. So the activity can scale to a country set of people, and there's no blockchain to kind of congest with that activity. In theory, if there's a lot of transactions going on, I think in practice, the weaker points were not necessarily like the Lightning Network itself. It was more of like getting people to accept Bitcoin as a currency. That's that's taking time to mature. Like, Bitcoin is huge, but it's not huge in terms of dollar huge. It's it's still a kind of a niche product in terms of the currency world. And there's also the issue of like when a government kind of mandates something, you get people who are lined up and they're the ones providing things, but they're not necessarily the best. So we kind of need to have a grassroots kind of adoption story of people building the best solutions rather than the government saying, okay, these guys are the ones who are providing it, and then how do they select those people? Maybe that's just their friends or something like that. So I think that that's kind of still unfolding. The people who are building are trying to figure out how can we actually bring people into something, because they're not used to it. You know, they're just like dumped into this world of Bitcoin that they never really heard about. And that's one thing that we also are working on with the Taproot Assets project, to try to bring dollars to these people. Especially in the olden days, El Salvador kind of mandated that you would have a wallet that had both dollars and Bitcoins. And we didn't really, in the Lightning Network, have an answer to that at all. And so we saw a lot of our users have to kind of come up with their own dollar solutions. So they came up with these kind of stablecoin channels, or they came up with separate like dollar holdings. And they went to other networks, actually. They left the Bitcoin network. They went to Tron or other networks to fulfill this government requirement that they have these dollar wallets. And so that's something that I think that we can kind of improve on also, is start people on dollars that they're familiar with. And you know, these are not like the random person on the street. It's not a Bitcoin enthusiast. They just want to buy things. And so if we can provide that on-ramp using dollars and use dollars with the Bitcoin Lightning Network, with Bitcoin in the Lightning Network, that's like I think a path to have a success in that story.
Yeah, I think I mean it's like two parts. On one side, to have new use cases that people care about, like to be able to transact dollars and to be able to do trading, as we were saying before. I mean that will help to get more adoption for sure. But then there is also like another side of the story that we need to consider. A lot of these other chains like Solana, Tron, and all the others, in a way they have capital to heavily incentivize adoption. So like they can pay companies to integrate their chain, and they can pay users through staking incentives to put money on their chain. And this is why one of the reasons why they are so successful. But yeah, on the other side, this incentive they cannot run forever. I mean, eventually, incentives are great to kickstart a network, but then you need to have organic growth, and then this chains tends to come and go. I mean, there is always like a period where one layer 2 is more popular, then it fades away, another one comes, and it's not really good if you want to build something long term. So I think people that are building on Lightning are building long term. So I think the growth of Lightning Network is going to be slower. I mean, it's never going to be as fast as like a new chain coming to the market and suddenly everyone is using that chain. It's always going to be slow and gradual, but it will continue for a very long time because it's organic. And people that use Lightning, they build for the long term, not just to have a quick gain or anything like that. And the fact that you have a technology where you can build on, and you don't need to switch over like in 2 years because all the users are moving to another chain, but you can rely on, eventually is going to be something that also company and user will appreciate and will say, okay, why I need to keep switching every few years when I can just build on Lightning, and as a user I can just trade on, pay on Lightning or trade on Lightning. It's overall a better experience. So it's going to take some time. It's going to be gradual. But yeah, eventually also all of these chains, often they have a huge problem with centralization trade-offs, and they may be okay for some use cases, but eventually this may become an issue in the future when either the regulatory environment change or there is more incentive to attack those chains by other kind of actors. So yeah, I think Lightning is superior in many ways. For the security-wise, on the scalability size, but yeah, it doesn't have this big budget behind to pay users and pay company to adopt it very fast. So this is why it's not growing as fast as it used to with other ecosystems.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree that for the massive adoption, it's very complex to engineering. Yeah. So let's turn to another very vital part, the stablecoin on Lightning. We all know that at the January of this year, Tether announced to introduce the USDT on Lightning and Bitcoin again through temporary assets. And we all know that this is not the first time for Tether to introduce stablecoin to Bitcoin ecosystem. And we also see today there have many other approaches for the Bitcoin stablecoin, such as RGB, RGB++, etc. So I have a bunch of questions for this part. The first one, how do you think about this time's USDT? What's the difference comparing with the previous omni-layers USDT? And why Tether chose temporary assets to do these things? Because, yeah, I think maybe this question is a little offensive because then previously the market have the news that Tether will based on RGB to do these things. But I'm sure our audience are very interested about this part. So thanks for your sharing.
Yeah, maybe I can start like, so yeah, I mean, the goal of Tether is to have USDT on Lightning. I mean, Tether is always very public in the support to the Lightning ecosystem. So there has been both announcement for support for Taproot asset and for RGB in the past, and eventually any technology that works to support tokenization on Lightning, I mean, is good. So. So the point is that, yeah, having compared to previous experiment like OmniLayer was, I mean, a very old protocol. I mean, for those of you who don't know, OmniLayer was this first protocol for tokenization on top of Bitcoin from back in 2013, 2014, I believe. And it worked at the time, but it wasn't engineered with all the complexity that emerged on Bitcoin over time, because back in the days there were no problem with scalability because no one was using Bitcoin. The blocks were always empty, and there were not many issues with privacy because everybody thought that the blockchain is completely anonymous. So it was engineered without thinking about concerns that then emerged later on in the industry. And also then when OmniLayer tried to integrate Lightning, it didn't work so well because the OmniLayer on the blockchain part, it was not well thought also to be compatible with Lightning that didn't even exist at the time. So that's like the need for protocols like RGB and Taproot Asset came, was like, okay, let's re-engineer how we do tokens on Bitcoin so that it's gonna be efficient use of the blockchain, is going to address privacy concern, and is going to be well compatible with Lightning. And yeah, now we finally have them, and so yeah, we finally can go back to have USDT on Bitcoin, because actually USDT started on Bitcoin and then it went to Ethereum and all the other chains later on. Now finally we have that, and it's only a matter about like building the tools so people can use it and and have a good experience.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, the reason why we want to have it on the Bitcoin network, and it's because we this time around, we've designed it to work with a Lightning network. And what we've seen with the competition, when all these other people are leaving Bitcoin and integrating these other chains, they're forced to do that because the Bitcoin didn't really have a dollar solution for them. And but then they go there and they realize, oh, that's getting popular. And what happens when it gets popular? It gets expensive, and it gets complicated. So now you either have to go to some other chain. You have to start switching chains again because this one is congested. We have to go somewhere else. It's not that hard with dollars, because $1 on one chain is $1 on another chain. But it's an entirely new set of software you need to integrate. It's a constant process that's only getting worse and worse, because the fundamental problem with these blockchain solutions is just in their nature that they publish everything to the entire world. Whereas with the Lightning Network, the idea is that we're kind of creating something where it can scale and scale and scale, and there's no real problem with it getting bigger and bigger and bigger, especially for small value payments. That's kind of the focus of the Lightning Network. And I think that's where the design of Taproot Assets has kind of like differed from past solutions. I mean, there's all sorts of color coins. That's been for years and years and years, but we're really focused on this small value dollar solution.
Yeah, the time flies so quickly. So for our fireside, the last question, I want to know that just as before we go on the stage, we talk about the combining the Lightning stablecoin and the AI. Yeah, so I want to know whether they have some plan of your organization or companies have some plan for the Lightning AI and stablecoin payment.
Well, very quickly, I think like Lightning Network, stablecoin on Lightning, they works very well for machine-to-machine payments because I mean the AI can directly interact with some digital native currency. So yeah, I think we will see more and more integration between AI tools and Lightning payments, both to pay maybe the AI provider or also to have the AI paying for services that he may use to complete his task.
Yeah, the AI, it's expensive to run. And I think actually AI could almost be attributed to the rise of crypto because there's so much was invested into the GPUs and the CPU, into this infrastructure that then, I mean, NVIDIA was building huge racks of these GPUs for crypto mining that then got switched in, that all that infrastructure got switched into AI, and now they're they became the biggest company in the world. So I think that could also circle back and to say, well, we might have to start paying for that. In the same way that we pay for mining, we might have to start paying for this AI processing. And Lightning and Bitcoin are pretty good ways to do that if you want to just be able to pay for compute anywhere in the world and on very small scales.
Yeah, thanks for all your sharing. And I always believe that Bitcoin, Lightning, stablecoin, and the AI will be the promising things. Since today the time is so short, and we will have another Lightning panel on tomorrow's stage 2, the Bitcoin stage. So for our audience, if you are interested about this part, please join us tomorrow. Thank you again. Thanks for Alex and Federico to join us. Thank you.
Thank you so
Let's
much.
give it up for the gentleman on stage. Fabulous discussion. Thank you so much for diving deep into the topic, Lightning Network. Please be seated. 再次感谢我们台上的嘉宾的精彩讨论，谢谢你们。So ladies and gentlemen, do make the most out of our event. If you have any questions or anything you want to ask from our speakers, do feel free to reach out to them. So we hope that you can get the most out of it and gain the most insights and takeaways from our sessions. 接下来，我们有请 Aptos Labs 创始工程师兼产品工程负责人 Sherry Xiao 女士上台演讲，主题是 Aptos Building the Global Trading Engine. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Sherry Xiao, founding engineer and head of production engineering Aptos Labs. A big round of applause to welcome her. 有请，掌声有请。
Hello, 大家好。Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's late in the day, so I hope you still have the energies to hear what I have to share about infrastructure today. My name is Sherry. I'm one of the founding engineers at Aptos Labs. Today I'm very excited to be here to share with you the Aptos vision, building the global trading engine. At Aptos, we believe one fundamental truth. The whole world global economy is moving on-chain. Either it's traditional currencies, digital assets, data, or resources. They will travel through the global blockchain rails and then creating a very efficient economic system. And Aptos is working really hard bringing the world's economy on-chain. So what we have done so far, if you look at the landscape, Aptos is one of the only blockchains to support the top 3 major stablecoins by market cap, including USDT, USDCs, and USDE, hitting over 1 billion market cap in the matter of months. There were also over $300 million worth of RWA total values are being minted on-chain on Aptos, minted backed by very well-known entities, including Franklin Templeton's, BlackRock's, Brevan Howard's, Apollo, and way more. The Aptos Foundation also has already committed over $200 million in new grants and investment focused on the ecosystem growth, finding next generations of founders, projects to really build on this global trading engine. Beyond this, what else we've been doing on the core blockchain level? Aptos is working hard on engineering the blockchain endgame. There's numerous amount of innovations are coming to Aptos in the monthly kind of a cadence. In the past few months, we announced Raptor, which is the most innovative blockchain consensus implementation, incorporating very advanced DAG technologies. And simply put, multiple validators can propose and agree on transactions in parallel rather than sequentially, but not compromising any on the security guarantees and also the resiliency. Beyond the consensus protocol itself, we also redesigned the transaction pipeline by concurrently overlapping consensus, execution, and the storage process, extracting maximum parallelism and then providing the best-in-class user latency. On top of those, we also have Block SDM v2, which enhance Aptos parallel execution engine, scaling efficiently with very increased cores. This network can then handle way further greater transaction volumes even on the single validator nodes. After we upgraded our consensus protocol on the parallel execution engine, we also really recently introduced Consensus Observer, which is a novel data dissemination techniques that reduce the block synchronization time and transaction latency. This allows Aptos RPC nodes to receive block data earlier and then process blocks in parallel with validator nodes. What does this mean? That means like on Aptos full nodes can almost provide the same levels of latency as the validator nodes. That allowed the end-to-end user experience to be the most optimal and then provide sub-second latency to the user P2P transactions. On the storage level, we're also working on the tiered storage, which provides pretty much caching layer and then provides fastest I/O performance even with billions of stake items. Along with our sharded DB storage is no longer a bottleneck on Aptos blockchain anymore. And on top of that, we also have execution pool, which acts as a buffer between consensus and the execution stage, further reduce the latencies to more like optimized level. With sharding, we also work on tackle the notorious bottlenecks of the blockchain execution and then move the users closer to infinite scalability. If you read the sharding recent the white paper, sharding really just like solve the execution bottlenecks and then enable theoretically over 1 million transactions happening in the futures of Aptos blockchain. So all of those technologies and innovations, they are not only validated on the Aptos blockchain, but what's more, it's being adopted across the entire industry. Aptos tag can be found among all over the place, across the L1s, L2s, lots of the peoples and the blockchains adopting Block SDM v1. The Move smart contract language developer ecosystem is one of the most fastest growing developer ecosystem among the Web3 space as well. As people still trying to catching up to the Aptos v1 technology, Aptos is moving forward. Like I mentioned earlier, as we have the Block SDM being adopted among different L1s and L2s, we're working on v2 version of this, which will be scaling the number of calls for parallelization from 16 to 32 to the 256, which is like 8 times or 10 times more of a scalability that doubling, tripling, and then 10 times amount of the execution speed that we can do on the blockchain level. And Zapdos is yet another innovation that minimizes the blockchain latency, which reduces it by up to 40%, even under the most highest throughput happening on chain. So we have tested in reality that Aptos can still maintain the sub-second latency even when the chain is handling over 20,000 transactions per second. Aptos really drive down the parallelizations and then pretty much optimizing head to toe for every component on the blockchain level. However, there is way more we're trying to build on the framework level to enable different primitives and then enable the next generations of very complex use cases. We're going to build natively in the framework level for the club, the central limit order book, which will be the powerful liquidity engine driving the hypergrowth in the Aptos DeFi ecosystem. On top of that, we also have a feature called reordered transaction that allows smart contract engineers to define the sequencing numbers on a level higher than the priority fee market. Thus, you can imagine, for example, the cancel orders would always be placed ahead of the placing order, allowing makers to price orders more competitively with tighter spreads, knowing that they will not be exposed to excessive amount of risk. Me personally, there's two more features I'm mostly excited about, which is the scheduled transactions and cross-chain accounts. Scheduled transaction allows for completely on-chain and an automated transaction submission triggered either by events, for example, the price movement, or on a precise timestamps that happening on-chain. This allows us to really imagining a lot of different kind of applications and things that can be built fully on the blockchain level without even requiring a backend anymore. You can imagine this as allowing cron drops eventually on the blockchain level. Cross-chain account itself pretty much allow users to just use their existing Solana account, Ethereum account, and then directly trade on Aptos stacks without even have to think about downloading a wallet, creating accounts, and then funding the wallets anymore. So this is gonna provide really seamless user experience for onboarding into Aptos ecosystem. Doubling down on the trading experience, what we're trying to do here is Aptos is essentially the fastest L1s out there. Not even any L2s can compete to the levels of like speed that we can provide. It is the fastest block times in production, which we envision it's going to be less than 100 milliseconds in 2025, and then theoretically very optimized consensus protocol. Along with Zapdos, it's setting a new standards in low latency for high load workload in the blockchain space. And the zero latency event-driven transaction, which will be empowered by the scheduled transaction that occurs after event take place, when like placing automatically buy certain assets when the price move above certain threshold or lowering towards the threshold. So you can imagine builders, developers can really start building very complex and interesting applications with those primitives. Furthermore, Aptos is it's the most cheapest blockchain out there. Transacting stablecoins is the cheapest on Aptos. And that's like magnitudes cheaper than any of our competitors existing today. We're talking about 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times cheaper. It's the magnitudes that nowhere can compare, and it's the most smooth blockchains to move payments, to do stablecoin transactions, and to do P2P transactions. With this level of a cost and a speed, you can imagine microfinancing, micropayments, or eventually streaming your payrolls on Aptos is possible. Because like imagining when you're working, every second gets paid because you are working, and then that's like costing a company maybe $10 per month to processing all that streaming transactions on chain. We're doubling down further even on the developer experience by bringing all different levels of like features on chain, along with account abstractions, permission signers, and stateless account. Account abstraction plus permission signer eventually allow builders to build blind signing, which enables the trading experience of like no more clicking, no more proving transactions again and over and again. And a stateless account would be further reducing the cost of doing transactions and then doing trading activities. With all those amazing features plus Aptos Keyless, which is a technology built upon zero knowledge proof with the dark magics of like cryptographies, you can essentially use your Google account as your blockchain account. So say no more to private keys, to mnemonics, which is insane for any normal users to handle. You can imagine the future would be any of the OpenID accounts, like your Facebook account, your Apple account, or your Google account, is equivalent to your blockchain account. This reduces the chances of users locking their assets, losing their access, losing their keys, and then providing a better, smoother user experience for onboarding into Web3 space. So essentially at Aptos, we believe infrastructure is a solved problem. And then we're going to focus a lot more on building innovative features and primitives on our blockchain to enable the next generations of trading products and then trading experience. At Aptos, this vision is really ambitious but clear. We're pushing the boundaries of what's possible on a blockchain-based technology, but continues to commit it into user experience and then real-world utilities. And Aptos, we're not only just building communities or products or infrastructure. What we're really doing is building the global trading engine that empowers the future of finance. Slowly, then all at once. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sherry, for sharing your insightful sharing on the topic, building the global trading. 所以接下来我们有请 Kaspa 创始人、哈佛大学研究副书员 Jonathan Sampolinsky 先生上台演讲。Ladies and gentlemen, next let's welcome Jonathan Sampolinsky, Kaspa originator, research affiliate at Harvard. Please join me in giving a big round of applause, please.
Hi, everyone. So this talk is about a topic on which I'm not an expert at yet. And so because I didn't delve into this topic for many years, I tried consulting with the new AI on the topic. And unfortunately, Grok found only one lousy researcher who spoke of this matter. I hid a picture of the researcher just not to offend myself too much. So let me introduce the argument or the main. This is basically the main slide I want to push, and my role is to give some counter-conventional wisdom argument about the relationship between the following two categories. So if you're not too new to crypto, then you are familiar with roll-ups, zero-knowledge roll-ups. There are, the top players in the game, the top builders, Starknet, Arbitrum, which is an optimistic roll-up, ZK Sync, and others. This is known as a maybe layer two component of Ethereum ecosystem and others. And this seems like very different, very distinct from a different set of product or layers, the Oracle networks. In this arena, you can find the Chainlink, UMA, Pith network. These are seemingly very different categories. The category of rollups is about taking the transactions on chain. Let's say we focus on based rollups. It's taking the transactions on chain and saving all of us the need to compute them and only provide us an attestation on the output. So if you consider a based rollup, a zero-knowledge based rollup on Ethereum, for instance, then there's no disagreement, there's no ambiguity as to the input for this for the VM or the contract. You can all go on chain to Etherscan, view the transactions, and compute yourselves the state of the contract. However, rollups save us this need by posting on chain a commitment, a hash commitment, and a proof that they have computed the output correctly. And this is important because rollups are primarily for output integrity. They prove to us that the VM state is what they say it is. On a different side of the spectrum, there's the Oracle networks, which seemingly solve a uniquely different challenge, which is when you want to connect a blockchain to the external world, say to price feeds, to prediction market that lives off-chain in another network, you need oracles to provide that data. And the problem with the challenge with oracles is what I argue here is much more difficult to solve than the problem that zero-knowledge rollups solve. And the reason is that you can't have, you can't refute, you can't prove that an oracle has misreported. So again, with zero-knowledge, which is voodoo, math, and cryptography, it's easy to see if an operator of a rollup has posted a false proof. You simply compute the state by yourself and see that the final hash is different than what the rollup operator or prover posted. In Oracle networks, however, if an oracle posts a stale price, either by orders of minutes or seconds, you have no way to refute that price. There are some techniques where you can show that you posted a more updated price. If, say, there's a combination of either digital signatures or ZK TLS, there are protocols where you can show that you posted a more updated price. But still, no one can prove that your price is the most updated price. And no one can refute other oracles' reports. Now, in order to have a holistic network, a holistic integrity network, you can't overlook the oracle problem, because regardless of how much zero-knowledge proofs or validity proofs you provide to the network, you are still bounded by the trust you put and by the mechanism of the oracle network. So consider a faulty, a rogue oracle, as in the tweet of Zach. An oracle network tinkers, deliberately or not, with the price in order to manipulate the market. It's difficult to prove that, because the oracle can always deny malice and say, well, I posted a price that was correct a few seconds ago, a few minutes ago, and there was some latency problems, right? There's no cryptographic way to prove that the oracle has manipulated the price. So in that sense, you can argue, and I admit I'm still manning an argument here, primarily because there aren't, it's kind of overlooked. Not many people are giving enough attention to this aspect, that the argument that I'm still manning is that you should be placed at least as much attention to the oracle problem than to zero-knowledge rollups or output integrity. So you can think of it as input integrity and output integrity. I will lay out 4 arguments. Some of them I firmly stand behind. Some of them, it's a more thought-provoking argument. But if I'm wrong on one of them, on one or more of them, then I think it's still a good discussion to understand, or a good challenge to understand why I'm wrong about it. So to get a bit more concrete, you can consider a contract from Aave, the DeFi lending protocol. So in Aave, you need to know the contract, the variables of the contract, which are on-chain, need to know how much DAI the user has borrowed. They need to know what's the ETH collateral, wrapped ETH collateral that the user has deposited. And they need to use an external input from an oracle in order to understand whether the user's collateral suffices to meet that, to secure that loan. Now you can run Aave on a zero-knowledge rollup, or on Validium, and receive a proof that its state was computed correctly, but you're still bounded by your trust of the oracle. So if the oracle here misreports, intentionally or not, the price of WETH, then it can cause liquidation, forceful liquidation on the user, an unjustified one, and no cryptographic proof would be able to refute that. So in a sense, the whole DeFi market, because Aave and other DeFi lending protocols are a major building block in DeFi, the DeFi ecosystem hinges on oracles much more, or not less than it hinges on zero-knowledge proofs or validity proofs on layer 2s. Now, the reason I am proposing the argument that this is more important is precisely because there's a deniability. Rogue players in the Oracle game can deny their malice, and there's no way to refute that. Whereas if a roll-up operator, again, will post a false proof, everyone will see it and will lose trust in that layer 2 or roll-up. Okay, what does any of this have to do with Kaspa? So a bit of context, Kaspa is a block DAG, is a proof-of-work governed block DAG. It was originated based on my PhD thesis together with my advisor, Aviv Zohar, my advisor on the PhD. The whole block DAG paradigm was incepted back then in the Hebrew University. And after a few years, me and other researchers and devs founded Kaspa. And now you can see the current state of the network, which is in a few weeks will transition to 10 blocks per second. Kaspa is based on a clean proof-of-work model. There are no tricks, there are no super nodes. Most of your questions about Kaspa should be answered in your mind. This is just the same model as Bitcoin. Proof of work, mining, difficulty adjustment, transaction fees, blocks. Yes, it's more complicated because every block points at several predecessors, but other than that complication, which of course requires years of R&D to fit, for everything to fit together, other than that modification, Kaspa works very similarly to Bitcoin and tries to remain faithful to the design principles of Bitcoin. Okay, so it started with 1 block per second. Now we are transitioning to 10 blocks per second. And why is this, or how is this related to the problem of oracles? And it requires a bit of inspiration, but once you get it, you get it. The point is that so perhaps zooming back or going back to the familiar Oracle networks, UMA, Chainlink, Pyth network, these all have mechanisms which are based on incentives, reputation, etc., to try to guarantee the correct or honest operation of oracles. Without getting too much into the details of these networks, they all have many assumptions around what incentivizes oracles, what deters misreports. My argument in this, about the connection between DAGs and oracles is as follows. If you want the oracle mechanism to finalize in real time, you have to ensure that all oracle reports are posted on your layer without trusting any single entity, not a single operator, not a single miner, not a single consensus leader. Most consensus constructions are based on leaders. For instance, in Ethereum, you have a block, miner or proposer, it doesn't matter the category, but you have a block created by one leader every 12 seconds. In order to ensure that the Oracle, so if you trust the mechanism of an Oracle integrated or Chainlink integrated into Ethereum, you are essentially trusting not only the tokenomics or the crypto economics of Chainlink, you're also trusting the miner or the proposer in Ethereum to post the Oracle's price, and the Oracle and the proposer can manipulate this and decide to either censor the Oracle or post a price of a different Oracle. And this is a problem that is shared across basically all constructions. The only way you can guarantee that your Oracle network has enough attestations and there's no censorship in the same round in real time is by using many proposers or many miners, in the case of proof of work, many miners in the same consensus round. Otherwise, you must trust the miner and you give authority or power rather to the miner to manipulate the price and the Oracle feed. What does that mean practically? It means that 10 block per second Caspa can, combined with the correct mechanism design for an Oracle network, can solve the problem by allowing multiple attestations in real time. This is very important, in real time, to be brought on chain, and then you have to you have to combine this with the correct mechanism design to ensure that what's the correct way to average out these attestations and ensure that you're eliminating outliers, you're penalizing outliers, and you are posting the right price to the chain. I'll finish with that. Perhaps I will just say this is an ongoing research together with Elliot, student alumni from ETH in Zurich, and work in progress. And I hope I hoped I have been successful in steel manning an argument and triggering more discussion. The lack of a formal model in the academia for this problem, I laid out here a few problems. A few question marks. I won't get into them now because I ran out of time. But in general, I would say the lack of a formal model from the academia and academic research impacts the industry too. This is not merely for nerds. This impacts the whole dynamic of how Oracle networks are positioned in the crypto industry. Like if you go to a VC, if you need to raise money for a VC, you can't really pitch a model. You have to pitch product delivery. You have to understand finance, but there's sort of a lack of fundamental and first principle thinking. And that's why Elliot and me are investing time in this. And I hope to bring you good news in the next time I'm visiting here. Thanks a lot for having me. And it's a refreshing visit since my previous visit in Hong Kong in scaling Bitcoin 2016. It's kind of a different atmosphere, a big shift. Nonetheless, exciting. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, Jonathan, for your excellent sharing. Please be seated. 接下来，我们有请 Umi CEO Alex Lee 先生上台演讲，主题是 Web3 出行的10年之路，从探索到落地。Next, let's welcome Alex Lee, CEO of Umi, a decade of Web from exploration to real-world adoption. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Alex on stage. 有请。
喂，Hello， 大家好。 不要误会啊，我不是那个卖行李箱的啊。我们优麦是一家 Web3 平台，专门做消费场景的。然后其实我们现在正在做的是机票、酒店、出行的一个旅游产品，对，旅游平台。OK， 大家好，很荣幸站在这里和大家一起去探讨 Web3 行业的发展。回顾过去的10年 ，Web3 产业从萌芽到经历了繁荣时期，也经历了冷静的多个阶段。但如今呢，我们也知道 Web3 平台其实面临着一个比较严峻的一个问题。如果不能让技术真正的去落地，解决用户和企业的一些刚需痛点，市场呢会随着这个时间慢慢的推移，慢慢的对这个行业、对这个方向而失去信心。那慢慢的，这个 Web3 这个标签呢，其实更多的只会被贴上一个金融的属性。对，当前的市场越来越理性，不管是 VC 的资本，还是用户，还是更多的项目方，我们都必须务实的一个态度去推进区块链应用的大众普及。今天呢，我想以优麦的一个案例，深入的去探讨一下 Web3 如何赋能消费场景、出行行业，如何为用户和企业创造真实的价值场景。对，我会从下面几个方向来去聊一下我们优麦主要是在怎么去做这件事情。首先刚才我提到了，在过去的那个10年当中，我们整个 Web3 行业经历了萌芽期、探索期、泡沫期以及转型期。其实，在刚刚过去的21年到24年，一个是全球的疫情，一个是 Web3 行业的一个大熊市。对，在这个阶段刚刚过去的这个阶段，其实我们能深切的感触到，整个行业在发生天翻地覆的一个改变。首先，一个最明确的改变，就犹如刚才上面的一个演讲者提到的，今天我们的公链，我们的响应速度可以达到0.几毫秒，然后我们的 gas 费可以达到之前的1%、1/1000。所以在这个前提条件下，今天呢才是整个 Web3 行业最适合开始去推行和落地，真实应用场景的时候。OK， 举个最简单的例子，那假设在3年前、5年前，我们链上一笔转账、一笔交易、一笔合约的请求需要1分钟、2分钟、5分钟 ，gas 费在牛市的，在那个交易量比较大的时候需要40美金、30美金。可以想一下，我们做一个 Web3 的一个出行的消费平台，用户订一晚的酒店，500人民币、1000人民币，那我需要消耗这么多的 gas 费，并且花这么多的时间，所以这样的一个体验完完全全不能满足用户的正常使用。也正是因为在整个过去的几年中，Web3 的基础设施和这些慢慢的去落地，也整体推进了这个行业加速的发展。截止今天，为什么我在此要强调25年是整个 Web3 应用、真实应用、刚需应用落实的一个元年呢？也正是因为有了之前的这种基础设施的一个完善和支持，才能让我们从今年开始去重点去解决用户的需求，做真实的一些场景落地的一些产品。对，这个也是我们最近调研的一个25年整个全球乃至大多数国家的一些用户，crypto 行业用户的一些持币情况和整个用户的一些分布预测。因为我们在做这款消费产品之前，从去年的6月份有了这个 idea， 有了这个产品的雏形，开始就对整个市场做了很深的一些研究。其实包括今年那个美国政府的一些 举动，也在证明，也在证实，也在推动这个行业的一些平民化、普及化，让大家更能轻松的去了解到这个行业到底是一个什么情况，而不是像之前的只有一些头部的一些人才会接触到这个行业。这也为后面的一些应用推广做了一定的铺垫。对，其实为了做在过去的10年发生结束之后，在未来的10年，我们应该怎么去落地一个标准的一个 Web3产品？其实早上我在隔壁的一个分会场也做了相应的一个演讲，那一场的演讲主题就是如何去做好 Web3刚需产品。我在这里也大概简要的去描述一下，怎么去做。首先，不管是一个 Web2 的产品还是 Web3的产品，如果像今天的 Web3这个公司要去做 Web3的产品，首先会面临着用户的几个痛点需要去解决。首先，第一个就是高额的手续费，因为这个手续费 ，OK， 这个手续费我和下来会结合企业痛点一起去说。在这一块主要就是一个预定的一个流程复杂度和那个支付不便的一个情况。因为今天呢有很多的钱包、交易所，有很多 crypto 加密货币的一些管理的一些软件，但是呢我们要把它转化为真实的一些案例、真实的应用去解决，那中间的一个过程还是比较繁琐的。那其实我们优麦呢主要也是在这一块做了很大的一些优化。首先，第一个优化呢，就是我们简化了整个操作的一些流程和体验。我们 Web3行业的用户以及 Web2 的用户，我们在正常使用这款产品的时候，几乎没有任何感觉，我是在使用一款 Web3的产品，因为我的产品的响应速度也是毫秒级别的。我们的 gas 费也是1000分之几，所以基本上也感觉不到你额外的一些支出。所以整个产品的一个体验，因为我们最近也对接了2万多个用户，也对接了20-30家那个 to B 的项目，也为大家提供了一些真实的服务。包括这一次万象的，我们也是钻石赞助商，也很多像合作伙伴以及项目方以及参会者都是通过我们平台去预定的机票和酒店。因为在大家使用的过程中，从开始有想法到最后收取到用那个行程单 invoice 中间的时间基本上也是在1分钟之内，所以整个的响应流程和体验也是很不错的。然后回到上一个那个痛点来说，就是支付不便的一个情况。其实现在随着这个 Web3应用的一个加速落地，以及其实有很多项目方已经意识到了，就是我不能完完全全只做一个概念，或者只作为技术驱动的一个理念来去赚 token 或者 ICO 或者发币的一些那个盈利方式。那其实你要做更多的垂直落地的应用解决场景，目前大多数的解决方案基本上都从支付手段去做到入手，比如很多加了一些优卡去替代一些 Visa、Master 一些场景的使用。其实这个跨这个支付不便的一个点呢，其实就是我们 Web2 的一些产品，比如某城、某协，对吧？我们这些产品用起来其实体验还是很不错的，但是整个的产品的一个框架和体系还有支付，因为我们是在中国境内使用以及在海外使用，其实你们完全感受不到海外人去海外的地方去使用这款产品支付所带来的不便。优麦重点也在解决这一块的问题，当然我们现在解决也挺好的，并且我们也正在加速推进几个合作伙伴的一些进展。第三个接下来一个痛点，除了说完用户的痛点呢，其实下来就说了就是一个 Web3企业在做那个刚需产品时候的企业所面临的几个痛点。第一个呢就是运营成本不过高，其实在这个 Web3的一个团队，它的管理方式、产品的方式以及运营的方式，它和 Web2的思路基本上是完全不一样的。因为我之前也创过业，最后也来到 Web3行业，也做过很多项目。 所以我深刻体会到这里面有很大的一个那个成本在，所以在这里就时间问题我也不展开说了。其实这个资金效率跟我刚才说的那个用户痛点，它其实是一个逻辑。其实我可以用一个完美的例子去展示一下这个点在哪里。首先假设我前2天来香港参加这一次大会，4月6号和4月9号，我先去了某协去查了一下我的价格，然后我的整个价格它的标价是1000人民币，然后呢我去通过我们的渠道方取得和酒店的联系，在酒店查到的价格是750。其实变相来说，酒店在这一晚这个酒店的一个成本价格是在750人民币左右，但是呢，那中间要通过第一个渠道商，第2个分销商，第3个某某广告，对，然后第4个你的信用卡，你的别的支付方式，层层的加价，最后到我手里面，我需要住这一晚的酒店，我就需要支付1000人民币。OK， 这也是那个用户在使用传统这个消费场景的时候所遇到的一个痛点。而且就我这里面也就不刻意的去提什么杀熟行为了啊，大家都是出行的常客，所以这个点我感觉比我深有体会。所以回到这个我们优麦是如何解决这个效率问题呢？其实很简单，就是通过区块链的一些技术和区块链的一些核心逻辑，什么去中心化，什么公开透明，什么支付的无国界等等这些特点，我们可以把整个产品做到左手供应商，右手用户。所以优麦今天所展现给大家的一个产品形态，就是今天你在产品的页面上看到的价格，就是这个酒店本身的一个成本价。而且这也是我们总共有3个到4个产品方向和产品线。第一个呢，就是我们的标类产品，这个产品呢，其实就是和传统的 OTA 是一样的，标准的机票酒店出行。另外一个呢，就是我们最近主打的一个奢旅品牌，这个奢旅品牌呢，其实就是类似于就是说白了就是5星级各大5星级酒店，各大带星级的酒店和高端的那个头等舱，对，然后我们把它的价格和渠道直接打通了酒店和航司的直连，所以我们拿到的价格是某协某城的60%到70%左右。所以这些东西呢，也是我们在为了赶万象大会这个时间周期，也是在前一段时间重点推出了一个。然后另外一个产品线呢，就是我们即将在5月份重点去上的一款产品，就是关于 to B 的一些差旅、团建，然后海岛游，对于家庭式的海岛游，滑雪等等非标项目，也是做了很多的那个资源上的一些准备，也会在今年6月份重点推出。然后今年下半年呢，我们除了继续打磨和完善我们的供应链，提供更多的一些直连之外，我们还会去推进更多的一些消费类的一个消费类的一些产品渠道。其实我们的那个 slogan 是出行、购物、生活。其实从逻辑上来说，感觉有一种子属关系，是不是这句话是个矛盾的？其实也不是，因为我们的最近做这件事情的一个核心目的就是，我们先从最能立马入手的一个出行的一个场景去做切入点，然后下来去做电商和贸易相关的一些切入点，然后最后慢慢把这个品牌渗透到我们整个 Web3 网民的生活的每一个场景当中去。OK， 对，最后这还有一个对于企业的一个痛点，就是这2年的一个全球化的一个合规。这个合规呢，其实我看来是一个非常好的一个现象，因为随着全球不同国家和不同政府的一些合规性，慢慢的让我们在这些真实的去为用户解决刚需场景的一些企业，能去更好的去放开拳脚，大胆的去做。只要按照类似于香港、新加坡、美国等等，只要你在合规的框架政策下去，按照合规的流程去做，把该做的东西让有 license 的该做的人去做， 我们只要专注在产品本身和用户本身就 OK。对，这也是这个问题。OK， 刚才我是通过刚才用户的痛点、企业的痛点，结合在一起去对我们书面对我们优麦的一个产品也做了一些简单的一些那个描述。OK， 这个也是刚才那个支付那一块的几个比较明确的几个痛点。其实说白了，传统的这边，大家都是老的那个互联网用户了，能深刻的感觉到。什么叫渠道商？什么叫分销商？什么叫各级代理？什么叫法币的一个信用卡的一个手续费等等这些，所有东西眼花缭乱的啊。其实这种加起来，这2%，那4%，那5%，其实加起来整个的一个比原始价格高是在高15%到20%之间的。其实感兴趣的人可以下来好好去查资料，了解一下。现在的那个 AI 的解答也比较客观，对，然后优麦呢，其实就是我刚才说的左手和右手没有中间的东西，这也是我们未来要去为用户解决的一个核心价值所在。OK， 这也是刚才那个所提到的，因为随着往后的推移，我们除了对稳定币的一些支持之外，我们还有很多一些特点，包括我们的免手续费，包括我们的实时到款，包括我们支持更多家的一些虚拟货币，全覆盖基本上现在主流所有的交易所、所有的那个钱包，以及我们技术的创新点，因为我们团队是在这个行业 Web3 行业从17年到现在深耕了8年到10年的一个团队。其实我们做过很多那个以技术作为主导的一些项目，也特别有名，所以我们的团队的背景还是很不错的。结合这些，我们再配合各不同政府的一些合规的一些监管，我们就可以做大胆的去推广和铺这一块的一个用户增长。OK， 这个是我们现在酒店的所有的一些优秀的一些资源，我们基本上覆盖了全球你能看到的所有的酒店资源，并且奢旅酒店。其实这边还写少了。按理说，我们的奢旅酒店其实是16000家，大家其实不管在香港、新加坡、迪拜、韩国、日本等等了这些，凡是有星级的酒店，只要找优麦，绝对有资源、有品牌，价格绝对是左右手的一个关系，这个可以通过大家长期的一个使用体验，可以明确的感觉到，包括现在的那个航空覆盖。以及未来我们现在正在沟通的一个电商渠道和虚拟商品的这一块，也在往前推进着。对，其实优麦只是为了今天在这演讲的此时此刻的优麦，只是站在出行的角度，为用户提供一个切实可行的一个 Web3 转型范本。其实这个消费这个场景赛道太大了，优麦一个人一家的力量是非常有限的。所以我们优麦呢，今天站在这个地方，站在万象的这个舞台上，其实更多的想是通过这一次机会，让更多的人、更多的项目方去 get 到这个点，也可以通过我们优麦的这个案例、这个范本，去来看 Web3 的这个赛道和这个项目，它是真实场景，就是真实的可以为用户解决很多真实的场景的，而不是前10年。悬而不落的那种感觉，对，这也是今天 Web3 赋予实体经济的一些意义所在。随着优麦功能的不断完善，例如随着往后再推出更多的一些 Web3 的一些玩法、Web3 的一些方式，以及 AI 形成的一些引进，其实我们有理由相信这一套的解决方案、商业可行性和技术的先进性，将是给整个行业能带来很大的一些推进，能带来很多的一些长远的一些意义。OK， 其实今天的时间有限，我们的那个展台就在那个 B05，我们也是万象这一次大会的那个钻石赞助商。时间有限，其实我在这里能说的也比较有限。希望下来大家感兴趣的，可以在我们的那个展台跟我们做深入的交流，并且做一些可以谈更多的一些商业合作。希望未来我们一起来去推进这个行业快速的一些发展。谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢 Alex 的精彩演讲。Big round of applause for Alex. Thank you so much for a fabulous presentation, and please be seated. 接下来我们有请 Animoca Brands 联合创始人兼主席 Yat Siu 先生上台演讲，主题是 The Future of Tokens and the Web3 Use Cases. I'd like to invite Yat Siu, co-founder and chairman of Animoca Brands. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Yat Siu on stage. Big round of applause, please. 掌声有请。
All right. Okay. So it's a pleasure to be here. So very quickly, my name is Yat. I'm chairman and co-founder of Animoca Brands. I'm going to talk about our perspectives on the future of tokens. Very quickly, a little bit about us. We're probably known as one of the biggest investors in Web3. We have over 540 portfolio companies, so we do care about the future of Web3 a lot, and we're also builders in the space. But very quickly, let's talk about the space. So earlier in the year, the World Economic Forum actually talked about whether the cryptocurrency era is about to begin. And I would change that a little bit and say, actually, it's really about the era of tokenization. The future of tokens has come upon us in a very big way. And just before I explain exactly what we think about tokens, let me just explain what we think is actually one of the most valuable assets in the world today. And that is our network effect. And the network effects today are actually driven by our data. We as users are actually creating information, they create knowledge, and then they create networks. And these networks exist on things like Instagram, or Facebook, or TikTok, or any of these platforms. And then actually what happens, they become a network effect, and they create some kind of value. And these companies that own the networks are the most valuable companies in the world today. Whether this is Apple, whether this is Google, TikTok, Facebook, or Meta, X, you name it, these companies are the biggest ones, because they own the networks that we use. You don't own your followers on Instagram, they own it. Now, this is where Web3 is interesting, because actually, before I go there, the value of the networks, and this is how we can think about token networks too, comes from the value generated from each connection. So the strength of the network is you join the network not because of Facebook, right? You join the network because of your friends or a company on Facebook. So that's the value. And by the way, this is also true for tokens. If you join the Ethereum network or the Solana network or the Mocha network, you don't join it because necessarily of one entity. You join it because there's other people building on top of it because you find that attractive or interesting. And that's actually the power of a network effect, and that's where the growth of the value comes. So when we talk about networks in time, and this is really thinking about how we think about the future of tokens, Web 1, which is the traditional web, and then Web 2, which is the social web, and then Web 3, which is the web of ownership, the big difference is that you can think in simple terms that Web 1, we had websites as a way to draw attention and to create network effects that were owned by the companies. And in Web 2 was an extension, but it became more social. And in Web 3, through tokens, basically we create a way in which we can share and own that attention as end users. What we're saying is that you can think of Web 3 tokenization very similar to websites 20, 30 years ago. In other words, there's not going to be one major token or 10 major tokens or 1,000 major tokens. There's going to be millions and millions of tokens, just as there are millions and millions of websites and blogs today. That's how we see the future of tokenization for all sorts of things. It doesn't have to be valuable. It doesn't have to be big, but there's going to be many. Small restaurants will have tokens. Large corporations will have tokens. Everyone will tokenize something of some sort. So talking quickly around the point of ownership. So when you have tokens that you can now own, when you can own a piece of the network, they become assets. So unlike in Web 2, where you're renting the network, they don't belong to you. In Web 3, you own the asset. So when you own Ethereum or when you own Mocha or Sand tokens, you actually own a piece of the network and you get to benefit from the growth of that network. So they become assets, which means they become capital assets, which means they have the ability to form some type of value for you and the network and the companies involved. What's interesting about tokens is because it's a capital asset, it has embedded not just a utility, but also a financial value right from the start. So in Web 2, for instance, if you're using a network like Instagram, you have no financial benefit when you use it. You could have 1 million followers on Instagram, and sure, you can make money, doing sponsorships, but the network doesn't reward you directly because you don't own it. The only beneficiary of the network is the owner, which is Facebook. Or if you're using Apple, it's Apple, the company. But in Web 3, because of the ownership of the token and the fact that it has a capital formation and has a financial element that's tied to it, remember, the token has a price, right? and you can sort of have it through that ownership, there's an ability for it to go up or go down. Basically, you have both, meaning that the number of followers, if you want to take it this way, as a form of attention, can have value in the same way that, that the sort of equity construct could have in a company. So tokens both have utility and financial value embedded in them, which is unique. And it allows you for the first time to own a piece of the network. These network effects that we see can be represented in many ways. They can be cultural, like NFTs. They can be economic, like just tokens and meme coins or stable coins. They can be social. They can be symbolic. It doesn't matter if it's a non-fungible token, if it's an RWA, which is a real-world asset token, or if it's basically a meme coin. They all essentially sort of have a way in which you have a network effect that you can partake in them. And there's a value formation that happens because now the networks are capital assets, which again, pre-blockchain was not possible before. So let me talk a little bit about some ways to think about this. In the Web 2 world, the network effect is mostly driven by advertising. So earlier this year, roughly almost 800 billion, so close to $1 trillion was spent in digital advertising, in search and social media. That is the revenue that companies are generating by owning the network effect. In Web 2, that's basically advertising spent. In Web 3, it comes in the form of value of the network, but instead of paying advertising, you get it in the form of airdrops. I don't know how many of you have participated in the airdrops, whether this is a Pengu airdrop, or whether this is a ApeCoin airdrop, or whether this is a Uniswap airdrop or a Mocha airdrop. It doesn't matter. The point is that when you receive these airdrops, you're actually receiving a part of the network, and they're advertising it, but it's a way in which that advertising is shared. You as the end user now receive value because you own a piece of the network. This was not possible before. You do not receive value when Facebook makes money on advertising. You receive nothing. You just create content, and they make money. In Web 3, you get it in the form of advertising through these airdrops, right? And that's the difference. It's still the same thing. It's still trading attention. It's still a value that's attached to it, except here, you are the owners as opposed to the platform. So in the last 4 years, close to $50 billion worth of these airdrops were given to community. It's the largest wealth transfer, when you think about it, over the last few years for regular users who are not owners of a large corporation or a network. But it's very small when you consider that just in 1 year last year, the total advertising spend was close to $1 trillion at roughly $800 billion. So we can basically see where the growth chart can come. And if you're a user, of course you would much rather receive rewards yourself, since you're the target, than basically just the platform. So market prices, because the tokens have a price, they essentially become a way in which you can measure the market attention. Right? Similar to market prices, whether it's a stock price or whether it's a commodity, it informs you. You know how to allocate resources because you know whether the price is high or low. It affects consumer behavior because you can decide whether you want to make a purchase or not. They signal information. Tokens signal information in exactly the same way. It's like an open poly market. What it means is that even if a token comes up in value and goes up and down, it doesn't just inform you of the project, it informs you of the attention it has at that moment in time. It signals information. When the Trump token goes, we can like it or dislike it, but the point is, because of his attention, there's a value attached to it. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 5 years, right? But they all inform you of something, and you will make a decision based on what you see. Sort of a story that happened to me myself is, like I'm on TikTok, so I don't really know Chill Guy. I have no idea. But I talked to my kids about Chill Guy precisely because of tokens, because I learned about them. So I kind of became cool for my kids for a small period of time. But more importantly, it's another way in which information can be shared and be delivered. So it signals information, and tokens are indicators of that. So let me just quickly give an example of how we think about the market and how you might think about it in forms of price attention and what that means. So in 2024, AI tokens did very well, and gaming tokens did very badly, right? Broadly speaking. But people often criticize the gaming industry. You say, oh, there's no utility, there's not that many users compared to AI. But the reality is that last year, actually gaming really increased, in large part because of TON and because of other types of ecosystems. We had close to 7 million daily active users playing Web3 games. That's a large number compared to where they were a year before, 2 years before, 3 years before. So the gaming industry actually grew, but the token prices went down, whereas the AI tokens all went up, but the usage of the AI tokens does not compare to the gaming tokens. So what happened? So what actually happened wasn't the fact that the individual projects did poorly. Actually, they were growing mostly. What actually happened was, broadly speaking, the gaming industry was flat. People were laying people off. People thought post-COVID gaming was going to grow, but actually over the last 3 years, it's been mostly flat. Right? So the gaming industry has not grown. And so as a result, it has affected also the sentiment around basically what happens in Web3, because again, as I shared earlier, token prices are a form of attention. Right? They tell you not only what's happening in the Web3 gaming industry, they tell you what's happening in the industry broadly. They give you information. In the same way that Polymarket tells you which bet to take, which side to take, it basically tells you what's happening in the market as a whole, from a consumer sentiment, whether it's a meme coin, whether it's a project, whether it's a utility. So we have two major things happening in the gaming industry that I think will change that narrative from an attention standpoint. So we believe that towards the end of the year, gaming will be very strong and will have an impact, again, from a signaling price point. The first one is a Switch 2 launch, which will launch in June of this year. Nintendo has not launched a new game in about 8 years, a new console in 8 years, as there's a new Mario Brothers and so on, which means revenue will grow, game development grow, funding investment will probably grow, and this was one of the biggest successful launches from a console standpoint. So that's one driver for this year. But the biggest driver we think that's going to drive the gaming narrative for this year is GTA 6. If you know anyone who plays games, they haven't bought a console yet, they will buy one because of GTA 6. There's nothing bigger in the gaming industry than GTA 6. In fact, from a cultural standpoint, it's probably the biggest thing the world will see in quite a while. And of course, because GTA 6 allows people to run their own servers, a lot of people are already talking about running crypto on these servers. And if there's one game where, basically crypto fits very well, it's probably GTA 6. The point being that these are some of the major trigger events that will drive narrative, not specifically because it's only on Web3, but because it's a macro event. Just like how it was AI before, or was the metaverse before that, or basically sort of finance broadly speaking. So I just have a couple of minutes. So I wanted to just cover a little bit on some final use cases that we like. So I'm not going to talk about the use cases you already know, about gaming, about DeFi. These are all important. I want to talk about a few use cases as well when you talk to people in the space around Web3 use cases your parents can understand and that we can be proud of as an industry. Because while I just informed you that meme coins and all these are information important, you all understand that. Often, I don't know how many people of you have gone and talked to your friends about crypto or tokenization, and they all look at you kind of weird and say, why do I need this? Even though it's such a positive sentiment from a political standpoint, most people are still skeptical about it. So I want to give you some use cases that you can use if you go home and talk to your family and you want to onboard them to Web3. So I have sort of 3 use cases to show. First one you already know, which is basically stablecoins, very easy. But now stablecoins are coming with the banks in place as well. So meaning, in our case, we have a partnership with Standard Chartered to basically create a stablecoin, but expect with the stablecoin regulation in the US, major banks in the US to also issue their own stablecoin. This means payments are faster, more efficient, no SWIFT transfers, all that kind of stuff. Very clear use cases as a business. And in fact, in this new age of tariffs, maybe much needed as ways in which you can perhaps move value around. So that's an example of a real-world asset. But the other one that we did actually about 1.5 years before was unlocking real-world assets with fine arts or valuable items. So this is the Empress Katerina. It is an expensive Stradivarius violin. And it was tokenized. And it has allowed the ability for people to own a share in that. And these are assets you can't normally own. But actually, if you explain to people who don't understand tokenization the value of these things and say, hey, you know what? You appreciate the value of this art or this item, but you could now own a piece of that through tokenization at scale, because it couldn't just be owned by 1,000 people, 100 people, but maybe by 1 million people if it made sense. Again, real-world assets is a way in which you connect people so they understand what it means. And again, once you have a token, you create a network. Stablecoins, even though they're supposed to be stable in value, still are a network because they have a social component. Which brings me to the last use case I want to demonstrate, which is around education, what we have with Open Campus and EDU. And in this particular case, about student finance. And it's a case that I think is really interesting because we do lack very strong narratives in Web3 about why it matters. Students are today paying some of the highest interest rates, particularly in Southeast Asia, sometimes up to 17%. It's a close to $3 trillion market, which is expected to grow by $6 trillion in the course of the next sort of 9 to 10 years. Students face many barriers to get it, and it's a barrier for basically personal growth, and all these problems that we have in finance. So if we can actually show that crypto can solve student finance and make it better, then I think we have a winning use case that even your grandma can say, that's cool. So why do we tokenize student loans? Well, we know that Web3 is not just global liquidity, can provide better yield and provides more democratic access, creating lower costs for borrowers. So reduced interest rates, higher yield basically for the people who provide the lending on it, right? And I won't go into the specific details of the mechanism. You can learn more about it if you want to go to Open Campus. But very quickly, today, already 1 million student borrowers on the companies that have been incubated or are part of the Open Campus sort of accelerator, Erudify and Invested, have already provided financing to 1 million student borrowers as a platform. And of course, through this mechanism, we'll hope to basically grow the sort of lending pool even larger. This is in Southeast Asia, places like Indonesia and Philippines, but you can imagine what that could do for the rest of the world. And it's the kind of use case that I think we can be proud of in Web3, and we should be talking more about, because that's the way that we can bring more people onto Web3, because they can realize that there's real benefits that matter to them. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Big round of applause for Yetsu. Thank you so much for diving deep into the topic, the future of tokens, and providing a better understanding for us. So today we are very privileged to have many industry speakers, experts to join us at our sessions. So we hope that you can make the most of it. Do reach out to our speakers if you have any questions and to get the most out of our festival. 提提大家，我们有一个礼品兑换的活动，在会看赞助上 logo 页的一页，你们可以看到主办方 title sponsor 钻石所有 co-organizer 白金、黄金 networking lounge coffee bar 赞助商的 logo 下方均有一个盖章处，在活动期间，只要集齐指定区域内所有的掌上的印章，就可以到咨询台。领取礼品，每人每天限领1次。接下来是我们今天最后一场的围炉谈话，主题是 AI agent 的困境与机会。下一个 AI 叙事在哪里呢？ Next, we will have our last discussion for today about AI agents, challenges, and opportunities. What's the next big AI story? So without further ado, let's welcome our moderator and our panelists on stage. First, we'll have our moderator, Amit Mehra, partner of Borderless. Big round of applause, please. And also our panelist, Carl Gomez, CEO of Swarms, and Wu Ming, CTO of Zero G. 掌声有请我们的嘉宾到台上. A big round of applause to welcome our panelists on stage. So now I'll pass the floor to our moderator.
Thank you. Hey guys, I know this is the last one, so we'll try to keep it, interesting, and so you guys can waken up and also contribute. So maybe before we start, I think the topic is, kind of opportunities and what's the next big AI story. So maybe before we jump into that, I think we can start with quick intros. So I'll keep my short and then would love Kai and Ming to introduce. So I'm a partner with Borderless Capital. We are a Web3 investment fund with both a VC and a liquid strategy. On the VC side, we have over 200 portfolio companies. On the liquid side, overall AUM over 600 mil. Kai, Ming, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Hello, everyone. I'm Kai, founder of Swarms. We're essentially providing folks to build production-grade multi-agent applications. So we provide all the infrastructure people need to build really, really reliable and enterprise-level agent applications.
Hello, I'm Ming, and I'm the CTO and the co-founder of Zero G. And before joining Web3, actually, I was working in Microsoft Research Asia for 11 years. And my major background is on the distributed system and also large-scale AI computation. And in 2018, I also co-founded another blockchain project called Conflux, which is a high-throughput blockchain with the Nakamoto consensus, which is a POW-based. And recently, I co-founded the Zero G and trying to extend the blockchain technology with the AI capability So Zero-G is trying to provide the largest AI layer 1 that is we also can call it as a decentralized AI operating system that we manage the decentralized storage and computation for all the AI decentralized applications. So that we provide a bunch of SDK and APIs so that we can easily migrate the AI workload from the Web 2 to the Web 3. That's our mission. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. So Swarms, Kai, is kind of pioneering decentralized, kind of coordination of AI agents. So what are the biggest challenges you feel from your point of view in collaborative intelligence? Like how do we go from isolated, agents to interconnectedness, agents who coordinate with each other?
Yes, so this is a pretty important question because there's different ways there's different dimensions of doing this reliably. For example, the first one is how are these agents hosted? So, if they're hosted by, let's say, different model providers like ChatGPT or Grok, those are already hosted on people's servers. So I'd say the first thing that you need to do before you get agents to talk with each other is host them. So you got to host them on a GPU or CPU or something. And so once you put them on once you put them on GPUs and hardware, then they can start talking to each other, and then that's when they can start communicating with each other. And that's kind of like the second dimension, which is like what is the communication structure of these agents? How are they communicating with each other? There's different types of communication. For example, hierarchical swarm is where we basically simulate like a company of different agents. So you have like a CEO, then you have an executive team of agents, and then they have subordinates that they give orders to. And so this is like one architecture, or there's other ones like parallel. So if you have multiple agents, you can just run a bunch of agents all at the same time, and that would be like the communication level. And then there's other things you could do too. You can add like data sources for those individual agents, or you can give the entire multi-agent structure a set of defined information from a tool. And so Swarms. Just today we integrated Llama 4, which is really good. It's actually it's honestly I don't even know what to say. It's incredible. It can process 10 million tokens at one time. This is ridiculous. This is never no model, not even Gemini, which has 1 million tokens, can process that many tokens. So now anybody with pretty decently able to get compute and GPUs can now start hosting models like Llama 4. So you could put them, in your servers. You could put them in a GPU, rent a GPU, or you could call someone's API, and then that would be step number one. First, you got to get the model running, and then the second tier would be actually getting them to communicate with each other.
Awesome, awesome. And Ming, moving on to you, so you guys are basically pushing the boundaries for AI infrastructure. So from your point of view, what are some of the biggest bottlenecks you see, with these AI agents? What are some scalability or security concerns you see?
Yeah, so first of all, I would say that our vision is trying to introduce the decentralization to the AI framework. The issue of the centralized AI is that it is not transparent, and it's very hard to guarantee the alignment to the human intention and the value. So we believe that the blockchain technology provides the transparency, and because it's a reliable distributed ledger, so that every record can be, every event in the entire AI process can be recorded in the blockchain. But the blockchain has its own performance bottlenecks. So basically, the blockchain is a consensus protocol, which means that it is basically a replicated state machine, right? So that every execution of the node just do the same thing. So there's no, theoretically, there's no scalability at all if we only see a single consensus protocol. So how we can do the AI introduce this kind of thing to the AI computation, because AI actually requires a very scalable and huge amount of data processing and the computation resources. So by doing that, our design principle is that we should minimize the data that are really required to be recorded on-chain, but put most of the other data that can do the process off-chain and still can achieve the verification on-chain, right? So basically, in that sense, actually, we design our decentralized storage network and also decentralized compute network. So and also in this this storage network and our compute network also need to have the perfect sharding mechanism so that it can achieve the horizontal scalability. So the challenge is that how we can design this incentive mechanism and also the verification protocol to enable this sharding stuff. And this is where Zero-G proposed its innovation there. And also, even if we minimize the data that need to be recorded on-chain, we envision that when the scale of this storage network and the compute network to a very ultimate large stage, eventually a single blockchain will become the bottleneck. And so we also propose another mechanism to further scale out the blockchain system. So a well-known technology to scale out the blockchain is to use the sharding, right? But the key challenge of sharding is that how to guarantee the security of each shard can be same as the security of the single monolithic blockchain. And so instead of scale the blockchain system by increasing the number of validators, we actually take another methodology. So we actually make all the validators can extend their computation power and to set up the multiple, to participate in multiple consensus protocols, so that each different consensus protocol can share the same set of validator and also share the same staking status. So that in that sense, actually all the consensus protocols actually share the same security level. So we can, this is our high-level design, but in implementation level, I think there is a bunch of mechanisms that we already can leverage. For example, this restaking stuff, like EigenLayer does, right? So basically, EigenLayer does the restaking, and it can support multiple AVS simultaneously, so that all the AVS can share the same level of security. So the same idea can be applied for each shard of our consensus protocol. So in that sense, so all these consensus protocols can run in parallel independently. And we envision us as a operating system for all the AI applications. So we trying to build a very large AI application ecosystem, so that there could be a bunch of, a huge number of AI applications run on our system without any interaction, right? So this is a common case in the system. So we can make an analogy to the single desktop operating system. So, and we extend our performance by using the multi-cores, right? So that when we run multiple applications that do not have interactions, the operating system actually dedicates each application on a different cores so that they can run in parallel. So the same idea that we introduced to this decentralized system. So that's how we can address this scalability issue. Yeah.
Got it. I like that comparison to the multi-port one. I think that makes it, that clarifies it. So kind of moving on to both of you, in agentic AI, one of the most heavily debated things is, agents, the concept of agents. What is agentic, right? From each of your point of view, what do you guys think of agentic versus traditional AI? And yeah, how does agentic AI in your context differ from its application in traditional AI?
So what I personally believe to be an agent, and there's different levels of definitions here. An agent technically in code means an LLM with some tool system, like it has access to tools. Then it also has access to a memory system. So it has long-term memory, and it has the ability to interact with the external world. And so these are like the three things: LLM, tools, memory system. And then the fourth thing I would say is a looping structure. So agents, by definition, means something that has agency. Agency means it has the capabilities to get something done. And so I think a critical component of an agent is the capacity to continuously loop within itself to complete an objective. It has to know when an objective is complete and then exit and stop itself from continuing. This is what a fully autonomous agent is. It has the agency and the freedom to basically keep looping within itself to accomplish the goal. And for example, DeepSeek R1 and O3 and O3 Mini have been doing this exceptionally well. You see they have thinking tags, and they'll think dynamically for a certain period of time, and then they'll actually complete the main task. So if you say like write a report on something, it'll think about like different sections of the report, and then finally, once it's done thinking dynamically, then it'll actually write out the report and give you what you asked. And this strategy has been very effective, given the increase in output quality and accuracy as well. And yeah.
And Ming, yeah.
I think my answer to this question is very simple. I think agent, the definition of agent is a AI-based software that can interact with a human through the natural language. So, of course, the different agent can have the different power of the intelligence and the capability to operating the tools for the users. But the common case is that it needs to understand the human language and interact with through that way. I think that's a difference compared to the normal AI workload.
Got it. So kind of moving on, and again, a little bit here coming to the latter part of the panel is, we know the applications of AI in terms of autonomous vehicles, healthcare, and all of those, right? So, but I think what will be very interesting is from each of your point of view, what are some unseen opportunities under the radar which people are not thinking about of AI agents? What is the next big AI story from your point of view?
Yeah, so I have a lot of ideas about this, especially that the agents in AI and crypto are very primitive. They're like, most of them are memes, which is, it's actually very funny because the theoretical market cap of meme agents compared to enterprise level agents is almost 1,000 to 1. Enterprise level agents are going to completely change the economy, and they're already doing so outside of crypto. But I think the attention economy is kind of like it's become such a virus that it has basically spread into the minds of the people that want to just build agents that keep capturing attention, and they don't actually solve any like business problem, enterprise problem. And I think that's like Fartcoin. I don't know how this is worth such an obscene amount of money, where other agents that are like like MCS could like, which is like healthcare agents that is trying to automate healthcare. Like I don't know, like it's like the market inefficiency thesis is I'd say very present here, because it hasn't seemed like the market has really started optimizing for actually useful agents. Like there's so many different agent applications that could be built within Web3 that would actually be valuable, and that the people that make the agents could actually generate revenue from. Because if someone makes a meme agent, they can't make money from this unless they sell their own token, which would be a scam. That's a rug. So there's no way to make money from meme agents. but you can't make money from enterprise agents. You can make a lot of money. So I think people should focus more on like useful agents. Like at DeSci, like healthcare agents are going to completely change healthcare. I think the entire healthcare industry globally, from the U.S. to the Yangtze River to China, I think the entire healthcare system of the world is going to be fully automated, and agents are going to be the main constituents of this. I also think that maybe agriculture, manufacturing, like manufacturing is going to accelerate very, very quickly with fully autonomous factories. And I think people could be building agents and blending that with Web3 to accelerate this. And there's so many other useful applications, like agents in like DeFi. Like there's so many, like for an outsider that hasn't been in crypto for a long period of time, there's so many different financial instruments in crypto. There's like swaps. There's 100x leverage. There's bridges. There's worms. There's like wormholes. This is so complicated and so like unnecessarily complex. And so I think like a consumer app that can make all this happen just through language super easily. I think that'll be like a multi-billion-dollar application. If you could simplify crypto, it could be like chain specific, or it could be like every chain. I think like simplifying financial instruments in crypto is very, very, that's going to be a humongous business. So I would say like, DeSci agents and DeSci is going to be extremely important. Agents for, just like financial stuff, payments, trading. I think within the next like 2-3 years, fully autonomous hedge funds are going to start controlling the market. Like you see like Wintermute is up here now. I think agents will surpass this, like in terms of like assets under management and like revenue and profit. Because there's already been research papers, I actually talked about this yesterday, there's been research papers where agents have gotten 400% annualized returns through simulations and back testing. It's a paper called Trading Agents. If you look up Trading Agents archive, you'll find it. It's an incredible paper. And it's basically a prophecy that agents are going to start dominating all markets. And it won't be long till most of the trades and most economic activity are coming from agents.
Ming,
yeah. Yeah, so I think we can treat this, look at this problem from 2 angles. So there are 2 types of agent. So one is working like a personalized assistant, right? It's a personal agent. Another is a fully autonomous agent. So for the personalized agent, I think currently we still have a lot of room to improve the quality of the agent. So basically to bring the more utility to our normal life. So for example, although some agents can do the healthcare, but even we only look at the chatting bot, only doing the conversation, whether the agent has already been very good on working as your, for example, working as a psychologist, right, to give you suggestions for your mental health. And I think this can be done purely through natural language, right? But I don't see any existing agent can do such level of work. Another example is the lawyer stuff, right? Whether we can have the agent to be your personal law consultant, right? And I think this, so this existing scenarios has already been explored by a lot of efforts, but I don't think the quality and the quality has reached that high level, and we still have a lot of room to improve further. That's one thing. And as for the autonomous agent, I think the ultimate goal is to build agent that can be really like a human. That we call it AGI, right? So basically, whether we can build a agent that can just like a human, that we cannot identify, recognize, tell whether this is a bot or a human. So, but in that case, actually, there's some fundamental problems that we haven't solved, I think. So, although we can already use some reinforcement learning, for example, to make the agent, to let the agent stoplessly learning by consuming a lot of new data from the internet. But when we look at this carefully, the only workable scenario is that we have a very clear way to define the reward function, right? So that in the scenario, the concrete scenario, we can clearly define the reward function. We can build a reinforcement algorithm to let the agent to reach a very high quality of intelligence to do that job. But if we treat it as a human, we put an agent inside the human society, what's the reward function, right? So how we can define a general reward function that can let the agent to always learn, keep learning the good things, just like a human, and to do the real things that align with human intention and value. So that's a huge challenge in this area, I think. But with the technology progress, we may reach that level maybe in the next 5 or 10 years. But I think that would be a very great next story for the AI agent, I think.
Awesome. Awesome, guys. I know we are at time as well, but maybe just taking one final, in the audience, I know there are a lot of developers, researchers, entrepreneurs contributing to AI. So maybe last like one quick 30-second line from each of you, any advice for people who want to contribute to this space? Quick 30 seconds from each of you, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I would say, try to build agents that are useful. Try to, help people's lives, save lives. Try to build useful agents. If you want to build agents, Swarms can help. You can learn more at our website, swarms.xyz. We have frameworks in Rust, TypeScript, Python. We also have an API. And let us know if you want to build any agents, and we can help.
Yeah, so I think try to learn the knowledge about the AI and the computer science as much as possible, and also trying to learn how to use the agent to improve your working efficiency. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for the gentleman on stage. Thank you for the wonderful discussion. Please be seated. So ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up today's forum. Once again, a big thank you to all speakers today for sharing their expertise and experiences with us. We all enjoyed a lot. 今天的主题论坛已经到此结束，明天的主题论坛将会在9点半准时开始。Today's forum session has come to an end. Tomorrow's forum session will begin at 9:30 a.m. promptly. 明天我们邀请了2位重量级的嘉宾出席我们明天早上的开幕仪式。We have invited 2 esteemed guests to participate in our opening ceremony tomorrow morning. 他们是香港特别行政区政府财政司司长陈茂波先生 The Honourable Paul Chan-mo-po, GBM, GBS, MHJP Financial Secretary of the Government of the HKSAR. 全国人大代表、全国工商联副主席、万象集团董事长兼 CEO 卢伟鼎先生。Deputy to the People's National Congress, Vice Chairman to All China Federation of Industry and Commerce, Chairman and CEO of Wanxiang Group. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned when we're hoping to see you again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. 请允许我再次代表主办方感谢我们的冠名赞助商 TON Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3 以及钻石赞助商 UMI, Platon, ZA Bank, 博时国际。战略合作伙伴香港数码港、香港投资推广署和香港贸易发展局支持机构香港旅游发展局的大力支持，再次感谢你们。Please allow me to extend our sincere gratitude towards Hong Kong Web3 Festival title sponsor. They are TON Foundation, GMGN, OKX Web3, and also our diamond sponsors, UMI, Platon, ZA Bank, Wazera Funds. 最后再次感谢大家的参与，我们明天9点半再见。Once again, a big thank you to everyone here for participating today. We'll see you again at 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much.